Good morning, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome. My name is Steve Torsa. I'm the founder of Wholesale Investor. I'd like to say thank you very much for coming today. I really appreciate it. For those that have actually traveled, I can also appreciate that. I landed on Wednesday night. There's nothing like hosting a conference and kicking off your day at 2:30 a.m. So today, is our 7th edition of Emergence. And the interesting thing for me is it's the 4th time we've actually done it in the UK. And the title for this year is The Era of Abundance. And there's a reason for that thematic, and you're going to see it throughout the different panel sessions, and you're going to see it throughout the different keynotes for today as well. And for the last 2 years, I've typically been starting our events with a panel session, with a talk talking about how this whole market has been driven by fear, and the headlines have been pretty much fear-driven. Right, whether it be inflation, whether it be war, whether it be, all the different elements that we've had to, I suppose, cover in the innovation area. And whilst those still components are still there, the reality is there's a whole bunch of shifts that are taking place, which give us, I suppose, the foundation of optimism for what we see coming forward. And in my communications that I've been talking about when I've been hosting meetups or hosting events or doing, information sessions, etc., I've been talking about how there's effectively 2 different tales from both the founder side and then also from the investor side. On one part for founders, many founders feel like they're beaten up, burnt out in some ways, but on the other side, optimistic. And many founders have gone through that necessary process of making the changes that they've needed in their own business to, I said, either move to profitability, move to break even, or whatever that may be. On the investor side, there's the issue where still dealing with some of the challenges in the portfolio companies, but also optimistic in what's coming next, because right now the foundations are being set for an incredible run for the innovation space. For me, this is what I'm passionate about. This is what drives me when I see these foundations taking place. The best way that I think I can articulate it is that the foundations in place right now is one of the best times that I've ever seen from a company standpoint, whether it be from an investor standpoint, whether you're looking for growth, high growth, or you're looking to access yield. Now is one of the most unique times from an investor standpoint. So, it's interesting. As I said, the title for today is all focused around the era of abundance, but of course, there's still that sort of cautious optimism that goes along with it. So let me give you a quick introduction. So this is why I get excited about what comes next. And I know that, for a lot of us, everything that we were thinking about was changed on November 30th, 2022, right? When ChatGPT was released as a product, and then we started thinking about the potential of AI, we've seen it go across, whether it be the portfolio companies, whether it be the way in which we're using it ourselves, it's changed in so many different ways. It's crazy for me, some of the people that still aren't using it to its full potential. But the reason I get motivated is I think about this, right? And I'm going to use an Australian version to start with, and I'm sure there's a UK equivalent, but this was so easy for me to find the numbers on, right? If you look back 2007, classified revenue, and I'm sure we all remember the papers, we all remember the classified ads, that used to be in it. The revenue peaked in Australia at $1.7 billion, right? By 2016, less than 10% of that revenue was actually going to newspapers. And in fact, the last strategic exit in Australia was when Fairfax sold to Channel 9, right, for $4 billion in 2018. That was the last major deal. Now, what's really interesting is if you think about now the actual value of the companies which have taken over, right, from where classifieds left off. In Australia, it's Seek, which is employment focused, car sales, obviously cars, real estate with REA Group, and then Domain with property as well. The combined value of these companies is $49 billion. So it leads you to this one statement. And this is why I get excited about what comes next and why I love innovation so much and why this year's theme is the era of abundance. Innovation first replaces the value of the incumbent and then it accelerates exponentially past it. So a perfect example is that right now, and this is, you see all the different thematics that we're putting on show today in the different companies that are being featured, effectively the convergence of technology platforms. If anyone's followed the work of Cathie Wood, you'll see a lot of these thematics actually in the work that she does, whether it be AI, robotics, energy storage, blockchain, and then also DNA sequencing. And for me, I look at these and you can see that effectively not only is the innovation taking place, but the convergence of those platforms means that the value that will be created will be phenomenal. And Cathie Wood, when she's talked about this, she said the breakthroughs associated with energy storage and robotics alone could add 30% to real GDP by 2030. So inside of that is an incredible amount of value creation. There's also value destruction for many of the incumbents, but most importantly, the value creation sits there and it lies within the innovation side. And then the final comment to say is that AI could actually dwarf both their contributions is something which motivates the hell out of me. And in fact, when I did the meetups, I've been talking about how in this period, the reality is the future startup should be able to move to profitability quicker. They should be able to scale faster, than what startups did, 10 years ago, right? Because of the different tools, whether it be low, no-code software, or the ability to use generative AI for all sorts of areas of the business, whether it be marketing, whether it be coding, even idea generation. This comment for me is interesting, because it goes back to that first statement that I mentioned, is that AI will be the biggest technological shift in our lifetimes, possibly bigger than the internet itself. Now, going back to that first statement in that, first it will replace the value of the incumbent and then accelerate exponentially beyond it. It starts to give you a perception as far as what sort of value is going to be created over the next sort of 5 years, right? And for me, when you think about the pace of innovation accelerating exponentially, if AI will replace the value of the internet and then the applications that will be built on it, then it will also accelerate exponentially. This is the part that should get us all excited, whether we're founders, whether we're investors, or whether we're ecosystem participants, because this is where ultimately the opportunity creation is begun. Now, these numbers are slightly off because it's actually meant to be 28 million pound. But basically, if you look at what's happened with Bitcoin, right, and obviously it's just had the Ethereum ETFs approved, there's effectively already $35 billion of money sitting inside the Bitcoin ETFs already, right? Sorry, 45 billion. And gold ETFs currently sit at $90 billion, right? 92. One was launched 20 years ago. The other finally got approval at the start of this year. This is how fast innovation takes place. And we all know by the end of this crypto bull run, what that value could end up looking like when you add the amount of value that will sit inside the Bitcoin ETFs and also the Ethereum ETFs as well. So today, this is your platform to the day to gain insights into what the innovation future holds. And that's everything that we've designed, as I said, whether it be from the panel sessions, whether it be from the keynotes. It's designed to give that, I suppose, representation of what we can see or some of the trends that we see taking place in the ecosystem right now. So for us, Emergence is an exciting opportunity to, number one, bring you all together. Number two, obviously provide access to some of the companies that we get the opportunity to work with and that we get the opportunity to feature so that you can actually connect directly. Now, that's on what I mentioned to you was on the innovation side. The other cool things that are taking place is just on the business trends. So first one is the Great Succession. Over the next 10 years, we'll see some of the biggest succession of companies where baby boomers are looking to actually transfer, whether it be hand down to the next generation in their family or looking to sell out of their actual businesses. In fact, 40% of businesses around the world are owned by baby boomers right now. I can't remember the exact stats in Europe, but across the UK and Europe, but it's something like 30 to 40 million companies will go through some type of succession transition in that period. This also represents a massive opportunity. Secondly, we've all noticed about how less and less companies are going to list on different stock exchanges, right? The private capital markets is growing at a phenomenal rate. So the expansion of private market opportunities is also another key aspect that we'll be focused on. And then lastly, the rise of non-bank lending. With banks that are tightening up their criteria, it's provided a platform for more and more products to be created and opportunities to be created for people, to provide non-bank, lending products, and then obviously that also creates a correlating financial investment opportunity for investors as well. So the Great Succession, as mentioned, 40% of businesses are owned by baby boomers, right? The expansion of private capital markets effectively will go from $12 trillion in 2022 to $30 trillion by 2033. Just to give you an idea how big this will become. So whether your interest is in private markets or innovation or non-bank lending or succession, the reality is you've got the convergence of all these different demographic trends taking place, as well as these shifts from a marketplace perspective, all coming together at one time. So even though the last 2 years have been absolutely punishing for this space, this is the optimistic part, because it doesn't matter what segment of the market that you're in, there is so much opportunity for value creation. The rise of non-bank lending, this has been so interesting for us as a company. We got very much known for venture related opportunities as a business. In the last 12 to 18 months, I would say about 30 to 40% of the companies that we feature at the moment are actually in this area, in non-bank lending. So whether it be business credit related, industrial property credit, commercial property credit, private equity, or in residential property credit, effectively these have been some of the key areas. In fact, we are now working with some of the biggest private equity funds in Australia as well, because for the first time that I've seen, it seems now private equity wants to provide the opportunity for high net worths and wholesale or accredited investors to be able to participate in that private equity market. So as I said, this is one of the most unique times I have ever seen for investors looking to access growth, high growth, or access yield as part of their investment opportunity. So some special announcements from our side. So first one is that we're actually shifting over from Crisp. A lot of you would have got to know that sort of brand over the last couple of years. We're actually rebranding Crisp to Capital HQ, right? And inside of that really represents a direction of where we're going as a business. As I said, the focus for us is, we got known in the innovation space. The focus for us going forward will be really to provide investors with access to private capital markets in general, which covers that whole spectrum of funds, property, credit, impact as another area, and obviously venture and innovation being as a core for us. From a product perspective, we'll be setting it up so that founders, basically can create their deal room within seconds and then be connecting with investors within minutes. And then also some simple things like everything we think about is how we can actually assist companies to simplify and streamline their communications with investors directly. So effectively, these are going to be some of the product initiatives from our side. We're also announced a partnership with BetterX. So BetterX is providing basically a crypto solution for wealth managers to help their clients get direct access to crypto. And also with the Volute Exchange. So the Volute Exchange is actually a UK-based company. On their board is one of the advisor or one of the directors or executives of the London Stock Exchange. They are creating, it's one of the most beautiful business models I have seen, and it's removing friction from one of the most important areas. So Volute Exchange is effectively helping SMEs that want to basically sell. They are helping the employees and management not only fund, but also it go through that sort of administrative process of that transition to help the employees and management become the owners of that company, as well as facilitating it. So incredible team, strong background in private equity. So make sure you check out Volute as well. We're super excited to be working with them. They're going to have all sorts of opportunities for investors to participate going forward. And yeah, I strongly recommend to chat with the team. So today, throughout the actual conference, I recommend take a photo, share it, and also make sure you network with each one of the companies that are actually featured today. So throughout today, every company gets the opportunity to present for 5 minutes. You get the opportunity to network with them directly. And then more importantly, at the end of today, we've also got the opportunity to network over drinks, at the Mindspace venue, which you'll receive the details of. So once we actually finish all the presentations here, we'll head over to Mindspace and we'll have the networking drinks over there. But the key thing that I always mention about Emergence is that it is a unique place for connecting with people, and it's amazing the amount of investment activity, strategic and commercial activities that typically take place, from this type of event. Now, the keynote speakers have got a range of different areas, whether it be Dr. Andrea going to be speaking on AI, or Gareth talking about sort of exit economics. Likewise, we've got panel sessions from the investment trends of Q3 and Q4 from the VC side, the battle of the funders, right, as far as the options around funding for founders and also for investors, the valley of death, profit versus innovation in life science, and then also the final one, which is one that we've sort of been passionately sort of talking about for the last 3 years, is the energy transition. Basically a debate from both sides, but also the ability to understand where it's at right now and sort of some of the elements that need to take place. So today, as I said, you're going to be hearing from a range of different companies in areas. Make sure you take the time to listen to their presentation. As I said, every company gets the opportunity to speak for 5 minutes. Now, whilst they're going to be talking for 5 minutes, the reality, as you all know, is this. They spend their entire lives thinking about, focused on building their business, and today they want to access investment, strategic and commercial opportunities. And so just take the time to actually listen to the presentations. There's plenty of time for networking throughout today and then also through tonight as well. So make sure you come and have a listen to the presentations. They range from everything from life science to agri-tech to marketplace businesses to renewable energy, to AI, etc. And even funds as well is also going to be featured at the event. So enjoy those presentations. As I said, we're super proud to be working with the companies. We know how hard they've prepared for today's event in getting ready for it. During the event, you can access inside the deal room. So just go to capitalhq.app. Right, inside that, you would have received an email about this morning. Just simply click on the link. You'll be able to access the agenda throughout the entire day. Inside of that, you'll be able to see all the companies that are actually featured for the event. The software itself, we try and make it really easy to streamline the access to companies and also to network with each other during the event. We've invested into the matchmaking component of it. So the simple design is that investors see the most relevant deals for them, and founders see the most relevant investors for them inside the software. And then the last one is the conference aspect. So as I said, the email that you received this morning and also in the link, you should have access to this. So all you have to do is simply click on the link and then you'll be able to access the information for each of the companies that have been featured today. And likewise, you'll be able to access the networking zone so you can actually meet, mingle and connect with each other. And then the last part that I'll finish on is this. The most beautiful thing about these type of events is that one conversation can change the entire trajectory of a business. The challenge is you never know which one of those conversations is, and you never know which one of those networks that you meet throughout the day. So I always say this at the start because you never know who you'll meet at our events. You can never also fully appreciate their backgrounds, their experience, their networks, and who they can potentially introduce you to. So make sure you network with each other. Make sure all the companies are featured both outside here and then also in the exhibition room inside there as well. Make sure you take the time to go and meet all the companies that are featured today. As I said, it's super important from our side that you do, because even if the company is not relevant for you, each one of you have 10 to 15 people in your networks that could be relevant for the companies. So take the time to provide introductions to them. I know at one of our events we did in Singapore, we're fortunate enough that one of our clients is actually a former Premier of Queensland. And he came to one of our events in Singapore as a presenter. And he got so excited about the other companies, he literally just started calling his friends and in his high net worth contacts to make introductions to them during the actual event. And it was one of the most selfless things that I've ever seen at one of our conferences. But it really summarizes the spirit of Emergence, because Emergence is really about opportunity creation. And everything we're about is about basically empowering innovation, capital, and ambition. That absolutely sits at the core of everything that we do. So, on that note, welcome to Emergence, the era of abundance. I'm going to give a quick introduction to our keynote speaker. Please welcome to the stage Mr. Dr. Andrea Isoni, who's the Chief AI Officer. Welcome, Dr. Andrea.
Thank you. Okay, first of all, can you all hear me? Yes? Sounds about. Okay, good. As you say, my name is Andrea Isoni. I'm Chief AI Officer of AI Technologies. And all I do in my life is, well, professional life, of course, and is to solve AI problems for other businesses. We develop AI solutions bespoke for other businesses and help them to the governance and problems related to that. That's as much as I'm going to say about me, and that's all the rest is for you. Okay, all I'm going to do for you is giving you, first of all, this is an investment conference, okay? Which means I need to give you a broad idea what AI is going to impact as a consumer and broadly speaking the different industries. And to do that, I use this simple equation, okay? I'm going to talk about what I call a secular trend. Secular means trends that are more than 10 years long. I give you what they are. And the catalyst trend. Catalyst trends are usually less than 10 years long, okay? Usually around 5, and they are impacting industry or consumer behavior, etc. And based on that, that will create market and industry trend and scenarios, okay? There is a lot of content. I will touch all of them. I cannot be specific on all the argument around and the subject around, but hopefully you have a broad idea. Apology if it will be too compact and too dense, but that's as much time we have together today. Okay, let's start. So the first one, which is one of the, you may not like this. I understand that, sometimes it's scary. But hey, like it or not, it's there. Human-machine hybridization. What does it mean? Well, if you start with a mobile, you can start even earlier than that, by the way, the computer, for example. The mobile phone, then as you can see in early 2010, you have the iPod, the Apple Watch, and then progressively, you have things that essentially are outside your skin, the phone, and then touching your skin, and progressively are integrated with you. There are many reasons why we are going in this trend, but this trend is not avoidable. There are many reasons for that, okay? I not have the time to tell you here, but whether you like it or not, that's the trend we are going to follow, okay? And the other one is aging. Of course, this is not related to technology, it's related to us as humanity. And all it means by that is, fortunately, all the world, obviously Western societies way more, but you will be surprised. People, places even in Africa, of course they have a lot more kids, they do, more kids than us, but they will follow the same trend, okay? So essentially, basically the population is somehow shrinking roughly in Western society, that's for sure, but in absolute term, the amount of growth in, for example, Saharan Africa is shrinking. The amount of growth, though, obviously, they're still growing, but less than before. So this is a worldwide trend, okay? Interesting fact, I don't know if you see that, but I wanted to point it out. These two secular trend, this is secular, because it's more than 10 years, it will last for a long time. These two trends, this one and this one, they kind of compensate each other. I don't know if you can see that. As in, the more you age, the more the population overall age, the more you need to compensate to technology to keep us productive and grow the GDP, etc. So they are counteracting each other somehow, okay? Now the catalyst trend that lasts 5 years or less. I had no time to explain all of that. There will be just a presentation, even not enough for that. But suffice to say, in the world, there are different ways to do regulation. This is just the most famous one. Don't think that the others are not exactly doing nothing. It's not exactly real. But hey, we're going to talk about the most famous one, and the governance about AI is the EU AI Act, which, by the way, is not yet in the journal. The date they count is in the journal. When it's in the EU journal, that's the date they count. All the rest of the dates that doesn't count. It will come soon, I suppose this summer. From that day, actually 20 days from that journal date, it will be the date when it's going to be in effect, okay? And based on if it's prohibited stuff you cannot do, such as calling biometric in public, things like that, 6 months. Overall to 2 years for non-prohibited general purpose things like chatbot for customer service and things like healthcare or education, education, things like that. There are in between, depends what it is. I don't have time for that, but definitely this is a catalyst trend. Now, data in general. There is a trend now for a few years. It's called synthetic data, which means if you heard about AI model, things like that, you may heard that there's not enough data to train them. In fact, mostly they are under-trained, which means they don't have enough data to understand all the nuances of what they should reply to you. That's one of the reasons why they hallucinate, they get error, one of the reasons. Now, what's the interesting part of that is that, again, there is a blurring thing. There are media research, I don't want to say the name, but anyway, media research group that will say that most of the data in few years will be generated, synthetic. I do not agree totally with that, and the reason as follows. Let's say you're in a legal team and you produce a legal document, okay? With ChatGPT, a specialized version, I hope, of ChatGPT, and using that, okay? And then obviously the human review that, okay? Now, that final document produced by the AI and reviewed by the human, so the human is accountable. Who generate what? Is it generated data? Is it human produced document? You see, we are blurring. This is part of the hybridization, by the way. Because what's human and what's not human is not straightforward, okay? Just, I wanted to think about that. Then cloud adoption. Obviously, the more we use technology in general, not just AI solution or things like that, any software, we need the hardware infrastructure. And that's usually data center, things like that. And this is going to grow a lot to sustain the growth of the solution on top that I was talking before, including AI, okay? Just to give an example, I think it's a fun fact, just discovered recently. So if I tell you how much it costs to have no internet, the internet is down for 1 hour. You have an idea how much it costs? Any idea? Well, in US only, it costs short of $500 million. US only, today. $500 million gone in 1 hour just in US to got the internet down. So imagine how much we are going to be reliant for economic growth, etc., to the internet. Obviously, to the growth of this adoption, etc. The more these go up, the more the amount of money lost per hour will increase, obviously. Again, this is the hardware, the software on top of the data center, things like that. Yes, you heard a lot about this is in media. I'm not going to spend too much time on that, apart from saying that at the moment, especially for training AI models or things like that, the famous NVIDIA, obviously, but the hardware component are usually at the moment concentrated in few hands. For example, to the last year, a few months ago, a good chunk of the best GPU are with Meta, for example, because there is a shortage of that. And this is kind of a catalyst trend that is going to continue because the growth cannot keep up with the demand, basically. But it also means that there is concentration, yeah? Concentration in few hands of these equipment. Move on to the other catalyst. Again, this is not technically tech-related, the supply chain. Obviously, as you all experience, at least from the news indirectly, we have a world which is way less secure in various different ways, which means the supply chain is actually also a consequence of the AI regulation, or any data regulation really, because force companies to take the data locally. You cannot, also assign your country or your union, if it's the European Union or things like that. So you have a localization of both the workforce and the hardware and the way you process data. Okay, this is a trend that's going to stay until the world is definitely unsecure. AI investment. Back to something I'm very, point of experience on that. Investment. If you read the news again, you will see at least last year until 2023 that AI investment is actually the lion's share in tech investment, true. It also is growing, true, but the reason why it's not exactly correct is because if you look actually the tickets who receive the money, the AI investment, again, you will see it's concentrated. It's concentrated on few names. I mean, even the names, OpenAI, Anthropic, etc. If you take out these big names, you will see actually the amount of model in total is shrinking. What does it mean? Well, in my opinion, it means that the market already selected not the winners, but the short list of the winners. Because it is basically, obviously, I'm talking about foundational model, okay? So the largest model you can all use for multi-purpose things that all we could do, okay? So yes, AI investment there is, but unfortunately now it's it's not game over, but it's very, very difficult to enter in the game now. At least unless there is a breakthrough in a new technology. And this is the last catalyst, and adoption of generative AI. Okay, I say something you all know, I'm sure. So it's being adopted by everyone to produce their own, for professional reasons, really, from music to, again, for lawyers to produce documents or things like that. What is interesting to me is that, again, we can see a sort of a short list of companies in terms of, producing textual, document or things like that. You know the names. If I say you producing images, you probably know already some names that are advanced. There are new technologies that are coming in, for example, producing 3D images or video editing, okay? When I say 3D images, I mean take a picture, 2D, and from there you extract a 3D automatically. These things are not yet in the market. They will come, and obviously there is no short list of winners, as I was referring to before, to the other kind of sector, okay? Now, again, secular trend, I give you two, aging and hybridization. And then I give you the list of 7 catalysts that is going to happen in the next 5 years or less than 10, okay? Now, what the impact is in the industry. I give you, prediction, by the way, is a bit too strong word, to be honest. It's kind of where the market is going, overview, where forecast where we are going, okay? And the first I want to discuss with you is the adoption of AI model in the industry in general, which is very broad, I know. But what I like you to focus the attention is that given to the combined fact of many of these trends, you can see the one that I think they are triggered before, by the way, you can have the slide later. I think that especially the regulated industry will not adopt the sophisticated model. And the reason is they, at the moment, obviously, they can be fined, they can be, they can have a serious impact on the business if they, they be caught on doing something that is illegal for the UI Act or any other law, really. And for that reason, instead of, they will adopt AI, but they will adopt AI that is as simple as possible. Not the AI model you play, you play at home, not that one, because it's too risky for them. So, in fact, in actually adoption, the sophisticacy of the AI will go down, not up, at least in the regulated industry. The reason is simple. So you need to be compliant, basically, in all the rules. And so the only way to be compliant is to reduce the error. And the way to reduce the error, the easiest way, is to reduce the sophisticacy of the model, so you're more in control, roughly speaking. And obviously, you can still have sophisticated AI model. In fact, I think there will be adoption, but will be in unregulated industry, okay? From an AI data perspective, of course. Move on, AI startup in general. As I said before, in the trend, I talked to you about the AI investment, yeah? In the AI investment, clearly we have a short list of winners, at least on large models of generative AI, at least. What it means by that is that, unfortunately, I don't see too much future in pre-ChatGPT, if you want to call it like that, startups where they're doing narrow AI, essentially one single feature and they sell the product out of that. I don't mention name, but for example, to correct grammar or things like that. You will buy solutions that just correct that, and it's just an example. There are many others, frankly. This is being, unfortunately, overcome by these multi-purpose systems. And for that reason, I don't think that is going to stay. Not to say there will be AI startup in verticals. That's different. But they will have a speciality on understanding the business and the industry rather than having an IP on the model. The IP of the model is overcome. The IP is basically in the short list of winners, to put it around. Maybe in terms of tech, specific tech. Obviously, if you're talking about IP as in, we understand the industry, we have data specialized for the industry, is different, okay? But not on the specific, algorithm, let's put it that way. AI means, if you need to remember something today, remember this. So if there is an immediate consequence of AI, is the increase of cybercrime and the counteract in cybersecurity. That's the immediate effect of that. We all see, if you a bit on the news, the amount of incidents, let's call it that way, is shooting up. It will continue. For example, fake detection. Last year there was a slight of a hype on, using fake detection for all the sort of things to avoid, cyber criminal. Unfortunately, I think that is going to happen. The quality of AI model or things like that is becoming not distinguishable by real life or things like that, which means detection tool will mostly going to fail, and we're going to revert to what I call, what is called in the industry watermark solution. Essentially, some cryptographic element inside the image, the text, whatever product it is, so that it cannot be counterfeit. Basically, you do the notes, the bank notes. And as a consequence of that, there will be more investment in AI solution, again, a vertical, but just in cyber, to counteract the effect. If you need to remember something, remember this. Unfortunately, it's true for any technology, by the way. It's not only AI. The first adopters in any technology, unfortunately, are the criminals. It's true in any industry, unfortunately. And that's why you see this effect first before all the others. Adoption of LLM and generative AI tool by consumers. Okay, this is a bit of a hit and miss. What I mean by that, although you read a lot about AI in the news and you name it, or cases in the news, the reality is the actual adoption. What I mean by adoption is workforce, they actually use it in professional way. At least in US, statistics on the US, is quite low. At least for a few months ago, I think it was end of 2023. It's 14%. It's not much. They use it once. It's not that they use regularly, that statistic, even. What it means? In the next few years, obviously this number is going to increase. But in my opinion, it's going to increase also significantly in countries you probably never thought there would be a huge increase. Countries like Philippines or Indonesia, India. The reason is the Western world outsources a lot of work down there. By the way, this is based also on fact. If you look at ChatGPT traffic, you go online and ChatGPT web traffic on the website, you will see there's not only US that has the lion's share. Well, it's the lion's share for sure, but a huge amount goes in countries like Philippines or Indonesia, things like that. Excuse me. And the reason is we outsource a lot of work down there, and the work we outsource is usually admin work or things like that. And what happens is we outsource to them, and they outsource to ChatGPT, roughly speaking. But again, it's not a bad thing. Obviously, I make kind of a joke now, but this trend, I think, is going to continue. And in doing that, I think that basically we are going to increase the production, especially in these countries, okay, and marginally in ours. if you read AI, you will read things like, we are gonna do, mass redundancy of job or things like that. I don't know, if you are an executive, okay? An executive in any business of a certain size, and you go to the executive and say, hey, you remove your PA, okay? You don't need that. You can use ChatGPT or whatever. In the assumption they work, obviously it's not today, but let's say in the assumption that work. However, there is a catch. You need to spend 1% more of your time. What do you think they say? 1%. They would say no, even if it's 1%. Because there's no, the purpose of having a PA is not spending time. If you increase his time, even for 1%, the answer is no. And that's why I don't think it's going to happen. Even if you shrink the time, you think, okay, so you can, not really. What happens is the outsource PA, she will reduce her time and using somewhere else for other people, reducing the cost, for example, because she can have multiple clients at the same time. I don't know how the market will set up. But you see the point. The point is there are certain things that you really cannot. I don't see how are you gonna get rid even to do 1% more of job that you don't do. Not gonna happen, even if it's 1%. And this is an extreme case. Okay, this is the last slide, at least on technical stuff. I didn't realize I was too quick. Anyway, the big tech. Talking about AI, obviously there is generative AI, which basically means large model, language, image, things like that. And the trend, as I say, based on the catalyst trend I was saying before, the investment or already the market really concentrated in few short-list winners. Okay, what it means in the future you can expect top performance because they have the best GPU, they can train more, they have more money to train the model or things like that. So if you ask yourself which company is going to give the best quality performance in terms of AI, well, this will be one of these players. OpenAI, Meta, you name it. The reason is because they have the money, etc. But if the question is, given a good performance, who is going to give you a model that is efficient, is scalable, relatively in a consumer, if not lot of infrastructure that reasonably everybody can buy, or things like that, with good performance, it's not going to be them. It's going to be labs, if you have ever heard about Mistral, or labs similar to them. They will reach that level for us. Basically, the market will work in this way. Top performance, that top company I was mentioning before. However, if you fix the performance even slightly less, but you want an optimized systems, that works relatively in decent hour, but not the massive hour that the big company use, then the best result you're gonna have with labs, things like that. And that's the only way forward, because obviously it's by necessity, by the way. The necessity is the lab, they don't have the best infrastructure anyway. They want to produce good results, and so the only thing they can do is optimizing the resources. It's by necessity rather than theoretical thinking. And with that, I have 7 minutes left. I thought to not talk too much on the slides, but if you have any question or you want me to expand on any of the one that I said, I'm more than happy to answer any question. And if you want, reach out with me. There is a newsletter which is free. We're gonna get AI Mastercard on business, getting value on business, on application of things like that, with a coupon if you're interested. These are the link here. Go ahead.
So you mentioned that no job executives, there won't be a replacement of jobs, and it's actually already happening in big tech companies. So why do you think they're basically more profitable than ever, but actually still reducing headcount every single year?
They are reducing the headcount. I think that's because it's not related. Look, I think this is more related to the economy rather than the AI, etc. I mean, if you don't have AI, and you have interest rate that goes up or things like that, there is less money in circulation, they will reduce the headcount anyway. You may argue, where do you reduce the headcount? And that's probably due in some form about the AI, okay? But I don't think you reduce the account because of AI. It's because of the market, interest rates going up, so there is less money available, etc. Essentially, there is less sales.
They're actually saying it in their press releases.
Yeah.
They're literally letting go of people. They're literally saying that their investments, they're going to be replacing the investments in AI.
Yeah, so I think what they are saying, that's my opinion, is they are replacing certain job, but that doesn't mean that you will not have other job for the people and you go mass redundancy. At least I don't see that. What happens is you fire on Monday, you get back, I'm exaggerating obviously, you fire on Monday and you get back on Friday or in a couple of months in a different positions.
So you're saying it's PR. People are saying I'm fine to do AI because that looks good when you inject that news into the market.
Well, you cannot. That's my opinion, okay?
Yeah.
Forget about that. If it wasn't an AI, I think they will do anyway. It's not because they are therefore, it's the market situation, okay? There is no sales, you need to reduce the account. However, you cannot say, yes, it's our fault that we don't sell less. There is an element of that. So what I want to say is, don't take, obviously when you need to talk about that, you tend to exaggerate the positions. I'm not saying that certain, whatever job they may, it's not the job, it's the task they replace by the AI, by the way. I mean, we have all, by the way, the majority of the workforce is still, what is happening? What is happening here? Anyway, the majority of workforce today is still in the admin, okay? In the admin, if you do by job, it's still a large part of the admin. However, I invite you to think, the admin today, is it the same on the 50s? It's still called admin, the same name, but the job is completely different. Yeah? So I'm sure the AI will replace certain job, but again, something else you're gonna do if you want to serve the clients with something more. Otherwise, in any case, the productivity of the GDP of the world will not go up. It will just stay the same. If it's gonna happen, I doubt it.
The biggest area I've seen is the removal of layers of middle management inside companies.
Yeah, but again, that's a small. It's not mass redundancy. I mean, it's not a mass. The middle layer. I don't know how to quantify that. In terms of job percentage across the population, but I don't. If it's possible, I wouldn't.
So someone like Meta getting rid of 25% of their staff and then achieving massive improvements in their profitability.
Yes. Okay. Good. Okay. I give an example. Let's say 20% of the staff, you put in the bottom line. That's what you're saying, right?
Yeah.
Great. Now you have your competitors. They will do either the same, or you have this situation. They don't do it. Well, The bottom line is 20. You increase the bottom line 25%, and you benefit for the profits. You take the profit out. Or there is another competitive company. They take this 25% and try to win more market share instead of taking the profit itself. It's gonna happen. It's capitalism. So at the end of the day, so the moment instead of taking the profit, and now I have more profit. Let's see if I can win more business against my competitors. And what you're gonna do? You're gonna offer more service, and then the capitalism work again.
Wouldn't you invest in more AI? It's working.
Say again?
With the 20%. Klarna, a big example.
Yeah.
They reduced their workforce.
Yeah.
Customer service workforce immensely. And the CEO came out and said he's continually looking at how to implement AI in the workflows. So.
Sure, but at some point, in the payment space, there is also another difference. So essentially, the payment space, I think they are over. So if you compare the Western payment processing system in terms of fees, I think it's 4 to 5% or even more to consumer. If you go in China, not that is the fact. The percentage they take is quite slim, which means they were they were too fat. Second? Compared to China, because so it means they were taking too much. The market was taking too much fees compared to the service, essentially too much on the bottom line.
And you're saying because of that, they decided to replace their customer service team?
All I'm saying, if not only for payment, for any industry, I think is, yes, what you're saying is true. Of course it's true. I cannot deny the fact. What I'm saying is a temporary thing. It's a transitionary thing rather than, okay, then the rest will not do a job.
When enterprise gets more sort of memory and also execution capacity, how do you think that then changes the dynamics?
More capacity, what do you mean by that? There are other questions, but just to conclude on that. I can reply to other. Who was first? The last one. I'm sorry, I don't know who was first, really. The last one, yeah?
You showed a really interesting chart about cloud consumption, like demand for cloud services over the next kind of 5 years, an exponential trend. Obviously, these models are very energy consumptive. What's your view on where the price of deploying this stuff on the cloud goes? In terms of how expensive cloud is likely to become?
This is an interesting question. The reason is most of the analysis you will see today are linear based. What you mean by that is you take whatever the cost is, you extract linearly to the future, whatever it is. It's the same for energy consumption. I read the paper. That's exactly what they did. They take our models, they see how much it costs, and they say, okay, if all the other models we are going to build will be the same energy cost, how much it will be? It will be a state energy consumption amount. Okay. The reality is, that's what happens in any industry, there is always a compounding mechanism, not a linear mechanism. What I mean by that is for the energy, overall, or energy or whatever, or the cost or something like that you ask, but it's the same mechanism, I believe. There will be a compounding effect, essentially taking the amount, it will be a discount of the amount yearly or something like that. I give you a quick example. I think we all agree with that, as I'm going to say. So essentially, take the cars of the 30s, okay? And look at the energy efficiency of those cars. Take the energy efficiency and say, okay, if in 2024 we have huge amount more cars, how much gas we are going to consume? It will be a ridiculous amount. However, thanks God, we find ways to make the engines yearly more efficient. So we'll never go to the linear way. So that's the best answer. I don't know the number. I cannot give you the number because I don't. But I hope you understand at least how I reason.
One more question.
No, sorry. Yeah.
Time for one more question.
Okay.
You also showed an interesting chart on demand for GPU.
Some point, yes. I'm sure I did.
So obviously, if anyone in the crowd here was lucky enough to buy NVIDIA,
Yeah.
they'd be happy. But supposedly, the big tech companies, I'm curious what you predict will happen for competitors to compete with NVIDIA that may now be their customers. I'm just curious.
So who can compete with NVIDIA? There are a few players, obviously not too much in the hardware industry, although I invest in few of them, including NVIDIA. TSM, Taiwanese Semiconductor, I think it's called, a few AMD, and Intel is doing some other stuff. But again, they are large corporate anyway, and they are playing the catch-up game. That's the best answer. You need to probably talk to other specifically hardware guys. But that's it. There is another interesting, I don't think it's going to come, but I put in the discussion, which is quantum. If ever, I don't think so, but if ever, quantum come to play, they will disrupt somehow the computation you're going to do with GPU, somehow. How, when, can be more than 10 years. I was just yesterday to the Economist event just on the quantum. I don't think it's going to happen. To be honest, I don't think it's going to happen. But if it happens, obviously the market will readjust because you have now way to compute differently in a massive way.
You don't see somebody that we don't already know, the usual suspects.
No, but again, I'm not an hardware expert.
You simply can't build it back that quickly.
No,
They simply, even if they
I mean, even if. Again, I'm not an hardware expert, but just to conclude on that, I think it's difficult to hide a factory. Something like that mass. You can hide a software. You can hide a small lab and nobody realizes you are existing. But hide a factory is bit more difficult. But again, I'm not an hardware expert.
Can we please give Dr. Andre a round of applause? Thank you.
Thank you.
Always great going into a debate about AI. So the next one, so now we're going to be hosting the energy transition panel session. As said, these two areas are probably the most predominant areas that are being talked about in this entire space. So please welcome up to the stage Val from Angara Global. We've got David from Transparent Energy. We've got Nigel from Moat Capital, and our moderator is Stephen from Re-Energize. Also, if you're standing out the back, please feel free. There's seats up the front that you're welcome to come and sit in just while we're going through this transition at the moment. So please welcome the panelists to the stage. Thank you.
Hi, good morning, everybody. Welcome to this short panel discussion, debate, hopefully. Hopefully we'll have time for some questions from the audience as well. That would be great. So this is the energy transition debate, and we're really focusing on the importance of understanding different approaches to the energy transition, and especially with the relationship to investment decisions. So we know that the need is vital to transition to low carbon energy, but it is a challenge for governments and for investors. We even hear at the moment in the European elections that there is a perceived cost to the transition, the energy transition, and it's a political issue across Europe. It's also clear that there's a level of disinformation from both sides of the argument, protecting vested interests, and there are also many hidden costs and benefits of the energy transition, which are very hard to unpick. And David, your transparent is sort of trying to unpick some of those questions. I'm aware of your software package. So it's very clear that there's no single or easy answer to the challenges facing the transition. My personal view is that we need a basket of solutions to solve it that can be delivered rapidly and at scale. And I'm sure we all have our own views on where the emphasis on that transition should be made. So hopefully this debate will highlight the different approaches to investment decisions and the approaches to the transition. So my name's Stephen Crocher. I'm the CEO of a company called Re-Energize. We're a long duration energy storage solution. We're a couple of years from market is our solution. And then I'd like to introduce the remainder of the panel. So we have Val Gravenko, I hope I pronounced that right. So previously, or currently executive chairman, an investor and co-founder at Angara, based in the UK and the Netherlands, technology company that helps industrial plants to reduce their CO2 emissions. Val was a venture builder behind a number of deep tech companies, which I'm sure he'll explain a little bit more when I give him the introduction stage. I'm not going to go too long through this biog. Val, please extend it in a minute, sure. Should you wish to do so. Nigel Robertson spent most of his career in corporate and investment banking in the energy, utilities and infrastructure sectors, advising on large and mid-scale transaction and capital raisings across the globe. Citi and Investec Bank, again, please sort of expand on your CV. And then David, an innovator and entrepreneur with a focus on new technologies to support net zero. In 2003, David co-founded and was CEO for 7 years, Utilita, who is now a leading challenger in the retail energy sector. Senior positions previously at National Power, AES and Shell International. Again, you can talk about transparent. So as you introduce yourselves, I'm hoping to also ask you some specific questions as part of your opening statements, just to sort of start to structure the debate. So starting with Val, if that's okay. So hopefully this will just be a 3 minutes each or something like that. I'm hoping Val is going to talk to us about decarbonisation of industries, including the oil and gas, and addressing, why they've been stuck in the past. So a couple of questions for your introduction. So how does Angara's global technology contribute to the immediate reduction of CO2 emissions, and what are the potential long-term benefits for investors? And what are the main challenges you face in implementing AI-powered decarbonisation technologies at scale?
Yeah, sure. Thank you, Stephen. So I was initially an investor in Angar and then turned into co-founder in a nutshell. And we started to work with the oil and gas industry, actually helping to abate their emissions quite a few years ago. That's why we have hands-on experience on that. So at scale, what we do for clients in oil and gas and now also in petrochemical segment, we help them to abate emissions by keeping their equipment clean most of the time, like heat exchangers. And we're talking about a potential of saving about $70 billion for this otherwise $3 trillion industry per year, and 400 million tons of CO2 emissions can be abated. So it's a big impact thing. And the challenges we have been facing in this industry is that most of them are related to organizational challenges, organizational behavior, people complacency, inertia, mental inertia, and risk aversion. So they're not really technologically related. We have very proven technological solution, and nevertheless, the challenge is how to embed that solution in the organizational processes of clients in a user-friendly way. So that was the biggest challenge, I guess, so far. And another thing, what we learned hard way, I would say, was that we have to distinguish between corporate PR and the real motivation behind purchasing and other decisions. In other words, the companies are really focused, most of the companies are really focused on bottom line rather than sustainability and decarbonization, unfortunately. But on the other hand, it's understandable, they're businesses and they're about generating profits and shareholder value. So decarbonization things and all those sustainability things are more like regulators' realm. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Val. And turning to David, so I'm hoping you're going to discuss an analogy between oil and water and highlighting the need to take people along with on the journey, but also some specific questions. What are the key factors that make an energy transition investment viable and attractive in the current market? And from your work at Transparent Energy, what data and analysis should investors focus on when considering investments in the energy sector?
Thanks, Stephen. So I'll answer the first question for investors simply. The way to get investment into the energy industry is the way it's always happened, through subsidies. Government-backed contracts, long-term, very reliable, and you can invest in stuff, and that's the way it'll happen, because it can't happen probably any other way. But that's maybe we can debate that and see whether that's set the room on fire or not. The purpose of Transparent Energy, my new startup, currently got a very small SEIS investment round, if anyone wants to join in, is that there needs to be a coming together of, there's been a kind of overreaction to the challenge of net zero, I think. So where does the energy transition sit in the humans' challenges on planet Earth at the moment? Well, I always refer to the Millennium Goals. It's maybe a little bit old now, but clean energy was only on the second row of 3 rows of Millennium Goals. Yeah, we have an awful lot of human problems to solve, as well as a transition to clean energy. I think that, having framed it in that way, what I see and what the purpose of Transparent is to be non-opinionated. So Transparent doesn't have a view about what is the right pathway to net zero. I think if it had a view, it would just say it's extremely uncertain and you need to take quite wide views on the likely possible outturn for different technologies. And I just heard on Dr. Andrea talking about data farms and stuff like that, and the energy guys all putting linear growths on that. I mean, that's not the way that things happen in the energy system. There are learning curves. Investor group like this are fully aware of what learning curves are and how they work. So I think when we're talking about the future of the energy transition, it's uncertain,
And what we need is more societal actors involved in the discussion. And what we've got is gurus sitting behind big walls, sending out models that tell you that the answer is hydrogen, or the answer is coal, or the answer is air source heat pumps, or whatever it is. And our opinion at Transparent is that's not the answer. The answer is going to be far more nuanced than that. Humankind has a magical ability of doing things in an unexpected way, and I expect they'll do it in an unexpected way. I think need to, I have a TED talk that I think my mum has seen 4 times, but the TED talk was basically initiated because I put on the form that clean tech does not exist. So I think we're kind of getting through the clean tech thing. There was a whole load of conferences years ago called clean tech conferences. And the reason my TED talk for clean tech was of interest is because I wasn't saying that clean tech didn't exist. I was saying we didn't need the clean bit. Actually, all technology since the dawn of time has been cleaner than the technology that went before it. So actually, I challenge people to say to me, okay, no, David, that's rubbish, because I've got a technology for you that's really dirty. Well, go on then, because nobody's been able to win that conversation yet. TV remote was offered once, but that's cheating, because it's a digital TV that's better than the old one that you had before. So I think clean tech doesn't exist. I think we need to invest in technology. And when we invest in technology, and I was talking to an AI company that makes something more efficient that I don't understand, but I'm sure they do. That'll be cleaner than the technology that went before it, and it will save energy. I'm not worried about the growth in data centers if you're out there worrying about, because I think what people don't understand about data centers is from an energy perspective, it's substitution. You know, we used to have, what did we have? Cameras, filofaxes. Oh God, there's a long list of stuff we used to have before digital came along, and it made that far more efficient. Yes, you have a consumption of the digital world, but it's less than the old world, so I'm not worried about that. You asked me the oil and water question. Yeah. So if you've got 5 minutes, I'll go over my time on the oil and water, and then I'll shut up. So I think what we've got is 2 industries. And you can, in the energy industry, we've got 2 industries, and you can describe them or have a metaphor, if you like, which is one is the oil industry, or the fossil fuel industry, and the other one is the water industry, or if you like, the renewable industry. And what we do is we put them in a glass, and if you leave that glass on the side of your kitchen, you'll discover, as you know, that the oil layer separates out and the water layer separates out. You know, the oil goes on top of the water for deep technical persuasion. And basically, what we have with the oil and the fossil fuel industry that I started my career in, is you have low fuel costs, low capital costs and high operating costs. If you're in the fossil fuel game, your fuels are quite expensive to the end consumer. Gas is quite expensive, oil is quite expensive. If you're in the water industry, and you literally are in the water industry, you're a water company, then you have high capital costs and low operating costs because it rains. You put the rain in a high capital cost reservoir and you take it out where it's there. So they are very different, and they're regulated in a different way. And what we have at the moment is a renewable industry that looks like water, and we have a fossil fuel industry that looks like oil. And what regulators are trying to do is take a massive blender and shove it in that mug and blend it up so it looks like some kind of emulsion that they can then say, well, we can have a CFD for wind because wind is, prices its power in the market that I blended to make it look like it's economic. Whereas the water industry say, well, I don't want anything to do with my pence per litre of water. I want an availability contract. So we should change the model of regulation for renewables. Renewable companies, wind, offshore wind, onshore wind, solar companies, whatever they are, should be rewarded with availability contracts. You simply provide at least capital cost, the most number of kilowatt hours of power you can from the resource that you get from Mother Nature for free. Yeah? And the oil industry can carry on doing what it's always done, which is fine. And we should not regulate them the same. And by trying to regulate them the same, as soon as you leave that mug of water, of emulsion on the side, it separates out into the 2 things it is. So I would say as regulators, they need to have, they're always a bit late with innovation. We need a massive innovation to release the massive amounts of investment that we need, and we need to regulate the 2 industries completely differently.
Thanks, David. That's
the
a big debate that I'm sure people will pick up with David afterwards. And Nigel, so obviously introduce yourself, but also can you elaborate on the role of green hydrogen in the energy transition and its potential for scalability and investment? And how does your experience in clean energy financing influence your perspective on the best avenues for investment in the energy transition?
Okay, so I'm actually going to start with something else, and then I'll come back to those questions. So I thought it'd be quite useful just to look at the energy transition cycle and what actually happens during that cycle. Since Industrial Revolution, we've probably had 4 or 5 energy transitions, from coal through oil and gas, electricity, and now moving into renewable energy. These are on average 40 to 50 years in duration. And during that period of time, there are 2 very, very distinct phases. There's the innovation stage, which is sort of half of that period, and then there's the deployment stage. And energy, by its very nature, is very capital intensive, infrastructure heavy, and is prone to being dominated by national utilities, national oil companies, who exhibit extremely defensive behaviors to new entrants during that cycle. In the innovation period, what we have is a lot of entrepreneurs, SMEs, clean tech, clean energy technologies looking to become the dominant technology in their niche against a changing landscape now of decarbonization and climate change. We have a lot of innovation happening. This period is known as the eruption, not eruption as a volcano, but eruption. So this is when clean tech and clean entrepreneurs start coming through with their very specific technologies, which will fit into this next phase of the transition. At this point, finance and financial capital is completely, shall we say, disinterested, or finding it at least very, very difficult to engage and understand not just the position of the technology, but the future of the technology and how it scales up and how it becomes dominant in its niche. At some point, we cross over, and financial capital gets all excited. The guys get it, the VCs get it, the PEs get it, the capital markets get it. And they start driving productive capital through this implementation to deployment phase. And at this point, we start to get a frenzy. And these frenzies ultimately are driven by rates of return, they're driven by leverage, they're driven by yield, they're driven by Excel spreadsheets. And investor and shareholder expectations, they're not driven by the ability of that technology to play a key role, a value-added role in the energy transition. Ultimately, this leads to a bubble, it leads to financial collapse, and it leads to a recession. And I think we've already seen that in some of the technologies that have been SPAC'd in NASDAQ, EV buses, EV trucks, companies that have actually never even been in the automotive sector, but are suddenly worth X billion, but nothing behind, and guess what? They fail. So at this point, financial capital is left holding a lot of losses, creditors, as well as equity. What happens is we have a pulling back, a re-establishment, some sort of, you could say, little recession in investment, but then financial guys and production guys get together. They get into this synergistic phase. And this is what we've seen in the last 5 years, maybe 10 years, around onshore wind, offshore wind, solar PV. These technologies have become accepted. They have become commoditized. And this is the synergistic phase between financial and productive capital. It's the golden age. What follows the golden age is a period of maturity and a period of leveling off of growth and new technologies starting to play into that space. And this is what Schumpeter describes as destructive capitalism. And I think where we are today in our clean energy transition against that wider landscape is very, very early stage. Still maybe just 10, 15 years into that 40, 50-year cycle. So a long way to go and a lot of issues to face along that journey.
Thank you very much. That was really insightful. So moving on to some sort of questions to debate. So the first one is I've got titled as decarbonisation versus renewables. So hopefully we can have a little bit of tension here. So decarbonisation and renewables are often seen as competing approaches. But should we, or how can we, view these strategies as complementary rather than oppositional? And are there any benefits of the integration of the two? Anyone want to?
I can argue on that. Not argue, but basically I'm focusing on decarbonizing existing industries. And here I'm maybe a little bit biased and guilty as charged. But I believe that we don't have a choice as humanity, but to both decarbonize the existing energy ecosystem, but also build the new one as fast as possible. And if we look in the past, well, the primary source of energy was wood, then it was overtaken by coal, and oil and gas as a primary source of energy, or the biggest source of energy, started to be in the 60s of the last century. And if from these 60 years later, now, we still consume more coal than we consumed it back in the 60s, while consuming enormous amounts of oil and gas, and now renewables are growing quickly. So we have to decarbonize, and oil and gas is projected to grow for at least another 10 years. So, and that's the primary sources, and plus coal, primary sources of CO2 emissions. So we have to do this. And they should coexist.
Yeah, so I was recently fortunate enough to be in Australia, and I liked the way that the public were discussing the transition and this versus thing. As you may have noticed with the oil and water speech, I'm not into the versus thing. I think it's a collaboration that's needed in an energy industry to meet mutual goals, and the fact that the one throws rocks at the others is getting us nowhere. We're going to need both. And the way the Australians describe it is you can't throw the old system out before you've built the new system. And I think that's a really good way of looking at it, because you can't just stop oil, I'm afraid. I mean, you could, but it would be catastrophic. And I think the people that want it stopped would not like the world that they lived in if it was actually ever stopped, which of course it never will be. It needs to transition. That transition is, as Nigel so eloquently described, is a 40 to 50 year thing. So politicians talking about doing it next week is not helping either. We need to recognise it's a big challenge. It's going to require you guys, the investor group. If it doesn't get the investment, it won't happen. And it won't happen unless we start coming together to realise that we can transition at a certain rate and we should optimise that rate. And the way we do that is to realise that we cannot throw the old system out before we've built the new system. And the new system will take time to displace the old one. And that's just the world we've got. On a sort of related sort of humankind, I do get a bit irritated. I mean, as an old national power employee, coal was close to my heart, and I ran a utility in central Kazakhstan, which was all run on coal. Coal's great. You've got to love coal. And, it's cheap as chips. And we in the UK, in the 70s, we would celebrate opening a coal-fired power station every year. Right? You'd just walk into government and go, we need another coal-fired power station. You get another coal-fired power station. So to say to China and India, you can't have your coal-fired power stations, is a bit rich, to be honest, because they need the power for hospitals and electric vehicles and stuff. So it is incredibly complicated to kind of create a worldwide energy regulatory framework that allows growth in countries that need growth. And they should grow, I think, at a economic price point that allows them to do that. So if you put huge burdens on them, because we in the West have had our coal, we've had our cake and eaten it, that's troublesome. So no wonder the COP conferences are long into the night, because it's not an easy problem to solve. But I think if we start talking about the old system, maybe the old system, the fossil system, the oil system, is going to be needed. We need to love it again as it helps us to bring the new system in. And hopefully that will get, we probably also need a bank of energy, to be honest with you, and I know you're a political beast a little bit like me. So I think with a general election coming up, I'm jumping to the end, sorry about that, Stephen, that's my innovative nature, that we probably could do with a bank of energy. So just the politicians putting their hands up and saying they actually don't know the difference between a megawatt and a megawatt hour if it hit them over the head. So it'd be much better if they just said, look, let's have an entity, a state entity that is responsible for our transition pathway, and it's supported by all sides, and you can't have a general election or the 95th Prime Minister that comes up and says, well, actually what we'll do is decarbonise by Thursday week, because it's me. These guys are not going to get up and go, oh, good, I'll write a couple of £1 billion worth of cheque on that then. Well, no. You'll need a contract, I think you'll find, and that's difficult and takes time, takes 40 years.
Can I quickly, some statistics to the perspective? So David mentioned India and China. So just to put it in perspective, 7 biggest CO2 emitters in the world, these are China, the US, India, Russia, Japan, Indonesia, and Iran. These are 2/3 of the global CO2 emissions. So you exclude the US and Japan, that's going to be half of the CO2 emissions of the world, and that's where the most of the growth is happening. So that's is still fossil fuel driven. So.
And if I just come back to the point I made at the beginning, the energy transition is intrinsically slower than many other sectors because of the nature of the embedded capital, huge capital investments, power plants 40-year life, pipelines, grids longer, and it's harder. Investors want to get return on those assets. So what happens during this phase of transition is that a lot of these assets are repurposed and rescoped, because the key is the word transition. It's not a complete revolution or transformation. And perhaps an interesting example would be picking up the green hydrogen. So we have an extensive gas network here in the UK, which is very used to providing us all power stations, industry, and domestic boilers with natural gas. That will inevitably be transformed over to producing and distributing a much cleaner supply of gas, which probably will be green hydrogen. But up at 5% blend, at 20% blend, the existing infrastructure is capable of delivering that green hydrogen to the users with very few capital changes, amendments, probably some work around the valves and the seals, because hydrogen molecules are smaller. But at 100%, so a complete replacement of natural gas by hydrogen, then we are looking at a completely new infrastructure build. But that 100% hydrogen delivery is probably not for another 20, 30 years.
And would you say that there are some good examples of success of collaboration between renewables and carbon-emitting technologies? And from an investor perspective, would you suggest that investors should create a cross-sector portfolios? And then lastly, do investors sufficiently take on board climate risk in their investment decisions? You go first.
Well,
because you went last, I think.
Okay, thanks so much. Well, where are we in the energy transition? I said we're very early stages, and there is a significant set of targets. Let's call it net zero, 2050 targets, with a lot of countries having their own sub-targets within that. This is a long-term play. I'm not saying this is not a short-term flip. So any investment decisions taken today are going to be classically in that long-term perspective with returns generated over time. And during this period, there will be a lot of investment surges into new technologies, as I pointed out. And of course, some of those will Some of those will exit at great multiples, but we are talking about energy, which is historically a long-term play. And I don't think that changes, even though we're transitioning away from carbon heavy to carbon light. I still think one takes a long-term perspective on this.
I have a cynical example about like new technologies that are considered green, and well, the older technologies, fossil fuel technologies, is basically carbon capturing and storage technologies that are used to a big extent to basically collect the emissions that are generated at oil fields, and that CO2 is pumped in wells to produce more oil and gas, which is again fine. But what is not fine, in my view, when taxpayers' subsidies are used to basically finance such projects. And I read a research about a year or 2 years ago. In the US, about 60% of the various government subsidies in the past that went to CCUS technologies went ultimately to pump more oil through these ways.
Which is somewhat shocking.
Well,
But
the world
not
is not a
surprising.
fair place.
Yeah.
Shall I chip in?
Sure.
So once you've got the investment running, and you know, in Nigel's time frame, I could imagine a world where it's probably the oil and gas majors and their partners, their operating construction companies that will actually get this thing done, because they're extremely good at doing big projects fast, and that's what they've done for years. So we need to mobilize their capability to do this. And so far that's been quite close to a disaster. I mean, yeah, if you take tidal energy as my classic example, what I saw as an investor working for a fund manager that was looking at these companies is you get people, technologists, they often paint these things yellow and they float and they kind of bob about. And then the oil and gas guys goes, oh, no, well, we know what we're doing with that because we've been bobbing about in the North Sea for ages. And they went and invested vast sums of capital in getting vast amounts of kit washed up on beaches and investors just on their knees. It's been awful. So if we're going to deploy the common ground between renewables and the oil and gas world, we've got to do it smarter than that. And plug for Stephen's company, I think that's exactly what's going on at Re-Energize, is taking a bit of oil and gas kind of technology and reimagining it for a world where you need energy storage. So yeah, I think I'd say to my old colleagues in the oil and gas world, please don't muck it up. You know, you're quite important. You need to make better decisions. They've got involved in supply companies. That's been a disaster. So we need to get the oil and gas guys, the old guys, into the new world, but they need to do a better job of that. And I think the new energy world, the renewable world, needs to be a bit more respectful of what the shoulders they're standing on, and say, look, we wouldn't be here at all if it wasn't for the old guys. So just get rid of that versus thing and just get on with the job and get the finance in place and get the big energy companies that can do big things quickly mobilized in the right direction.
Actually, we observed because we have been working with oil and gas and helping the oil and gas to become cleaner, but with most of the VC funds that focus on climate tech, decarbonization, whatever, we have been difficulties because they stigmatize the oil and gas industries, either because they are Article 9 compliant, or they're afraid of investing in technologies that would help oil and gas companies to become better. And ultimately, it is not doing any good for the climate action ultimately. If you basically turn your back on, it's like blaming a cow to produce meat and methane, right? It's not the cow, it's us who consume that. Same with oil and gas. And you need to be really engaged with them, because we cannot cancel them, right? That cancel culture. But we need to help them, and it's not easy for yourself to change yourself without some external help. And if investors and the public, cancel them, it doesn't serve the purpose ultimately.
Yeah. And
So there is obviously a large and ongoing debate in oil and gas and renewables regarding the mitigation of carbon-intensive industry versus, let's say, the additionality of new renewable energies, and which of those ultimately is where most return will be. Ultimately, they will need to sit together. There will need to be a mitigation strategy, a mitigation implementation alongside additionality. But in terms of energy transition, the other side of the equation, which rarely gets discussed, actually, I just want to take 5 seconds on this, is energy efficiency. And there is clear evidence that more bang for your buck as an investor comes from energy efficiency than either mitigation or additionality of new renewable energy. But it's just not sexy. And it's very, very micro and small-scale investment. But if more emphasis were placed on energy efficiency and globally creating a global energy system which was more virtuous, then I think a lot of the capital that is deployed and wasted would not happen. We would have a much more efficient and effective deployment of capital in the energy transition space.
Thanks very much. So we're sort of beginning to run out of time, and I would like to have a few questions. So what I'd quite like to do is allow you all to sort of do a little summary, plug your businesses should you wish to do so. But also as part of that summary, if you might just touch on sort of key socio-economic impacts. I think that's an important measure that we haven't really discussed at all. And so as part of your summing up, if you'd like to touch on that would be great. But try and keep to about a minute or just over each, and then we'll have a couple of questions.
Okay. If I may start. Yeah. So on the social justice and energy transition, this is a golden opportunity as well to create a global energy system which is fit for purpose. We currently have, this is factual, 1.4 billion people globally without electricity today. Even in countries that say we are sort of 99% electrified, that is not as a percentage of the population, that is connection points. And that electricity that is supplied is unreliable. It's probably from a dirty fuel source. It's largely unaffordable in many parts of the world. And this is a one-time opportunity, in my opinion, for us to create a system where we alleviate energy poverty on a global basis. We have more of a just energy system. The polluter pays is a great principle, but I don't think it's really affected. Carbon taxes need to be so much higher across all industries. And ultimately, we need a sense of equality and equity. So if we are depleting resources today, we are not making those resources available for future generations who are actually not here to have a vote. So we need to bear in mind energy justice, energy poverty, and equity as part of this energy transition equation.
Thanks, Nigel. David?
Okay. It was a big agenda. I knew we'd run out of time, so I think I've said enough. I'd like to hear from the room. So.
Val, anything you'd like?
One takeaway I would like to give to the audience based on our experience is that, decarbonization of the existing industry is a big opportunity. It's not yet there. Probably it will take another, at scale, it will take another 2 or 3 major climate-driven accidents before the public, the regulators will ultimately be really pushing hard. I don't think that it has been, they have been pushing hard on the decarbonization. But ultimately, I think the winning technologies and the winning startups will be those who will figure out how, besides having an cool breakthrough underpinning technology to reduce emissions, improve energy efficiency, etc., but also have mechanisms, user-friendly interfaces to embed those technologies and solutions into otherwise very slow-moving, complacent, risk-averse organizations of that old economy. It's not just oil and gas, but also cement and many other industries.
Thanks, Val. Some questions?
Thank you very much. So first of all,
all, thanks for the discussion. Extremely interesting all the way around. My question is an incredibly basic one, which is, how realistic is it really that we're going to actually have an energy transition? And the reason I ask that question is there are three key points which you sort of touched on. I don't know what the solution is. I'm interested in your thoughts. The first is the Jevons paradox. The more efficient you make a process, the more of that thing we're going to use, just in outright terms. Energy efficiency means we're actually going to use a lot more energy as a result. The second thing is the energy density problem in the possibilities of renewable energy seems worrying given the Jevons problem I just mentioned. And then the third and final one that is also really concerning is the work by, I think his name is Professor Michaud at the Finland Geological Survey. And he's done, as far as I know, the most meticulous study of what mineral resources we would actually need to create the materials to make this transition happen in terms of new windmills, new solar, new pipelines, new whatever.
Thanks. I'm going to
with
yeah.
Resources we have. So
quickly respond, anyone?
So I think on the first point you're talking about the rebound effect, where actually consumption increases because some form of technology is embedded in the system and it becomes more efficient, so people go to it. This may be the case, with white goods, domestic goods becoming more efficient, people can afford them, and hence the energy consumption goes up. But I think that's what you're referring to, is the rebound, sort of the rebound effect. I think the only thing I would say there is one has to look at the net. So look at the energy savings that might have been and the carbon emissions that might have been had this new technology not been in place. So it's the net position after that rebound effect.
David.
LED lighting's fantastic. So a lot of energy efficiency is stealth. A lot of people on the planet in the UK don't realise their lighting in the streets is changing, without them knowing. So it doesn't. The Jevons effect doesn't work there. So I think there is good energy efficiency, and there's bad energy efficiency, which is like, let's look at the Mini. Take a look at the Mini when it was built in 1960, whatever it was, and take a look at the modern Mini, and just ask yourself, what is the function of that thing? Well, it's to do pretty much the same job. So why is it 3 times as big? Yeah. So yeah, absolutely. I think energy efficiency, if it was applied to the automotive industry, we'd start reducing the size of our cars pretty quickly.
Well, quicker.
And if it's more or less cleaner and cleaner energy efficiency with Jevons thing, it's fine, I think. And I'm still believe that after a couple of wake-up calls, the world will institute some really harsh means, like, for example, I don't know, carbon emissions for $200, $300 per ton. So it will force the industries to really become cleaner, and the energy transition will go to the next phase.
Thank you very much. I think we're out of time. Any questions? No. So sorry, no further questions.
Sorry, you've got to be tough on time.
Yeah.
Tough on time.
If you would like to thank the panel in the normal way.
Scalable global solutions. I can welcome to the stage Marcus. As I said, they've created a system that automates the implementation of remote business departments.
Is it working? Yeah, it's working. Hello there. Nice to meet you. Nice to have the opportunity here to present. Short background on me. I'm German. I originate from Munich. I've relocated to Croatia. I spent my 25 years of career before I started this in companies like Cisco, Juniper, Microsoft, Xerox, and ATI. The idea to SGS I had almost 2 decades ago. So behind SGS is this department as a solution. My message to you is, das is out, das is in. Department as a solution stands for the ability that companies build their departments completely custom built in Croatia. And we do this for 8 corporate segments that you can see here: sales, operations, marketing, IT, etc. So I'm saying departmental segments, as sales, for example, has multiple departments, pre-sales, post-sales, customer service, help desk, order entry. So this department segments exist in every company. That makes us industry and sector agnostic. We're basically a fit for everybody. And later when I show you our clients, you'll see that that truly is the case. So we are the first department management provider in the world. So far, I've never seen a competitor. So my purpose here today is I would like to win customers, helping them to build departments with us in Croatia. This is not outsourcing. It has nothing to do with outsourcing. Everything is run, managed, and operated by the client. It's 100% control of the client. And in my opinion, it's the future of employment. Most companies have never had people collaborating over the internet or video conferencing pre-corona. Small, medium-sized enterprises, which is our target audience, never done that. My first home office I had in Cisco Systems, 1999. So for 23 years. So for me, it's a normal everyday to-day thing. But small, medium-sized enterprises never had that. They never outsourced. They never will. They fear the loss of control about their process and procedures and their people, and they fear in-house knowledge to be lost. When you outsource IT, nobody in your company knows how to do IT. So we focus on SMB companies. So we deliver the office space, whether this is a virtual office, a tailor-made office, a custom-built office, it doesn't matter. The companies also don't need to invest in any kind of assets. Table, chair, desktop, laptop, everything is provided by us. But the laptops are managed by the client to ensure data protection, data compliance, and GDPR compliance, and data security. Most medium-sized enterprise companies have no interest in investing in the big CRM system because you can't sell to an executive that they pay for 100% of features which they only use 5% for, because all the normal software as a solution services are way oversized because they're built for mega corporations for tens of thousands of employees. SGS1 solves the problem. And everybody will be employed in Croatia ultimately, but our sourcing is globally. What problem do we solve for our companies? For our customers. In the last 4 years, 61% of all operational expenditures went up by 61% for our clients. 75% of our customers have massive problems finding people and keeping them. One of the company from Hamburg, who manages 25,000 rental units, has a software development team where they had to replace 25% of the workforce every year. That problem is gone since they implemented this with us in Croatia. Our target market is 96% of the workforce on planet Earth, because 96% of the people work in small, medium-sized enterprises. Only 4% work in the big ones. So that's a huge market potential. So in slow motion, what do? The client gives us the requirement plan, which is basically the job description, the same thing HR has. We then source these people worldwide, and we do the pre-selection, like human resources. But we don't do the interviews, and we don't do the candidate selection. That's the entire right of the client. He interviews the people by know-how, competence, expertise, skills, and cultural fit into his organization. The ones he wants, we employ for him in Croatia. So he has decided the job description, he selected the people, he trains, manages, and operates the people, and he can hire and fire them via us. We execute that for him. And he doesn't have to build the assets, so we integrate them, the people, for him, and he's running them. So he has all the benefits of employment without a single disadvantage. He doesn't need to found a company in a foreign country, saves money. He doesn't need to run a balance sheet, saves money. He doesn't need to hire an overlay management team, general manager, finance, controlling, payroll, saves money. He doesn't need to run a balance sheet in his mother company for his daughter company, saves money. And there is no unions or anything. We usually reduce the operational expenditure, so people, social health, pension, sales, general administrative costs, energy, utility, and building all together by 40% and more. And we increase usually the productivity by 15% and more. The teams are usually ready in 3 months. That's the typical ramp-up phase, and it's legal and compliant. So summarizing, We deliver transparent and automatic CRM system to support your business, optional. Taking care of the whole employee administration, benefit, pension, health system. Complete relocation. We're already 10 nations with 15 languages. So we brought people from all kinds of the world after the customer interviewed them and said, I want them. We deliver the office and asset management, IT service, and manage and fleet management. And we have a workforce application to give the customer online real-time access about the building of his team, and all with one monthly invoice, whether there's one person and one department or 50 people and 5 departments. A quick comparison, in-house people versus department as a solution. That's an example for specialists, so high qualified individual people. So if you run it yourself, you have anything under control, it's the same time zone. Your alternative to cost saving is outsourcing. You don't control it anymore, it's not the same time zone, you cannot define the process and procedures. The perfect alternative, because it's the same time zone, you have defined the people, selected, managed, trained, and you operate them, and you have 100% under your control with a huge cost saving. And that's why department as a solution is excellent for companies. It's not that companies suddenly overnight decide, I have my customer service here, I put it now to Croatia. I have my research and development here, I put it to Croatia. They normally start with a small team, 1, 2, 3 people. And as people leave the teams in their main countries, they do a smooth transition over to Croatia. Benefits for clients, we support them in all the languages they need. So Swiss companies would like people to speak German, same as Austrian companies. Or French customers want them in French. And that's why I've chosen Croatia. The same you see in the Ukraine war, mothers and children leave into other countries distributed across Europe. Nobody knows how long that war will take. And then the people live and go to school. And the same happened back then. That's why the amount of percentages that you see here, you find in the Balkan of 70 million people that they speak the foreign languages. It's part of the European Union, it's safe, and reachable from any major city in Europe multiple times a day by airplane. I said at the beginning, we are a fit for everybody, and that should showcase this. So our customers come from completely different continents and countries, and from absolutely different industries with completely different requirements to implement it. And that showcases that. Our customers have usually 36-month contracts that auto-renew year over year after that. I think I've been in time. Do you have any questions? I'm trying to find clients. We're especially great for startup companies because they have money. They want to use the money very wisely and maximum the most out of it, so we can help them with that. And if somebody would like to find out more to become a partner, that is also possible.
Is this mainly built with human capital from what I see?
Well, it's both software and people.
Okay.
Yeah.
Is there an element of, I guess, AI to be used at some point, or is it?
Will we use AI at some point? Yeah. We implemented already in our new system and in the next generation system, AI in our CRM system, yes. But again, I'm not trying to beat a Salesforce.com, Monday, HubSpot, Clarify, Microsoft Dynamics, because these softwares are built for mega corporation. Our clients want software that they can actually use, because if you buy the big software, you need to spend millions in customization adaptation to make it to the need. They only use 5% of God knows how many features. They have zero interest in the big ones, and we're solving that gap.
How affordable is it?
Well, it's usually 50% of the operational expenditure from the big ones. It's installed in 2 weeks and implemented and customized in 8. It's cost-free for the client.
What we should talk.
Okay.
I've got a few startups now, users.
Any other questions? Yeah, thank you very much for your time and attention.
So up next is Angara Global. They empower energy-intensive industries to cut their Scope 1 emissions whilst increasing profitability through improved fuel efficiency.
Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. So I'll tell you about profitable decarbonization for industries. And a few words about myself. So in case of Angara, I'm an executive chairman and initially investor in the company and co-founder. So it was our investee company when together with our fellow co-founders, we decided to make this a big story. And before that, I was in petrochemical industry. I was a management consultant with McKinsey and a VC guy. I invested in technologies and climate tech in the past, like some of you here. So the problem we address doesn't look nice. So it's actually ugly. And this problem of fouling, which builds up in zillions of heat exchangers, is still an unresolved problem. So industries accept this problem rather than proactively manage it. And because of that, the efficiency degradation results in $100 billion of losses annually and about 1 billion tons of CO2 emissions. So these are two sides of the same coin. Because of that, fouling acts as an insulation layer that prohibits efficient heat transfer that causes inefficiencies. And we figured out how to proactively manage those risks in a number of those industries. We started with oil and gas, but now expanding in other industries. So eventually we started with deep tech, and we as a company evolved into a digital platform company. We call it Decarbonics AI platform that enables, we help our clients with this platform to predict what's going to happen with their equipment and also generate, also with the power of AI, actionable insights, what needs to be done with that equipment in order to avoid most of those risks, fouling degradation risks as we call them. And that's what we bring to our clients. Plus, what is important is that we also have interface with the client's organization, right, and their processes set up, because otherwise you may have a fantastic digital or whatever other technology, but if it's not kind of embedded in a client's organization, nothing's going to happen. So this is what we predict on a particular heat exchanger level or piece of equipment level, and these are the risks we help to manage. This is our production unit, and here we illustrate that we actually attribute exact amount of money that client will lose if he doesn't introduce those recommendations. They're risk adjusted, of course. Last year we generated $1 million, out of which $500,000 on a recurrent basis. And some of our clients include really big organizations in the world, and quite a few of them are prospects. And we are on a way to generate $4 or $5 million next year, next 12 months, and become profitable next year, i.e. in 18 months. So in petrochemical segment, one of our core client industries currently, we mostly generate actionable insights for product yields improvement, and that's how our clients save, right? So 7 million, 4 million, 3 million, these are specific projects we did for some petrochemical clients. In refining, however, it's more on the side of energy efficiency. So we help them to reduce fuel consumption, and there are two big effects. One is reduction of fuel consumption. The other side of the cone is reduction of CO2 emissions. And for an average refinery in Europe, for example, the savings could be as big as $90 million, out of which 70 million or so will be the net gain for a customer. And the rest is our revenues. So we charge our customers on a subscription basis. This is our customer journey. So it consists of 6 steps, and it takes about 9 to 13 months to get to the first revenues. But the beauty is that once you are in the revenue stage with those clients, many of those clients are really big. Like, for example, ExxonMobil, they have 24 refineries. So when you are on that track, you become really unstoppable. And that's why we're raising, because many of our customers are at this stage. Interest is there, but we need to start the deployment, and for that we need people. So as I mentioned earlier, most of our clients currently in refining and petrochemical segments, but we already started working in fertilizer, biofuel, plastics recycling, and power generation industries. So the market opportunity is big. It's $50 billion of actually new value to be created on an annual basis by 2030 through of a new niche of fouling, proactive fouling degradation risks. And that implies that $100 billion will be gained by customers. These are our potential acquirers to whom we complementary. These are existing asset management systems. We have 37 patents granted and proprietary technology The team has invested more than $3 million in cash out of 13 that got invested. And we have we have a lot of expertise and skills to succeed, as you can see from the charts. And now we're raising $5 million, as I said, to hire more people, 20 people, full-time employees, to form 4 squads to speed up deployments with those clients I already mentioned in the beginning. $1 million is already in from existing and new investors, and one can join on either on a convertible loan basis or with direct equity. Thank you very much, and I'm here with a booth, so I'm happy to talk if you are interested. Thank you.
Thank you. So up next is Reenergize. They are a pioneering company offering an innovative solution for long-duration energy storage called high-density hydro, which outperforms traditional methods. Their scalable approach supports the global shift towards renewable energy.
Thank you very much. Hopefully you can all hear me okay. As I've been introduced, my name is Stephen Crocher. I'm the CEO at Reenergize, and we're developing a pumped hydro-like energy storage solution that we call high-density hydro, which is low cost and globally scalable. There we go. We all know that the problem with renewable energy is that of intermittency, and we also know that there is a solution in the form of long-duration energy storage. Commentators from across the world state that the market is going to be huge and grow rapidly. The Long Duration Energy Storage Council talk about a $4 trillion market. So $1 trillion is an absolutely huge number. It sounds like a million, it sounds like a billion, but it's $1 trillion. And so if you convert a dollar to a second, $1 trillion is 1 trillion seconds is 31,000 years. You know, it's a really big number. And so 31,000 years, the man was still in the Stone Age for 26,000 years of that time. You know, $1 trillion is a huge number, and therefore the market we're addressing is absolutely phenomenal and is predicted to grow rapidly over the next 20, 30 years. In every country we look, there are more than enough sites to solve the energy transition several times over with our solution. Reenergize has one, let me just move that down slightly, has one of the few viable solutions that can scale rapidly and globally and take a significant share of the predicted $4 trillion market. We're experiencing exceptionally strong market pull, more than we can cope with. This example is from Chile, a cluster of projects achieving 500 megawatts at 10 hours of duration. There are other examples in our pipeline. The opportunity is to accelerate our commercialization and rapidly deliver projects at scale, mitigating climate changing and providing significant revenues to project owners and in turn re-energize. Examples of our commercial traction include memorandums of understanding in the UK, Chile, Australia, the US, and others are in progress. Reenergize's solution is called high-density hydro. It's based on traditional pumped hydro, which is commercially proven over decades. It's a solution that's over 100 years old. However, traditional pumped hydro suffers from lack of sites and environmental challenges. But most importantly, they suffer from the time to consent and construct projects, often measured in decades. This means it's not enough of a solution for the climate emergency. Reenergize's high-density hydro uses an environmentally benign high-density fluid, 2.5 times the density of water in a closed-loop system. This enables deployment on hills rather than on mountains, which means that there are tens of thousands more sites available. Suddenly, we have a scalable pumped hydro-like solution that addresses all of the constraints of traditional pumped hydro. It delivers best-in-class economics, is fast to deploy, fast to consent, and can be implemented globally. Projects are grid scale with 10 to 100 megawatts of power and durations of 4 to 16 hours, a solution to remove gigatons of CO2. So projects installed on hills, not mountains. Work by Aurora illustrates that re-energized projects fit. This is not quite what I was expecting. So this slide, Jacobs and Imperial College show that high-density hydro has clear competitive advantages over otherwise solution, whether it's compared on a levelized cost of storage basis. So on the left-hand side, work by Imperial College, and on the right-hand side, work by Jacobs, showing that our solution will be highly competitive in the market. We have a team founded by 3 serial entrepreneurs, and we have an expert, diverse team of 27 and extensive testing facilities. We are fundraising at the moment. We're in the middle of a fundraising round. It's a convertible loan, a 30% discount with an 8% coupon. We're looking for between the last £500,000 or to 2 million of the total of £12 million that we were seeking. We have a large amount of non-dilutive capital from government grants. We have a healthy bank balance, and we're looking to close off this convertible loan at the moment. Thank you for your time.
So sticking with the theme, up next, Achilles Energy has created hydropower without the dams. Scalable, carbon-free technology to power the net zero revolution, supplying baseload electricity 24/7 to domestic and industry customers.
Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you very much for staying in the room. I know these pictures can get a bit samey. My name's Tim. I'm one of the co-directors from Achilles Energy. And I know what you're thinking, what better way to start a renewable energy pitch than some random TV sitcom history? Tim the Toolman Taylor, I don't know if anybody remembers him. We like him, of course, because he had a great catchphrase, more power. And that's really what I'm here to talk to you about today, more power. We all need more power. It's an incredible statistic that almost 10% of the world's population has got no access to electricity at all. To put that in context, that's around 11 United Kingdoms worth of people with no power. Added to that, everyone in this room is estimated to be using up to 3 times the amount of electricity by the time that we get to 2050. And by that time, all of our power needs to be carbon-free for us to hit net zero. So how are we going to do it? Well, hydropower, I'm pleased to be following on for another hydropower hang on as well. But hydropower, if I say hydropower, everyone's got a good mental image of hydropower springing into their mind. It supplies almost half of our renewable energy currently around the world, and it uses one of the biggest natural resources that we have. So you're thinking rivers, the next thing you're thinking is probably dams, and then after that, you might be thinking, well, I'm not sure about those dams. They're a bit environmentally damaging. Well, we do hydropower, but without the dams. So our hydrokinetic technology uses river flow. So we're moored in rivers which flow past our turbines, they spin around, that's how we create the power. But the key advantage of our technology is the fact that rivers around the world are always flowing. So it's a constant input resource, which means that we can constantly create renewable power. The markets for renewable energy, I'm sure you've seen these statistics before, but they're absolutely vast. So even just in electricity terms, which is where we will start off when we supply, we start with small projects supplied to remote community projects and scale then to provide grid scale power as well with multiple arrays of units, just like you would for wind farms. But added to that, our technology is floating on top of water. So we can use the power that we generate to electrolyze that water and produce green hydrogen and green ammonia. And those are the big green fuels of our future. So there's an incredible commercial opportunity there. We've had great traction to date. We've been awarded 3 successive Innovate UK grants to help develop our technology. And we've built, installed and tested one of our platforms, which you can see here in this photo, at full scale. So we've de-risked the technology at full scale. In February this year, we started our pilot project in Nepal. That project will feed electricity to an off-grid community of 200 households, making a transformative difference to the lives of those people. So what are our credentials for doing this? Well, apart from looking cool throughout our careers, James and I, the two co-founders of Achilles Energy, have been working together for the last 15 years. 10 years of that in offshore oil and gas. We've worked right at the coalface of engineering all the way through to running companies that have delivered incredibly high-value projects to some of the world's largest oil and gas super majors. So we know what we're doing for marine technology. We're currently raising, I don't even know what we're calling it now, whether it's pre-Series A or seed, it depends forum to forum, but we're raising £500,000 to take us to the point at which we can commercialise. So that £500,000 will help us match fund the grant funding that we've already secured. It will help us deliver our pilot project in Nepal, cement our pipelines for electricity projects that we already have lined up in Southeast Asia and Sub-Saharan Africa, and as well as that, to put us on the pathway with our first project for green ammonia in Brazil. Green energy, of course, is the great imperative and the great commercial opportunity of our time. If you'd like to talk to us about investment, we'd love to speak to you. We're in a booth number 26 just out in the hall next door. Thank you very much indeed.
Okay, so up next is Ligna Energy. They offer the thinnest and most sustainable energy storage components for self-powering of wireless electronics.
Yes, nice to be here. I'm Peter Ringstaden, and I'm the CEO of Ligna Energy, and we are downscaling now to talk about energy and powering. So on the planet, digitalization is, and the development of Internet of Things drives the need for billions and billions of small wireless objects, connected objects, and all these objects needs to be powered. It requires a power source that has to be sustainable over time. So let's make super thin and sustainable wireless electronics. Starting out from hundreds of billions of units, first make them self-powered without any replacement needs, maintenance needs, no lithium batteries, and make also those objects super thin. And the way to do that is to combine a light cell or another type of energy harvester with a super thin storage component. And that's the selling points of our component from Ligna Energy, produced looking like this. Almost not possible to see because they are so thin, which is good. It's the greenest recipe, and it's at a competitive pricing because of a unique production technology. So we use no lithium, we use no perchlorinated acids, no manganese, Teflon, PFAS. So it's super safe recipe, and that's the origin of the company. And the shape of this one, since it's produced with printing and conversion technology, makes it possible to be actually now below 0.5 millimeter in thickness, which enables the end component to be super thin. So what can we do with this? Yes, here I have a self-powered example of a sensor node that you can put on the wall and no maintenance for 10 years. But the big thing is to make them small like this and thin. So this is a light harvester, our component on the back, and then the connected electronics so that we can, in this case, measure temperature and moisture maintenance-free with minimized material consumption. Other types of objects is trackers, sized like cars that you put on the parcel, and without any need for lithium batteries. A third example where we have actually a smaller version of this product is smart cars, where we have readers with reading instead of a code, you use your fingerprint, and then the card requires energy, and then you need to cut the card, and you can cut the energy storage. So looking into our focus segment, smart buildings, shelf labels, smart cars, and asset trackers, we see a serviceable market of billions of units annually in just those three. we work in all these four areas with clients that are buying our samples and build their next generation products. And you can see display data and pricer, that's the number 2 and number 3 in the shelf label area. The impact is what drives us to go to work. So we have the most sort of sustainable component in comparison with others. It means 100 kilotons of savings. The self-powering principle adds on a factor 5 to that. But the big impact with these objects is that they are available for building owners and for the logistics sector, so you can get super heavy reduction in sustainability by affording these objects. So, to sum up, unique material recipes and a unique production methodology makes these possible. So we have an open round now of 5 million. We have secured one of those 5, and I'm ready to talk to collaboration partners or investors at the booth. Thank you.
So up next is OSA. They help scale-ups drive revenue, build their brand, create marketing campaigns, and develop growth strategies.
I think you just did it for me. That's great. Okay, so hi, I'm Laura. I'm the founder of OSA. We're a brand and marketing consultancy. So I've got 5 minutes, so I'm going to keep this, 5 minutes long. So I just want to talk through 5 overheads, 5 problems, and 5 benefits, all related to brand and marketing. What do I know? Well, I've got 20 years of brand and marketing experience in global ad agencies, so hopefully I've learned something along the way, working with B2B and B2C brands. I founded OSA because I wanted to bring this ad agency level thinking to the fast-paced world of venture. And in 4 years, I've heard and seen all sorts of comments from founders, CEOs, and investors. So starting with the overheads. Have you said or have you heard a founder or CEO say any of the following around brand and marketing? Let's not throw money away on the branding. Can't your sister design a logo for us? She does design, doesn't she? Or just use AI? Yeah, we'll sort that out properly later. Let's just get a logo on a website live for now. We're a B2B fintech company. We just need a color to work with. How about blue? That's finance-like, isn't it? We don't need marketing or creative campaigns. We're B2B tech. We're not Nike, Julia. Just get a list of CTOs to target. And looking at some problems, are you or your investment portfolio facing any of these situations right now? How do we become number 1 in the category? How do we get more awareness with our B2B target customers so they choose us over our competitors? How do we build trust for our brand? Can we use MarTech or AI to get better results and spend less? How can we show measurable traction and get to a CPA that's scalable with investment? Now, brand and marketing are not the answer to everything, but they can definitely cover more than you might think. A strong brand strategy is the key to unlocking potential and differentiating. It helps startups with market share and investment, and it helps investors achieve ROI. How? A brand strategy gives you the foundation to allow you to do marketing that actually works. So what are the benefits and why? First of all, it gives you a clear positioning. It's your North Star for decision-making to make sure that you're doing the right things for you and your company. It gets you more customers and moves you away from a product sell to more problem-solving, which works much harder. And it's a springboard for creative ideas in order to stand out. It can also solve sales and revenue issues, a multitude of them. And this clarity is what sets the brief for the marketing strategy and allows you to get to creative ideas so you can do something different. Because creativity can drive exponential growth, and that means that you can stand out and build content and meaningful engagement with your potential customers and clients. This is the stuff that Nike managed to obviously do globally. And in a world of abundance, I really strongly believe that you need to be bold, be brave, and do something different, whether you're B2C or B2B. You only have to look at someone like Liquid Death taking over the water category and getting $1 billion valuation, showing the power of brand. Or from a B2B side, someone like Expensify becoming number one in the receipts software category with the most elaborate product demo in history. So where to start? What goal or problem do you have right now, and are you clear on what it is? What are you going to do about it? And what's the best use of the budget you have right now in order to tackle it? So what do? We provide strategic thinking and creative ideas to develop brands, problem solve, and drive growth for startups, scale-ups, and investors. Our services include fractional CMO, strategic workshops, branding and websites, digital advertising, and deal flow advisory. We've worked with lots of different clients so far in the last 4 years, ranging from B2B to B2C, from seed, Series A, and beyond. So let's meet. We're literally, I don't know what number booth we are, but we're right out there. You can book a free on-the-spot strategy session to problem solve across your business, and also go and meet the good-looking Hugo. We're doing a drop-in startup workshop at 2 p.m. Hugo and I worked together on NGX. He was a client of mine, and we managed, and I think what we're doing here is this candid conversation where we're going through from marketing strategy right through to activation and all the kind of pitfalls and stuff along the way. And you can, if you do the image of the QR code, you can book all of this stuff online. Thank you for listening.
Up next is We Served. They are a SaaS-enabled community marketplace for UK veterans and their families, offering services, support, rewards and benefits.
Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you very much for listening to our pitch. We're called We Served.
Calling all veterans. You deserve it.
You earned it. You served.
We are the Royal Navy, the British Army, the Royal Air Force, Royal Marines.
Join the We Serve movement.
Offering a range of services specifically tailored to your needs and aspirations. To everyone who has served and your family, We Served is your platform. A place where your service is just not remembered, but rewarded.
Join the We Serve movement.
For veterans, by veterans.
Join the movement.
Week, obviously. We Serve will be the UK's first ever veterans community marketplace. And it will provide access to a spending economy of 4 million individuals. But what's the problem? Well, every year 20,000 men and women leave the British Armed Forces and they join a pool of 4 million across the UK. Those individuals require jobs, they require training, they require housing, they need healthcare and well-being support. They need financial and legal support. We think they should get rewards, we think they should benefit from their service. They've all signed a contract of unlimited liability, meaning they're prepared to die for their country. And ultimately, they are a community, they are a tribe, and when the jungle drums beat, they move together. So we are creating one single platform to support those 4 million. Phase 2 will support the 280 million currently serving in the armed forces, and that will be called I Serve, and then we'll worry about the other 60 million globally across 120 countries. So what do I know about it? Well, I had the privilege of leading British soldiers on live operations on 5 separate occasions, and I've spent 15 years putting veterans into employment. That's over 4,000 we've placed into various roles around the world, and we've supported another 100,000. My partner, who can't be here today, she comes from a military family. She has 25 years of digital experience. She took the Daily Mail and told Paul Dacre that it was history and it had to go online. And since then, she's been transforming businesses digitally, enabling them to monetize. Last year, we surveyed 200,000 veterans and asked them, did they feel valued? Did they need stuff? You know, what do they need? Did they use social media? Do they use live platforms? And ultimately, would they join this platform? 100% said yes. It won't surprise you that I've got the backing from the Prime Minister, from the current leader of the opposition, from Reform and from the Liberal Democrats. Of course I have. And with an election coming up, more support than ever. I've also got News UK backing us. The Sun is the Armed Forces paper, and they will be launching us during the week of Remembrance in November, along with the Times and all their other portfolios. And on top of that, my other business partner is Andy McNabb, the most decorated British soldier and now 24th most successful writer in the world. When he joined, age 16, he had the numeracy and literacy ability of a 7-year-old. And that's what the military enabled him to learn, develop, and get where he is today. We now have proof of concept. A week ago, we launched to a very, very, very small number of veterans the iOS version of our app. Today, it's 250% have downloaded it more than we actually wanted to. We've actually had to tell them to stop, and hopefully within the next week or two, our Android version will be launched. We have a proof of concept. And in fact, those that have subscribed and joined are now generating revenue. So what is our go-to-market strategy? It's really simple. We start with 100 users on each. We're nearly there. In fact, we've got a lot more than that now. Next stage is we have 80,000 more veterans ready to offer our platform to. And these have come via the regiment associations, the Royal Navy's Officer Association. We don't want any more than 80,000. And we will test, analyse data, so that when we launch in Remembrance Week, we will be going to market with healthcare, with banking, with 30,000 job vacancies being put together by 5 of the largest British recruiters who need STEM, who need engineers, who need logisticians, who deliver the COVID vaccination. We will be offering them jobs that they can do, that they need, and which UK PLC requires. Community is the biggest, and whilst it's non-revenue generating, already we can see the engagement. We can see the tribe joining, telling their stories, what they're doing where, whether it be charitable or whatever. Revenue streams, simple. We've got 4 at the moment. Advertising, marketing, obviously recruitment income, and subscriptions. Subscriptions, what do I mean by that? Bit like Spotify, we're free, but if you want more, then you might have to pay for something. We now already have, out of our 100, 86 veterans paying £1.50 a month for 24/7 GP service, 6 physiotherapy sessions a year, 6 mental health support sessions a year, and a number of other things. And obviously I'm going into battle over dental care as well as ocular and visual support. My leadership team is 5 people, all veterans, and we're here today to ask for a safe note of 500,000 in order to launch the business. We Serve will make the UK the best country in the world to be a veteran. Can I ask, has anyone in this audience served in the British military? Please stand up, if you have. Okay, wow, okay. Well, thank you very much. This is for you.
Thank you, sounds good. Up next is our second panel. Second panel is the battle of funders. So we have Engine from 21x21 or 21x21, Meetel from Citi, Taras from Fusion Asset Management, Bruce from Block Ventures, moderated by Yusuf from Catapult as well.
Well, hi everyone. Thank you for joining this panel today. My name's Yusuf Shadden. I'm the SME Investor Relations Manager at an organisation called the Connected Places Catapult. So the Connected Places is an innovation engine for UK science and tech. There's 9 catapults in the UK. The catapult I work with specialises in transport, travel, built environment, which includes things like decarbonisation, hydrogen, EV, alternative fuels, aviation, various different technology and transport. I typically work at I work with ventures at the pre-seed, seed, early series A level. And as part of my work, I develop our investor network. And I'm regularly asked by my SMEs and ventures, well, Yusuf, should we speak to an angel? Or how about a small VC? Or how about a family office? So it's a real pleasure to be facilitating this panel today with these esteemed guests because I'm going to be learning a lot too. So what I'd like to do is firstly just thank Wholesale Investor for putting on this event and for putting on this panel. So this panel is going to be called Battle of the Funders, from Startup to Growth. So you'll be hearing from the panel, and it's going to be a discussion around, well, really, who is the best type of funder or the right type of funder for the different sorts of ventures that may be in the room. Part of this is going to also be to understand the importance of the different funders at different stages of a business life cycle as well. So just in terms of, just from the audience, can you put your hands up in terms of who's currently raising investment? Wonderful, okay. At the pre-seed level or seed level? Yep, Series A? Nice, Series B? Okay, anything after Series B? Okay, so we've got pre-seed, seed in the room. Great, thank you. So what I'd like to do is, first of all, introduce the guests. We have Engin. He's the founder of 21 by 21, an angel group with members in 13 countries, investing in early stage startups. After 20 years in banking and as a CFO in scale-ups and 17 years in Japan, Engin has been back in London for 3 years, originally from Istanbul, but he hasn't lived there for 26 years. We have Mittel. She is an investor and a director in Citi's Market Strategic Investment Team based in London. She's worked for Citi in London, Hong Kong, New York, Sydney, and Sao Paulo. Her global career spans more than 12 years and includes strategic equity investments in fintech startups and financial market infrastructure companies, as well as new product development alongside traditional finance roles in banking and finance. We then have Bruce. Excuse me. Bruce is the CEO and co-founder of Block Ventures, a specialist deep tech venture capital investment company based in London. Block is a permanent capital vehicle with a very hands-on approach, focusing on early stage technology investments deep in the technology stack. Prior to Block, Bruce spent 12 years at Arm, the microprocessor company, where over his career he ran their strategic marketing team and also their corporate development team in charge of global group strategy, M&A, and set up a corporate venture investment activity. Prior to Arm, Bruce spent 5 years at Texas Instruments, building MEMS devices in the fab. He holds a graduate degree in materials science from the Georgia Institute of Technology. And finally, Taras. Taras is a partner at the Fusion Group, a UK-based vertically integrated investment and wealth management group of companies with over 1.6 billion in assets under management. They're active acquirers and operators of financial planning businesses in the UK and opportunistic investors in wealth tech startups that provide synergies to the group. Taras is also a co-founder of Just FA, part of the Fusion Group, an all-in-one online advice and investment platform for their financial advisors. So please welcome the panel. Great, so just to start with, we're going to start our first question, please. Actually, we've got some opening statements. So opening statement first from each panel, about 2 minutes, 2.5 minutes on your experience and perspective on funding companies at different stages. So Engin, please, to start.
Sure. So I'll talk a little bit about 2121. It's 21 friends I've known for more than 21 years. It was one of those shower ideas, or ideas that came to me in the shower. Last September, I figured instead of writing individual angel checks, how could I get bigger tickets together? And I don't love handing my money, not to speak against anyone, but I don't like handing over my money to funds. So I figured we could write bigger angel checks together. So I created a WhatsApp group of friends and I said, guys, I'm going to be circulating some decks, take a look at them. See what you like. So we're very agnostic in every sense of the word in terms of the sector, stage, and geography of startups that we look at. We're typically early stage. We closed 10 deals in the past 9 months. We invest our own capital. We don't have a fee structure. The 10 startups, the first 10 deals that we've done, 5 have been in the UK. One of them is actually in the audience back there. Farhan from Sari, which is the South Asian classical music app. The other 3 were US companies. We had one in Mexico and one in Turkey. In terms of the companies themselves, like I mentioned, we go everywhere from South Asian classical music to non-alcoholic beverages, going through machine learning and data science, in between an incubator of athletes in Turkey, and a variety of other things. So it sounds like we don't have a focus. We don't. Our focus is combined brain power. Instead of me asking individual questions and getting individual answers, we ask a variety of questions and get different answers. So we look at quite a few decks. We have an initial sort of screening process where a couple of us have initial calls, and then we'll take companies to what we call a match day, where they come and present to the entire group. As was mentioned, we are spread across 13 countries, starting out in Buenos Aires and Mexico City, then New York, London, Amsterdam, Berlin, Lisbon, Istanbul, Adana, Dubai, Jakarta, and then finishing off in Seoul, Tokyo, and Sydney. I'll stop there and look forward to talking to you afterwards.
Great stuff. Thank you, Endon. Over to Missile, please.
Awesome. So I'm part of Citi's strategic investments team, focusing particularly on markets. And Citi does have a few different investing teams, so we collaborate with them, we co-invest. Our focus really is sourcing and executing venture investments into fintechs and early stage companies, as well as financial market infrastructure that are looking to drive innovation and progress across capital markets tech. So it could be anything from new market infrastructure, emerging technologies, post-trade efficiencies, all the way through to data and insights or trader insights as well. We are balance sheet investors, so we're not structured as a fund. We don't take any external capital, and we think of ourselves very much as a means to an end. So are we driving long-term strategic value for our markets business? In terms of our typical stage, we call ourselves stage agnostic. I would probably argue that we have engagements earlier stage and come in at the sort of Series A stage, but we do follow on as well. Typical check size tends to be in the single-digit millions range, but we don't really have a minimum or maximum. So my own insights from the last few years being on this team is that I think there's been a bit more patience for strategic capital. I think there's this misconception that it can take a lot longer to raise money, but I think it depends on what your solution is and what you're looking to achieve with a strategic partnership with the likes of a big institution. So happy to pass on to the next person.
Thank you, Mitchell. Over to Bruce, please.
I think one of the things, so Block is a deep tech investor. I'm going to do a pitch in a bit, so I'm not going to talk too much about Block itself. Just think about what we define as deep tech. Deep tech is generally thought of as usually a IP-rich, scientific, difficult type technology that's invested in. Our definition, we think of a technology stack. I think in all cases, technology is developed in a stack. You have your applications at the top, say Facebook, but underneath that is a significant amount of technology that goes in to enable that application. And so where Block really focuses is things that are deeper in that technology stack. So that's why we call it deep tech. All the way down to the chip layer and really that sort of interface between hardware and software. Deep tech's a hard place to invest in. You got to be very patient. Recent data showed that deep tech, it takes about 20 more months as compared to most startups to scale. And that means 75 months, it goes to 95 months. Now the good side of it is that the same data also showed that the returns for deep tech generally are 26% IRRs versus the general 21%. So if you can wait a long enough time, you can actually see the returns. And the reason that is so difficult, what takes so long, again, think of a tech stack, but think of it more in a 3D, so almost like Jenga stack. And you're asking corporates and big companies and enterprises to insert a bit of your technology inside their tech stack that actually govern and run their entire business. That is a significant decision. It's a high-risk decision. And so they take a very, very long time to actually make those decisions, which then is really what pushes out that commercial cycle. Other side, once you're inserted in that Jenga stack, they don't want to touch it. So the longevity of those designs, and which is why those sort of long-term returns come in. So it's a market we know. It's a market we've lived for the last 30 years of our corporate lives. And so that's our definition of deep tech.
Thank you, Bruce. And finally, Terrace.
Thank you. So in terms of what we do, we started as a hedge fund manager 20 years ago, and then we slowly evolved and added different parts to the business and in a value chain. So we moved from investment manager to asset allocator when we start allocating private capital to different asset classes. And then we saw an opportunity to build the business further, and then we start kind of buy and build strategy with financial planning firms. So our focus is on financial services and private wealth mainly, and our experience is a kind of principal investor. So we acquire and operate companies, so that's a value part of our portfolio. We also have a kind of a growth component, which is a technology platform that we recently launched. So that is more of a kind of growth startup story. We're privately owned, so we invest our own capital first. We grow kind of, these individual ventures also, they're kind of linked and vertically integrated to a certain level. And then we're kind of open to external investors as well recently. And what is interesting is that by going through this kind of process of like let's say where you manage individual strategy, it can be hedge fund, VC, that's kind of one mindset. Then when you start allocating assets and investing in the same either funds, mutual funds or VC funds, you see that you have different challenges, and quite often it makes sense why it was difficult to sell the fund or why it didn't go as well. So when you're an allocator, you have different challenge, and when you are principal investor or it's your own money or if you have a long-term horizon, then the challenges are very different as well. And from my experience kind of working with more kind of a startups, and I'll probably talk about it a little bit later, is trying to understand this whole value chain and how your company will go through this journey is very important, because your conversations with VC early stage is what is on the agenda and what their goals are completely different to what it would be at a later stage. So it's important to understand and probably plan sooner rather than later.
Great stuff. Thank you, Terrace. So thank you very much for your opening statement. So I guess just to summarize, so we've got Engin Yenidura focuses on early stage Asian investing, friends and family rounds, initial funding. Mittal Patel, early stage strategic investments, building relationships, long-term corporate venture. Bruce Beckloff, specialist deep tech, Series A and beyond. And Terrace, specializing in long-term capital strategies and wealth management across integrated
using technology to make it affordable and available to more people.
Great, thank you. So so on this round we've got a pretty good base to cover with. Thank you. So just in terms of, so we're going to start with our first question, and we'll start with Engin, please. So can you tell us about your experience in startup investing, and what are the most critical elements you look for in a startup that makes you confident it can progress beyond the initial funding stage?
I knew the question a while back, but my answer keeps changing. What I just felt like coming out of my mouth was blood, sweat, and tears. Hopefully less tears and no blood and more sweat. But I think it's that non-stop, which doesn't mean 24 hours, but ability to hustle and stand up once you fall. That's probably the most important thing that we look at. Obviously, early stage, especially when it's pre-revenue, there's not a lot of numbers to look at. Traction is great, but until it turns into revenue, it might just be a waiting list of people who sign up and are not paying anything. So that's hard to put multiples on, in our opinion. But it's that ability of the founding team to essentially pivot and come to an interesting, hopefully, conclusion in the next 5 to 10 years. I think that's the most important thing. that we look at. As I mentioned, we all make our individual decisions. So I was actually asking the group what their thoughts were. And one of the ones I got this morning, which I liked, is the ability to talk startup and to talk finance. Because in the early stages, you're really talking about vision and where you want to take this company and all that. But then once you actually have numbers coming in, especially revenues coming in, then you really got to start talking finance. And you got to let your numbers talk, but you also should know how to make your numbers talk. So as things get more numerical, we love people who can put their numbers into words, who can work with numbers. We love looking at models. We know not everyone has a financial background, but we like that vision to be put into numbers and to be presented in a way that looks interesting for both the founders themselves and the investors. The other thing that I always say, and I'll finish with this, is an understanding of what capital structures look like. Two words that every founder that I talk to should understand: liquidation preference, or generally preferred shares, what they mean, what common shares are, the kinds of shares that investors take. You will never, 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 ever be able to make money with your startup if you don't understand what you're giving to investors. And your understanding of that will determine what the next group of investors will do based on who you already have on your cap table. And I'll stop there.
Great points, thank you. So we've got obviously the blood, sweat and tears, but hopefully less of the blood. So tenacity, perseverance, that 5 to 10 year approach, understanding of the long-term capital structure and the numbers. It's interesting to mention that because I spent 7 years working in impact investing, and most of my startups and ventures I worked with had the lived experience of doing whatever they're trying to fix with education, employment, criminal justice, whatever it was, and they didn't have any kind of finance background. A big part of my role was translating their vision and their business and their idea into the numbers. Because when we're talking to investors, it's about the numbers and social impact and other measures. Just to bring actually Bruce in, so obviously, so Engin mentioned he's looking at kind of 5 to 10 years, that vision. So working in deep tech, where a lot of this technology is, I guess, unproven, or do you work with kind of semi-proven technology? Where do you kind of base yourselves in terms of looking at that exit horizon as well?
So I think we're probably more of a pre-A investor. And again, venture actually is pretty simple. It's pretty formulaic, right? There's different stages. It's pretty well defined. And actually, you can probably figure out the valuations you need at each one of those stages. Because you, as an investor or as an owner, you only want to give up somewhere between 20 to 33% of your company, and the VCs want more and you want less. But that's basically it. And then you take how much you need to raise and you divide it by that, and then you basically figure out your valuation. So it's not really that difficult. The stages that you look at then are the sort of different value creation stages along the way. So, the seed in and this is deep tech, in seed in deep tech is really the proof of concept. So you've been able to show it to a customer and somebody's been able to buy it. And actually, that's pretty easy for a deep tech company to do, to get one customer, because you can basically create a bespoke answer for somebody. Then where we come in is really it's called the valley of death or whatever, because the next A stage is really about sales. And that's really when you've got probably 3, 4, 5 customers lined up. You're selling things again and again in a very similar way. Those structures are signed up. You've got a pipeline. You've got these sorts of things. And the valley of death that everybody calls it is that place in between, the place between the easy 1 customer and the very difficult 5 customers. And so where we really like to invest and get engaged is in that productization and commercialization stage. Because again, it's very easy to create a bit of tech that you can sell once, but create a bit of tech that people can buy repeatedly over and over again, not just the number of customers, but the tech to be able to service a customer over and over again is actually quite difficult. And then to go find them and having the commercial structures. And again, we find in the UK, this is one of the, not only is it a valley of death, but this is a very big gap. It's a very big gap because the commercialization of technology over here is very difficult. The technology is so rare, the reason a company fails. The technologists are great. You know, you can use the old, you know, adage, it either turns on or off. It's binary. Haha. So you guys didn't get that. But so so we spend a lot of time on the commercialization plans. How are you going to sell this tech? We don't really care about exit plans because I ran the M&A group for ARM. I never bought anybody who was trying to sell to me. I bought people who were causing me pain or going to generate a new revenue stream for me. So I wouldn't worry so much, well, at least if you talk to us, worry about the exit. But really, how are you going to go from 1 customer to 5 customers to 10 customers? And then really, when are you going to move to the US? Yeah, let's not, or when are you going to start your US? And I'm going to talk about this in a second. Yeah, you can hear my accent, but the fact of the matter is the risk capital's there, the long-term risk capital, the acquirers are there, the customers are there. We have a great, in this, again, I'm speaking about deep tech, not some of the other more high-level SaaS and things like that. But when you're talking about some of the deeper technologies, the really large tech companies that you're going to be able to sell into are likely going to be in the US. And so that has to be a part of your process. And that happens again after Series A. So you kind of go proof of concept, commercialization, sales expansion, so getting your 5 customers, you know, global expansion, which means move to the US, and then, you know, growth capital exit. And that's, or IPO or do whatever you want, but you know, that's generally the sort of structure we see.
Thank you, Bruce. I mean, you've mentioned some really interesting points there. I mean, it's great to hear that you're not necessarily looking for that exit strategy or that exit vision straight away. You're believing in the technology, that piece around, you know, 1 customer to 5 customers to then growing from there. The Valley of Death, I think that'd be good. We'll talk about the Valley of Death in a moment. One of the challenges I also see in the UK is you know, we have some good level of pre-seed funding. We have seed funding. We've got some good Series A, but we are missing that Series B and above. And one of the things that my organisation is trying to do is we're actually trying to keep UK tech startups in the UK, because as soon as the investment comes from outside of the UK, I was in Singapore recently, and they've got one of the most world-class leading facilities for maritime tech and maritime testing. And they're encouraging European startups, American startups to go to Singapore. The regulatory framework's a bit easier as well, with things like autonomous vehicles and ammonia. But yeah, I'm trying to explore how we can keep more of that science and tech in the UK, but thank you for that. And going over to Mittal, so because I know that you work with, when you work with your organisations and your clients, you're also looking at building that longer term relationship with them as well. Can you tell us more about that, please?
Yeah, so a key part of our relationship building or engagement comes down to the fact that all of our investments require business sponsorship. So I think Tara's mentioned earlier, you have different lenses that we're taking a look at from an investment standpoint. And so you've got the traditional VC lens, which is, you know, do we have conviction behind the management team? Is there an attractive market opportunity? Do we think that the valuation makes sense? And then you've got strategic returns, which is how engaged is the business on this opportunity? And what that means is, do you have someone who in an operational capacity understands what you're trying to do? So although we might actually invest in a startup around the Series A stage, the discussions with our business start a lot earlier. And so my advice to founders and CEOs quite early stage is have those conversations with the person that you think is going to be utilizing your product, particularly in a large behemoth like City. Try to use your contacts to get your foot in the door and understand from a very early stage, is this something you'll use? And then go through the feedback loop, because that way you can demonstrate your traction and your progress consistently. And so when it comes to the point of investment and you're going through those decision-making points of, do I want this strategic partnership and investment, you're able to clearly articulate why that might make sense. Because the question we're asking ourselves as investors is, what is the clear justification for making an investment in this company aside from just a vendor relationship? So I think the 2 points that we often look at when we're first engaging with companies or trying to put them in front of our businesses, be it a trading desk, for example, is have you already established that product market fit? are you already at that point, and how scalable are you, right? You're going to be used by potentially thousands of users in a huge organization. Do we think that this is a scalable solution? So being able to demonstrate that you understand that and the challenges, as well as articulate very clearly, as you guys have already said, what that means for the company. I think the strongest founders and CEOs I've seen are the ones who can connect the dots and very early have that engagement with a business sponsor to say, hey, this is why it might make sense for you to take a stake in our company, and we'd love to have you on our board, or we'd love to have that constant feedback with you. I do think it makes sense a little bit earlier to do that, because once you get to that Series B stage, there's very little in the way of product influence that you can have, and so may not make sense for our mandate, but could for others.
Interesting, thank you, Matthias. So for Citibank and I assume other corporate ventures, it's about building that longer term relationship. You're looking at it for the in the long term. You're looking at these strategic investments or acquisitions because you're looking at embedding them into your different parts of the business?
Looking to either integrate them into what we do already. So we only ever take minority equity investments. We're a large regulated firm. And so we work with our innovation labs to run POCs and pilots to understand if a solution could be integrated at Citi or utilized by someone, right? It could just be something that's used daily by someone to inform a trading decision. But equally, we also think about ways to help the company grow. So as investors, we continue to stay in touch with the company and maintain that sort of corporate guidance and governance. But once we've made the investment, it sits with our business. So really, they're incentivized to be implicit in the growth of the company and the success.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you. And so, Taras, over to you. And then, in terms of when you're looking at early stage organisations to invest into, how would you and your fund assess the longevity or the product market fit, or how far that particular organisation is going to be able to scale?
Before I answer this question, I just wanted to make a little comment. So it's definitely important to get the market fit early and understand whether, especially within a corporate venture side, because this is a business that needs to have certain synergies. It's not a VC 5 years where you just basically kind of grow, exit, and new large investor comes in at different multiples. So apart from a product market fit, and I think it's also why at a later stage, this kind of valley of death trap is that quite often people will say, yeah, it's a great idea, I will use it. Then you start doing something, and then if it's, and especially like in a B2B, when you start actually implementing it, you might not thought of something that like 3 steps down the line, you need to have a certain integration, and this integration doesn't work, or it conflicts with something else. So that's kind of another thing that to think, not just whether there is an interest, but actually how it can be implemented and how it can be done. So in terms of, from our perspective, when we look at companies, I think as a principal investor, ultimately is an asset owner. Asset owners, and a lot of the investment decisions are driven by them. So it can be retail, it can be private wealth, it can be institutionalized private wealth, which is like family offices, and it can be institutional insurance, pension, stuff, and corporate ventures. And everyone would have different interests. They would look at investing from a global asset allocation perspective, and they would have different public markets, private markets, different buckets of risk, different strategies, so whether it's capital preservation, whether it's capital growth, and then money would be allocated to, let's say, if it's a high growth risky business, then, well, I mean, it's maybe like 10-20% allocation. Then if it's a value business, if it's a fast growing company, but they generate enough revenue, they have healthy profit margins, and they grow fast, that's more of a value story. If it's a companies that growing really fast but not generating enough revenue to cover the cost, that's kind of a more risky story. So this is how, and then it also depends kind of on implementation. So if someone is, I don't know, investing in companies directly, you need to have capability, and you might get a bit higher return, but then you spend a lot of more kind of time. You can get exposure to certain even new and high growth sectors through different instruments, so maybe a public market index, or kind of investing in VC or doing directly. So from our, kind of what we do, we're very specialized, and we, work in financial, like this kind of financial planning space. But think about it from an asset allocation perspective, buckets of risk, private, public markets, and how everything can be kind of achieved.
Okay, so you're looking.
So if it's a growth story, you might kind of allocate a bit of money from your portfolio and with a view to exit in a few years, or if it's steady profit-generating business and it has a growth potential, and it also comes down everything to price, what price you're willing to pay and how much the asset costs.
Yeah.
Not just whether you can raise money or not. That's another consideration.
Yeah. So very much on a case-by-case basis, project-by-project, investor by investor.
I would not say case-by-case basis, but more there is like a matrix, and you have your asset allocation portfolio, different asset classes, different buckets of risk. So it's understanding where a particular investment sits, and then analyzing this investment with this kind of particular lens.
Okay, thank you. So one of the points that came up a couple of times is around the value of death, and going back to Engin, please. In terms of the startups that you've invested into, how do you support your startups, or how does the fund support startups when they're getting into that value of death? Do you try to pre-mitigate some of the risks, or does it just kind of happen anyway, and then you need to kind of see them through it? How do you handle that stage of the growth of venture?
Well, one of the things, the main thing that we bring to the table is our network. Obviously, it's a global network, and I think that's a lot of the introductions is what we basically try to help the startups with. During I like this 1 to 5 customer analogy. One of our most recent and biggest investments, called 3LC, we actually have a session with them. All of us that invested in that, which was 21 of us, they're going to be telling us about their ideal customers, and we're going to be making introductions sort of based on that. So that is one of the things, opening up our network basically, and actually taking actions around that. That's probably the most important thing that we're bringing to the table in terms of helping them try to jump or see through the value of death. When it comes to funding, sort of through the introductions, one of the things that we do, we sometimes co-invest with VCs as well. Mm-hmm. We might be getting a part of their allocations. The other thing that we do is sort of, if we've done a pre-seed investment and they're raising a seed round, we'll basically introduce them to the VCs that we know that we may want to bring into the cap table ourselves. And I think that is an interesting way of looking at the funding cycle as well, because as you grow, the kinds of investors that you're going to be attracting is also going to grow in terms of size and fund sizes and sort of allocation ticket sizes. So sort of looking at groups like that that can actually hopefully carry you across the value together with your revenues and sales. I think that's the other thing that is interesting to keep in mind.
Thank you. So it's very much about using your network and network of networks. Okay, great. Thank you. And how about from a Block Ventures perspective, Bruce?
I think the whole basis of Block, the definition of Block, is a group of people coming together for a common purpose. That's why we're called Block Ventures. When we ran our corporate role, and I'll tell you about the team in a bit, but we had a very focused group of shareholders. It was ARM. ARM cared about what I was doing, and so I had access to the researchers, to the sales, and all of that to bring that to bear onto the startup. It's exactly what Engin said. It's network. I use this analogy. It takes a village to raise a child, and if you think about a startup, in those early days, it's really toddler years, and then they grow up, and at the Series B, it's like you see them on the weekend for 6 seconds. So that's it. That really is the whole basis of that of what you need, and it's probably one of the most disappointing things to me as a VC working with other VCs in the region, is the lack of network that you have to bear. And again, if you compare it to a US VC, you sit down and they go, okay, let's open up the network. We're going to find out who to connect you to. Because at that early stage, you don't have like a $200K a year CCO that has a massive background and network to go out. You've got no money, and you've got to find 5 customers. And that's the big challenge. I still think that valley of death here is difficult, because the the investment community doesn't necessarily have the network to really help the companies through that valley of death, which is really all about, in my opinion, commercialization.
Thank you. Thank you. And from your perspective, Mitchell, given that you're building up the relationships with your investees, with your ventures quite early, you're investing in that Series A round or thereabouts. At the point of investing, are the ventures you invest in, have they already gone through that valley of death, or?
Yeah, I would say so, although we have invested earlier stage where we've gone through that with several companies. And again, we have to leverage our network too, right? As a strategic investor or CVC in general, I think that's one of the biggest pluses, that you can leverage the network of that person or that team. That said, I think that it's kind of incumbent on any investor really to ensure that they're doing what they can for their portfolio companies to connect them appropriately. We've often found that, we co-invest with other VCs. We also make investments as an LP into funds as well. And we also co-invest with our peers, so other strategic investment units at banks. So the likelihood is, if you've demonstrated that your solution works for the likes of a Citi, it will probably work elsewhere. And so you can then take that, and it helps you demonstrate that your solution has been de-risked. It helps with adoption and credibility as well. But the point about investment is we do sort of new follow-ons, we do new investments, we follow on, and we both lead and follow in terms of rounds. So I think that for us, depending on what we can and can't do in terms of a strategic use case, and the business sponsorship is very separate to, once we have a portfolio company, how we continue to support them.
Great, thank you. So just conscious, we've got 3 minutes left. What I'd like to do is start asking for closing remarks, please. So maybe 30 seconds or so on your, kind of main takeaways or main items to share with our audience here. Teres, if you'd like to go first, please.
Well, I think I can just repeat what I said. I think it is very useful to understand like the whole chain where, and kind of the trajectory of your startup will be going through, and the funders, and what drives, the investment decision. And the earlier you can plan it, the better. And another point is that, with any kind of startup or new business, it's important to get the market fit, but also, again, think through different stages of this kind of technology kind of adoption. Probably less relevant in B2C space, but in B2B, it's most likely the case why kind of companies can stuck in this valley of death, can't generate revenue as fast as they can, as they want, or can't rise kind of follow-on rounds or show enough traction.
Great, thank you, Bruce.
Not sure what to close. I mean, I just would encourage on both sides, because again, I'm speaking my own book, try to find, smart, caring money and people that really want to be in it. I mean, again, with the angel network, again, with Ingen being involved, that's incredible, because quite a few times you get an angel and they're very busy. They usually have their own day job, so how are they going to spend time helping you? So, try to find people if you can. By the way, I totally get that the funding environment in this country right now is dire, and so you're kind of like, take money wherever you can find it. So, I'm not so precious. But that, if you can find a good, interested investor that can help you out, that's going to open up their networks, they're worth the price of gold.
Absolutely, thank you. Engin?
I like the smart money expression. I'll say 3 words: do your homework. When you reach out to people, remember they get a lot of emails, especially when it's cold outreach, when you have to do cold outreach. Just put something in there that's going to pique their interest. Look at what they've done. Spend 10 minutes before you send out that one email. Think of it like you have one shot, right? You have the chance to actually shoot it and really hit it. Don't waste it. Typos in emails, I don't look at. I literally stop looking. Typos in decks, I stop looking. If you haven't done your homework and done your spell check, I'm not going to be investing in you. We're not going to be investing in you. It's that simple. So take the time to reach out before you ask for people's time to give you 30 minutes. Spend 30 minutes before you actually reach out to them, because it might be a very valuable 30 minutes you just wasted.
I wholeheartedly agree. And the thing that I would say is I always see people underestimate the time and commitment that's required from a resource perspective when you're an early stage company to engage with a strategic investor or CVC. Make sure you know what you're getting into and don't spread yourself too thin because it is very apparent. So.
Just budgets that whatever you think it will take, and it will be like 3 times longer and 5 times more expensive.
Absolutely. Yeah.
Excellent.
Regardless what you plan.
So excellent points. I mean, we could have, I could have spent hours talking to you guys. It's been really, really interesting. Thank you so much for giving up your time today. Thank you, panel, for sharing with us your perspectives on different areas of growth investment. Thank you to the audience for joining us. I think that just gives us the opportunity to, well, really wish you the best of the rest of the day and enjoy the rest of the conference. Thank you.
Yeah, and now we'll keep Bruce on. So Bruce is from Block Ventures, who are a specialist deep tech investor. They support ambitious entrepreneurs developing products in cloud, connectivity, data science, and security.
One of those really special characters that get to sit on both sides of the fence, right? And this is the thing about any VC, anything, VCs have to go raise money as well, and then they get to deploy it. So we do actually understand the pains and challenges. And so I'm here today in this capacity raising money. There are 4 slides. I've got 5 minutes, and now I'm down to 4:40. There's 4 differentiating things about Block that I'm going to go through. The first thing is we're a company, not a fund. So we raise money by selling shares in Block Ventures. The reason we've done it that way is we did not want a defined term of an LPGP model. We have a very flexible mandate. We can buy primary rounds, secondary rounds. We can take majority stakes. In our view, in deep tech, you need as many tools available to you as possible to actually be successful. The other thing is we've got big ambitions. We're looking to build a £1 billion company over time. We've got a long way to go, but we think that's a reasonable trajectory. Usually the next question anybody asks is, how do I get my money back? So when we start making exits, we can either deliver special dividends, we can do share buybacks because we're a corporate, but ultimately the intent is for us to exit as every startup would, which is through an IPO, which the AIM market here is a well-trodden path, or get bought by a number of people that might like what we do and who we are. So the first differentiator, we're a company, not a fund. That gives us a permanent capital, very long-term patient view of engaging in the deep tech market. Second one is the team. And I don't think there's another team like Block out in the market, certainly in the UK. It was founded by me. You already got my background, so I'm ex-ARM, 12 years at ARM. And my other co-founder is David Leffley, who was 14 years at Vodafone, mostly in the CTO office, but then spent considerable time. He spent 4 years in the Vodafone Ventures market or side, 3 years as running Europe, and then the last year running it all together. So he and I came together 2013, wanted to do something different, and really got the company up and running in 2014 and taking on money after that. And then you can see in a couple of other ARM and Vodafone logos here. The key is we've got a specialist team. So Dave Pollington, he runs a roadmap. We think of us as a corporate. We have a roadmap of things that we want to invest in. We have a CCO, Mike Dimler, who worked with me at ARM. The guy, he's about making transactions happen. We've got a head of finance, a head of marketing, and both of those guys are specialists in their areas, which is going to come into play in the next slide. So second differentiating point is we have an incredible team. Third thing is our model. So again, it's very difficult, and we just talked about the valley of death. And that valley of death is, again, it's very rare it's ever the tech that fails. It's always the commercialization of that technology. And so we spend a lot of time really working with that team I just showed you, working with our portfolio companies. Okay, and in that, we've actually developed really 2 different models. One is the VC model, the typical model, the ABC. You build syndicated rounds with some of the local VCs and you grow through that mechanism. And in that model, we have 5 companies sitting in that portfolio today. We also have what we call is the venture equity model. That means we, just like it says, venture equity, or think of it as private equity. We go in and we run the companies alongside the tech co-founder. Again, filling in those commercialization, productization challenges. We have 3 companies I actually CEO one of our other companies down in Bristol called Yellow Dog. Again, I've got a table out there and we can talk about it. But in that, because we're running it, we do take very large stakes, 30, 60, 70% stakes, because we have a very high conviction in those, and that's where we deploy a lot of our time. And the third thing that's going to help us get to $1 billion is we can grow globally, and we'll grow regionally. We don't think we'll go to the US, we won't go to China. We see a lot of opportunity to expand in Europe, but we would only expand when we can build and have the resources to actually build another team like we've got here, but in the region of Europe. And the last differentiator, I've got 30 seconds, is the portfolio itself. So again, we have, because of our company model, we have companies that are along the entire life cycle. So you'll see the things I was talking about in the last presentation. The exciting thing is we had a pandemic. It wasn't enjoyable for us all, but it wasn't enjoyable for startups, and that took a lot of time, but they had time to develop their product, and now they're in commercialization stage. So our companies are commercializing, and just like I said about deep tech, it's flat, and then it goes. So if you have a chip, it takes you 3 years to develop it, but then once you start selling it, that revenue goes from 0 to a lot in a very short period of time. So anyway, we've got our Series C, 15 million Series C. We've raised 10.5 million of that so far. We're looking to close the last 4.5. It's on a rolling close. Minimum ticket size is 100K. There you go. Pretty close, 25 seconds.
Thank you very much, Bruce. And next we have Vio Health Tech, who have a platform, a compromising high-resolution sensors, a dedicated smartphone app, and a clinician portal who are continuously monitoring the female reproductive cycle.
Hi, folks. So I joined this company because my wife and I struggled to conceive, and she went through early perimenopause, and it's specific technology to help monitor women's health over a period of time. So we have a significant issue, which is that over 85% of women suffer from one or more conditions, which are poorly monitored, often undiagnosed, and often untreated. Amongst these are some very significant issues like polycystic ovarian syndrome, miscarriage risk, thyroid issues, which you may think don't affect very many women. That's up to 1 in 5 women. And of course, menopause, which affects every woman. But we know that we could actually solve some of these problems if we could treat them earlier. And we deal with one of our partners is Tommy's charity, which looks specifically at miscarriage. And they actually say, why are we waiting until a woman has 3 miscarriages before we intervene and understand what's going on for her? So Ovisense solves this problem by looking at the complete female reproductive cycle using core body temperature as a proxy marker for progesterone. And we've just about to release a study, or the results from a study, that show that you can replace progesterone blood testing completely using Ovisense. So how does it work? You wear one of our sensors overnight, you download data in the morning to our app, and those data are uploaded to our clinician portal. Here's just one example of how it helps. This is a real live patient, Birmingham University Hospital, went in, she'd had 1 previous miscarriage, and she showed the data to her clinician. Her clinician can now look at that on the Ovisense Pro portal. And as a result of this cycle pattern that we were able to show, no other device can show this, he intervened, gave her stimulating drugs and supplemented progesterone. And in the second cycle, you can see that she's not got that drop. What that means is actually she's got a sustained level of progesterone. That cycle she conceived, and she went on to have a successful pregnancy. We built the business on the basis of a direct-to-consumer model in 3 segments. That's how we sit in the competitive landscape. And we're moving further into the clinical area. And there are lots of clinical areas we can exploit that have no direct competition at the moment. We've just launched our V3 app, which helps us get to the point of being able to properly support women with polycystic ovarian syndrome and miscarriage. We have a US strategic partner that's put a letter of intent to invest $1 million on the table. And we have a US reimbursement study which is just completed. I've already talked about the fact that we have this study that proves that we can replace progesterone testing, and we're talking to 2 pharma companies about drug-device combinations and clinical trials work. We've got 45,000 paying customers to date, so a lot of data that we've based the business on and that you would be investing in from this point onwards. 55% of our customers in the United States and the rest in Europe. 10 granted patents, 12 clinical publications, about to be 13. And here's the key thing. Only Class 2 medical devices can get reimbursed for monitoring chronic issues in the United States. So we are the only Class 2 medical device. We have just got the reimbursement report. The market is very large, and this is a very, very small estimate of how big it is, based on the number of women that are able to pay for a device like this, either directly or through their insurance, at our current average selling price of £195. So the unit economics are very compelling. About 65% of our customer base buys on a monthly basis, and 35% buy on a one-time basis or annual basis. And they split down as follows in terms of retention. We retain the 65% for 4.2 months on average. We retain the rest of them for over 12 months. And here's the key to the future of the business. The more clinical segments that you go into, the longer the retention rate for those customers. And we're netting about £100 after cost of acquisition and cost of goods per customer. So we're already achieving net margin growth. We've done that over the last 2 years. We're turning cash flow positive in 2025, and we'd exit at around 50 million on current rates. The team has over 200 years' experience in medtech and direct-to-consumer marketing. We're raising 2 million. It's EIS approved, pre-approved, and as I said, we've got about 800,000 on the table from a letter of intent, and we've already raised 180 internally. And that takes the business through to break even and exit. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Rob. Next, we have AquaGarden, who are an independent plant and garden products business based in Warwickshire. They provide beautiful plants and products online with fast delivery.
Afternoon, everybody. I'm Jonathan Martin, CEO and founder of AquaGarden, and I think this may be a slightly different presentation to some of the others that you've seen today so far. And I believe that... do I have a clicker? Oh. Which one? Oh, next. Right. And I believe that we are likely to have the most beautiful imagery in any presentation. So who are we? What do we do? We are a fast-growing, disruptive e-commerce company focused exclusively on garden plants. So we sell very high-quality plants, premium quality. We're seeking to revolutionise the plant buying experience in the UK in similar ways in which the houseplant industry has transformed in recent years with some of the new players in that sector. There are no such players in the garden plant sector, apart from us. So we're already, after 4 years of trading, we're a leading UK online plants retailer, and our addressable market is about 5 billion a year. And there are 30 million participants in the gardening sort of pastime in the UK, which I think is about 60% of the adult population. So what's the problem with the sector at the moment? So the garden plants retail sector is highly inefficient, extremely old-fashioned, and populated by some mostly old-school traditional retailers who typically don't like digital and e-commerce and similar things. In fact, in the industry, e-commerce is universally referred to as mail order. I always find that very interesting. Mail order was something I remember from the 1980s, but nobody uses the term e-commerce. Anyway, there's a huge digital disconnect in the industry. There's a fear of the digital world, and most of the folks are very happy doing the same things that they did 40 years ago. Operationally very inefficient and low price competition, so all of them are competing on price. I analysed their financial statements. None of them make very much money. They They seek to make their money through large revenues but very low margins. Excluded demographics, the industry focuses largely on the older generation, which I'm part of now, but sort of 55 and above, large gardens and similar. So many excluded demographics, younger people, people who don't have large gardens, people who are completely inexperienced in gardening, and so on. They're not very interesting to the incumbents, it seems. And as I say, there's not a single premium brand in this sector, apart from us. So the AquaGarden solution, we're pioneering a paradigm shift in the garden plants retail sector, addressing the market shortcomings, inefficiencies and opportunities head on. We have built a premium brand, and that's both the product and also our pricing. So we typically charge multiples of the pricing charged by others, which a lot of people think is very strange, but it's sort of the Waitrose effect, I guess, which I often compare us to, although we're much smaller yet. A pillar of our business is technology adoption. So again, that is unlike the rest of the industry. We are deeply embedded in retail tech. We've been using AI for the past year. We have many tools that we've been introducing, which are all tech-based, to create a far superior customer experience. For our customers, a really immersive customer experience. We're seeking to simplify gardening, to make it accessible to far more people than currently. Our competitors seem to make it very complicated, make it sound like hard work and so on. And we continue to introduce more disruptive innovation in the business. So we did 1.2 million last year from a standing start 4 years ago. We doubled our revenue in 2023. So far this year, we've seen a 4x increase in our net profit. We've accumulated 200,000 customers so far and over 3 million in sales, soon to go through 4 million. We've got a new, very high-grade website in construction, which we've been building for about 6 months. And as I mentioned, we're introducing a lot of AI-based SEO and other clever tools in the operations, not to make the plants grow faster or anything, but to build the business. And we have fully developed operations and supply chain without too much concentration on any single supplier. We have our plants grown for us bespoke by different growers around the UK. We've got about 14. So we really started with Amazon. So we had 3 sales channels. We've now got 7. Our Amazon business grew very, very quickly, and now we're well within the top 1% of all sellers of anything on Amazon UK. We're top 10 in pretty much all of our categories: vegetable plants, bedding plants, herbs, chilies, shrubs and perennials, all this good stuff. But interestingly, we're number 1 in vegetable plants with a 42% market share. So we're absolutely dominant in vegetable plants, which is really at the core of our business. And so we have protocols in place to migrate customers to our own website. And we've also achieved our position on Amazon, despite being far more expensive than anybody else, which is algorithm sort of averse generally. The next phase of our business, build the brand, capture more market share, drive sales onto our own website. That process has already started. We saw an increase of 700% in sales on our website in 2023. Capture the underserved demographics, younger people, people with small spaces, a patio, a balcony, roof terrace, small garden. Continue to drive our tech-based innovations. We're in the process of developing an app where we will do very interesting things such as targeted, personalised push notifications and things like that. And we're also developing the world's first virtual reality garden centre. So we've started that project, and that's going to be pretty amazing. We're targeting revenues by FY 2025 of over 4 million. And our goal is to be the #1 UK online garden plants retailer in the UK by 2028. Fundraising goals, we're looking to raise £500,000 in equity. The business has been funded by myself and some friends and some bank debt until now. We haven't done a round yet, so this is our first equity round. And those funds will be deployed in accelerating our AI and retail tech deployment, develop our immersive app, fund the virtual reality garden centre project, strategic sales, marketing and advertising, some targeted recruitment to build the team with some specialists in various areas, brand building, PR and media exposure. So that is AquaGarden. Thank you.
And up next we have Delivery, who are an online grocery marketplace and specialise in rapid delivery, utilising a network of over 25,000 crowdsourced drivers who use 52,000 UK retail outlets and fulfilled 140,000 orders for over 140,000 customers over the last 8 years.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Here to introduce Delivery. As it says up there, we are the UK leading rapid grocery delivery service. But really the important thing to say is we are a data business. We're a marketplace. And in the next few slides, you're going to see a lot of data. I'm not going to be going through that data. It's there just to demonstrate and prove that we've got lots of data. What you're here to hear about is the investment opportunity. So, first of all, the market. Lots been written about rapid grocery delivery marketplace since COVID. COVID really accelerated the growth. It's a large marketplace, $85 billion. It's growing rapidly. And because of that, there's been a lot of money thrown into it, a lot of money invested into it, trying to find a profitable business model. But in the main, the businesses are unprofitable. And because of that, there's a lot of consolidation happening in the marketplace. We're in London. You might have read recently that Getty has exited the London market. And last week, they just posted losses of £168 million in 2022. And that is on top of the 118 that they lost the year before. So businesses in this space are still struggling to find a roadmap to profitability. So the market's consolidating, it's restructuring. The important graphic here is the bottom right that says you as investors, you'll be looking to understand when you're going to exit. It's very likely that Delivery will be subject to trade sale. So you can see that Uber has just bought Delivery Hero's Taiwanese business for 950 million. And that's just, again, indicative of how the market's been restructured. Customers. We've got lots of customers, and we know a lot about these customers. We know more about customer buying habits for grocery than they know. We've got the data to back it up. One thing we do know is the whole market is changing, and there's an increasing consumer preference for grocery delivery. That's across the piece, and you can see that that's what's driving the investment in the sector. So a bit about us. Because the market's growing rapidly, we've been growing rapidly, and we are the only profitable business in this space. We're the only business that has found the roadmap to profitability. We've got a very simple business model, a three-sided marketplace, connecting consumers with the UK's largest driver network. We offer a very simple and cost-effective customer journey that enables us to deliver goods in as little as 15 minutes and as an average of 46 minutes across the whole of the UK. And we've been able to do that because we've been at it longer than anybody else. 2015, there's been lots of new entrants since COVID, but we've been finding out what works and, more importantly, what doesn't work since 2015. In that journey, as you can see, we've raised 4.5 million in seed funding from two investors, Greenbank Capital and UK TV Ventures, who are here supporting us today. We did a London-based acquisition shortly after that. We're here starting our campaign, Series A campaign at the moment. So if this is of interest to you, please come and see us on the stand. We are outperforming in the UK marketplace. Our operational model is far superior to anybody else. I would say we've still got the same problem that we had when I joined the business in COVID. We are the best kept secret. Because of that, the customers who do engage with us love us. Our Trustpilot ratings are phenomenal. That's driven exponential growth. We've got a fairly unique position in the blue ocean of the UK marketplace and other. From a technology perspective, we're a fully bespoke, end-to-end proprietary platform. We drive price. It's our expertise and knowledge in pricing that really drives profitability. We believe we can get to 250 million in GMV by 2027, but the real driver of growth is going to be global expansion. We are going to be entering the US market in September this year. We try and punch above our weight in promotional opportunities. So as you can see there, we've had joint partnership agreements with Minions and Transformers and Gran Turismo. Current campaign is Garfield. Why invest now? Well, we're making money. It's a big market, it's growing rapidly, and nobody else is making money. We've got an experienced entrepreneurial team to deliver this, and we have got a track record of delivering, and we've just launched our 1.2 million UK TV advertising campaign. And that's it. Thank you all.
Thank you very much. And up next we have Ceres Tag, who allow farmers to locate and monitor their animals, improving grazing management, efficiency and traceability. They have an Internet of Things technology capability. It provides invaluable data for livestock producers and the supply chain.
Thank you. I'm Greg Campbell. I'm the Chief Operating Officer at Ceres Tag, where we connect people with animals. So Ceres Tag is a platform for monitoring the health, welfare and location of animals. We use direct-to-satellite technology, which means we can scale very quickly, very easily, and can operate anywhere globally. We currently operate in around 40 countries and are on around 30 species of animals, everything from cattle to giraffe, reindeer, dingoes, and more. We have a very strong innovation pipeline, no debt, and a public unlisted company based in Australia. In terms of what's driving our growth, there's a few on the screen, but there's a couple of really important ones for us. First is regulation. Regulation is an amazing thing to have driving your growth. There is deforestation regulation that has come into the EU. Similar legislation has been tabled in the UK and also tabled in the US, and that requires proof that animals have not been in a deforested area. And only we can provide that information, and we have devices in Brazil right now to enable that. Additionally, through our technology, we're able to provide information on what an animal is doing in terms of its behaviour, estimate its pasture consumption, and we can also predict individual methane production to back up Scope 3 and sustainability reporting. Additionally, and although I'm from Australia, UK would be fully aware of the implications of biosecurity issues, and the ability to monitor the health and location of animals allows the rapid identification, control and management of biosecurity issues. So in terms of what we bring, there's a whole raft of unique technology and IP that we have. But some of the key ones, I mentioned satellite technology, so it's the same satellite communication systems that underlies Apple's emergency beacon feature on their iPhones, and that enables us to operate anywhere. We have devices on every continent outside of Antarctica and are operating in the centre of Australia, Africa, the Amazon, and all around the Alps and through North America. Additionally, we have an algorithm suite called pasture feed intake. So that is, we're the only one who actually has that capability, and it's exclusive IP, where we have the ability to not only monitor what an animal is doing, we know every moment of the day if it is eating, grazing, walking, but we can tell how much it's eaten and, as I indicated, predict its individual methane production, which is core to supply chain Scope 3 reporting. How does it work? It's very simple. The devices are deployed. There is solar panels on the devices. There's no maintenance required, no infrastructure required. As soon as they're deployed, they commence transmitting via satellite through to our back-end data platform. From there, we integrate with third-party systems, which is the second mechanism through which we monetize, which I'll touch on in a moment. We are a partnership-driven organisation. As I said, we integrate with third-party systems, and we are use case agnostic and language agnostic. So because we have data that can be used for multiples of different use cases, we integrate with carbon soil sequestration companies, we integrate with finance systems, we integrate with traceability systems, farm management systems, insurance systems. In terms of revenue generation, we obviously make a good margin on the hardware that we sell. However, each device that we sell has a per month per device fee that is charged through to the integrating software partner, meaning that individual device can have that recurring revenue multiple times. Additionally, we are building one of the world's largest animal databases, which will provide the opportunity to monetize for pharmaceutical, nutrition, government and other research. We have a very strong innovation pipeline. We have a pet product in development as well, focusing on pet health, and that is in joint development with a global pet brand, and that will enable us to build data sets for pharmaceutical, nutrition, veterinary and retail services. In addition, we have a very strong development pipeline on the livestock and wildlife side as well. So with 1 billion livestock, about the same number of companion animals and a large number of wildlife around the world, it's quite an enormous market, and we are currently out on our own. In terms of where we are in the market, we are the only people who can offer satellite connectivity, pasture feed intake algorithms and more, and we are seeking an exit in 3 to 5 years, potentially through an IPO, but the most likely is through a trade sale with comparable companies and acquisitions shown there. We're currently raising $20 million US, which will be scaling our manufacturing by a factor of approximately 10. And the revenue growth you can see there is being driven by traceability in countries such as Brazil and Switzerland, the companion animal product and the increased capacity and scaling that we bring. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Next up, we have Chickpea, who transform surplus vegetables into a delicious hummus to reduce food waste and promote sustainability.
Hello, my name is Hannah. I'm the founder of Chickpea and been a chef over the last 15 years and seen that the driving factors of the food industry are very much health and taste. And during this time, I witnessed colossal amounts of food go to waste in kind of food service, big events, as well as smaller, my private chefing experience. And so saw the opportunity, I started turning all my leftover vegetable dishes into different types of hummus and dips, and realised that there was an opportunity in the dips market, which was kind of growing rapidly, and where also a quarter of the world's food goes to waste, and over a third of the population are obese or overweight. So determined to do something about this, I started Chickpea. So this is our current range. We have been going for about 7 years and have grown so far organically with no investment to date, and are distributed in the likes of Planet Organic, Whole Foods, Ocado, in food service, Gate Group, LNER, First Class Trains, and have had some great press to date. But now, the new kind of opportunity is the ambient snack pots. So ambient means fridgeless. They don't require any refrigeration and have a shelf life of 12 months. So it's a completely new innovation, first to the UK market, and it's taken me over 2 years to develop. And with a very small team, this is a kind of very exciting opportunity. So they are completely vegan, i.e. plant-based, natural, so no preservatives, on the go, and targeting the food-to-go market. A healthier alternative to the kind of non-plant-based, less healthy Dairy Dunker, which is targeted mainly at the kids market. Our snack pots target the kind of ever-growing food-to-go market, which is valued at around 23.4 billion, and that's just the UK. We're targeting this as a global opportunity. So at the moment, we're in quite advanced discussions with British Airways, Emirates, Tesco, and also have just recently started exporting to Saudi Arabia and have more opportunities in Dubai. So there's a huge opportunity both in food service, travel, and retail. So on the back of my experience, which is kind of 15 years in chefing and growing the business on my own, we've now have a new sales director, Tom Youngman, who's got over 10 years FMCG experience in sales and out of home, and our global marketing consultant, Gabby, from Rubies in the Rubble, and have recently acquired a new CFO who's also investing and joining us as an NED CFO, and then have an amazing advisory team. So with investment, we also have a really strong pipeline of candidates that are ready to join in another area, marketing, ops, and sales. So we're looking for 500,000. We've so far raised 115,000 in the last 8 weeks, and potentially actually have more as of yesterday, virtually closing the round, so fingers crossed, but still looking for that opportunity team and sales is key, and then marketing and distribution to, I guess, complete our 2 multiple retailers by the end of this year, 3 larger wholesalers. We've actually just acquired 3 wholesalers in the last 2 weeks, and then marketing, got really strong marketing campaigns which we haven't had previously, and these will really accelerate our growth into retail. So we are kind of changing the way people think about food, look at food, and opening up really exciting new opportunities in the ambient space, including the MPD pipeline, which covers chickpea butter, small discs for airlines, as well as the snack pots, and a number of other very exciting opportunities. So thank you for listening.
Thank you very much. And next up, we have Savile. Just checks. Yep. So Savile create sophisticated alcohol-free drinks that offer the classic cocktail experience without the alcohol.
Hi everyone, my name's Avnish. I'm the founder of the Savile Beverage Company. We create a range of premium non-alcoholic cocktails. Non-alcoholic, you've probably heard it recently, is one of the hottest trends in adult beverage in the past few years. Estimates of it's growing from 23 billion to about 39 billion over the next few years, so one of the fastest year-on-year growth rates in adult beverage. Savile create a range of RTDs, or ready-to-drink cocktails. It's a sub-segment of the non-alcoholic category, which is one of the fastest-growing sub-segments in non-alc, growing 18% year-on-year in the US and 12% year-on-year in the UK. And this is driven by a couple of factors. One is premiumization of RTDs. So in the UK, you'll see a lot more premium alcoholic RTDs, and we're following that trend with a non-alc alternative. At Savile, we are all about diversity and inclusivity. We want everyone to be able to enjoy the complex flavors of cocktails, whether you choose to drink or not. A lot of our consumers are the mainstream moderators, mainstream drinkers, but we also target those who have never been offered a unique cocktail or a unique drink. Those who tend not to drink come from ethnic minority backgrounds. We over-index on those segments, and we actively target those segments. So we're bringing everyone into the fold so everyone can enjoy flavors of cocktails. And we're a brand that's born in London, but really made for everyone. We have 4 flavors that we have currently in our portfolio. We have a Bellini, which is a nice peach and Prosecco flavor. It's our alternative to a champagne or a Prosecco. Really good for Sunday brunches, really great for weddings. We do a lot of corporate events with this. We have a Mojito, traditional crisp mint, lime, and rum. A Paloma, which is a pink grapefruit and tequila flavor, a nice earthy flavors, and then a Moscow Mule, which is a fiery ginger with some vodka essence and mint and lime. So very eclectic flavor profiles, something for everyone in that range. All natural flavors and extracts, so we don't use any artificial preservatives or sweeteners, all vegan-friendly, gluten-free, low sugar, and best of all, ready to drink. You simply just chill them and serve them. We have individual 12-can packs, but we've also recently launched 4-can packs, which have launched into Sainsbury's and a few other big retailers. Recently in the UK, we're at Whole Foods. We also just launched into Whole Foods in the US last week. We're in Sainsbury's with our multi-flavor pack, Ocado. We're at a few hospitality suites like Warner Hotels. We sell into big venues, so Chelsea FC or Stamford Bridge, a lot of the big corporate events that happen out there, a lot of big football games, Edgbaston Oval Cricket Ground, David Lloyd Health Clubs. We also recently launched in the US, which is where we're seeing a lot of our growth. In the US, we're working with food services through Avendra, Mariano's, big hotel chains out there. Next month, we're launching in Sprouts nationwide, so a big mid-tier retailer out there. And a lot of the growth is really retail driven for us. Last year, we had about 400,000 in revenue, 800 distribution points, 900 distribution points across the globe, 8 markets, and we're looking to expand that this year. It's really about, for us, the retail strategy. We're seeing a lot of interest, particularly in the US, around our non-alcoholic RTDs, and particularly the 4-can packs. We are currently selling in Whole Foods in the US, Sprouts in the US. We have Specs coming up on the radar, Harris Teeter as well. So really exponentially growing our footprint in retail in the US. So last year we had about 400,000. We're growing our revenue to 1.4 million this year, and exponential growth year and year after that. A lot of that, again, US retail, but we've also expanded into the Middle East shortly and a few Scandinavian markets. So a lot of global growth that we're looking to support. And what we're looking to do is raise funds, raise 500,000 EIS or a convertible note, 500,000 pounds to help support this demand that's coming our way. So we're not really chasing demand, it's just we're trying to fulfill the current demand. So a lot of the funds that will be used will be working capital to support the production, and then a bit of marketing and helping grow our team internationally as well. So we are sampling our cocktails. We're in the back room there, so please feel free to come by and have a sample and have a chat as well. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. And next up, we have Scooch, who are an AI-powered pet health subscription to help eliminate the guesswork of pet care for modern pet parents.
Well, I'm definitely having some of those non-alcoholic cocktails. Looked amazing. So hi, I'm Barish. I'm the founder and CEO of Scooch. At Scooch, we are revolutionizing pet health by our health subscription to take guesswork out of pet parenting. Our story began, if you remember, those dark times of COVID lockdown, when Rio joined our family. He was an instant joy, and he brought laughter and happiness to our household. But what I realized was a lot of our friends and family were getting pets for the first time and struggling to take the guesswork out of their health. And I also realized this is not isolated to us, but also a global phenomenon. COVID changed pet ownership. Millions of pets were adopted during this time, and actually, majority of them were adopted by very young pet parents who built very strong bonds with their pets and see them as their family. This type of change actually requires a new type of engaged and personalized care, but what didn't change is pet healthcare itself. So it is still reactive, costly, and old school, which is not built for the new generations of pet parents who are tech-savvy and time-poor. So that's where Scooch comes in. Scooch offers the front door for modern pet healthcare. Our platform is AI-powered, holistic, seamless, data-driven, and fully integrated, and it's hassle-free. What it does is it simply enables pet parents to diagnose, treat, and prevent painful health issues from the comfort of their home. And we also recognize that there are sometimes serious sicknesses. So our pet insurance, embedded pet insurance, also help pet parents cover against expensive veterinary bills. It all happens through a hassle-free subscription service. Our goal is basically to make our pet parents' life easier. In the last 2 years since we launched, we have achieved significant traction. Last year alone, we grew eightfold, achieving more than £1 million in annualized revenue, also tripling our lifetime value during this time, and our hard work and innovation has been rewarded. Last year, we won the Best Pet Tech Company of the Year award, and this year, we won the AI Startup of the Year London award. We have an amazing team. Our collective experience ranges from data science, product innovation, technology, and growth. And me alone, I spent more than 2 decades building and scaling businesses and tech companies. And most recently, before building Scooch, I was leading an AI-powered human health company for 8 years. We're, by the way, all passionate pet parents, and we deeply care about this space. This is a huge market. It is exponentially growing, it's recession-proof, and accelerated by the COVID lockdown. But more importantly, we're UK-based, and it's a great place to start a business in pet care because it's the 3rd largest market in the world, and majority of the population already have a pet, so a lot of people care about their pets. And obviously, we have plans to scale worldwide. We already enjoyed fantastic investors on our cap table who are supporting the business, like Founders Factory, who have invested in my previous business as well, Mars Pet Care, Michelson Found Animals, and RGA Ventures, to count a few. But in addition to them, we have more than 50 C-level executives and founders and CEOs of well-known successful tech companies supporting Scooch. So, my call out to you. If you think that pets are going to be an important part of our lives in the future, and if you want to join this amazing journey with us, please come talk to me. You could also scan my barcode. We can connect on LinkedIn as well, and please let me know if you're interested. We're raising our seed round and looking forward to making good connections here. Thanks for having me. Thank you.
Thank you. And next up, we have BizGen, who are the experts in secure ledgers and enterprise blockchain.
Good afternoon. Marcus Rouse, founder and CEO of BizGen. We exist fundamentally to drive trust into digital networks. Prior to starting BizGen, I spent over a decade and a half in the British Armed Forces as an infantry officer. And during that time, I moved in and out of the Ministry of Defence and other governmental departments, and also worked closely with industry as well, in between having fun and doing my job properly. What kept coming through to me was about the challenges that I've faced at different levels of command, but also across industry and other governmental departments, which is around trust in data. Where's it come from? Who's changed it? What version am I looking at? And that resulted in a huge amount of stagnation in decision-making and effective choice of investment of time and resource and people. The data compliance framework, or the data compliance challenge which so many organisations across all industries face, I felt was very real. And it's all about the complexity, the amount of data being used and the introduction of things like generative AI, but also complex by the amount of governance that sits on top of it. There's also a huge trust imperative, which you all know. There are companies and partners out there at the moment that we trust are actually stewarding our data properly, safely, but we've got no way of knowing. And also it's really expensive. To provide data trust costs major banks about $200 million a year, and for large corporations, that's the equivalent of $10,000 per employee. And that's almost all in back office overheads. So on Leaving the Forces, I started to look what technology was moving from the bleeding edge to the cutting edge, and it became really clear to me that if you took the principles architecture of blockchain and secure ledgers and replaced cryptocurrency and tokens with data, you'd have a very different approach. So every single interaction with that data, by its very nature, becomes a transaction and therefore can be proven. Version control, and most importantly, data sovereignty can be placed on those data sets. After a few years of development, we launched our core middleware product, Falcor, which is a blockchain or secure ledger middleware orchestration platform. It basically enables our strategic partners, Atos, Eviden, Microsoft and IBM, to build applications on our out-of-the-box middleware using APIs. That means that normally applications for these large companies take months just to reach POC. They're now doing it in 4 or 5 days. In the last month and a half, with Atos and Eviden, they've built 3 applications on top of Falcor. One is a flexi payment for utilities and energy in the UK to reduce fuel poverty. The other one is EU deforestation regulation, and the last one with a large pharma company trying to manage medical data. All of that is only enabled by Falcor, which de-risks and accelerates all of the production of launching secure ledgers and blockchain networks underneath it. We spent the last 12 months focusing on what else we could produce ourselves as a company, a full end-to-end application, and we chose LogLocker, geared entirely for securing the logs of application logs and also administrators' logs for large global firms. This product went live into the Azure marketplace about a month ago, and we're gaining a huge amount of traction on this already. Pipeline's huge. And in reality, the TAM is between 300 and 600 million, depends whether you look at the financial services to start with, but also pharma and also energy as well. As it stands at the moment, just to give you an idea, our joint pipeline with Atos and Eviden over the next 12, 18 months is worth 3 million to us, and we've already secured about a quarter of that in revenue this financial year for us already. But now we're looking at growing, and super growth is all about investment as quickly as we can. Bit of a financial snapshot. So we took Falcor to the market 2 years ago. In our first 2 years, we've generated between £750,000 and £1 million in sterling each year for those 2 years. Now this is about growing that sticky revenues and really driving up our income and also making sure that our profitability remains as high as possible. Our team's awesome. We've got everyone from a crossbench peer, thankfully crossbench given what's happening at the moment, and also a former head of the British Armed Forces, all the way through to the former CEO of BNP Paribas. We've got a great team of entrepreneurs and engineers who are all working towards the same goal. We are looking for a 3.5 million investment round at the moment, which we're focusing on funds. However, for this month, we opened up a safe note on a 10% discount for angels and high net worths, which went live on Monday. We're targeting 500k for that, which basically pre-fuels our recruitment process and the marketing drive for both LogLocker and also for Falcor. And that's available for the rest of June as well. Safe note, 10% discount on a 14 mil pre-money valuation. And we're happy to have discussions with anyone who's interested. And I'll be around for the rest of this afternoon taking the opportunity to have a chat with anyone who might want to put me into their network. Thank you very much for your time. I've gone 20 seconds over, sorry. Thanks, guys.
Thank you very much for coming today. Hi. My name is Athan Papadopoulos. I'm a medical doctor, and for 20 years I've been an executive in research, development, marketing authorizations in big pharma, biotechs. Also acting as board director for many companies, and now angel investor, but also ventures and fund investor, advising. I'm very happy to have all of you today with us for this investment trends panel, investment trends and where we are going. We are here to explore the most critical drivers in investment, the trends, the waves that actually change everything every now and then. Sometimes it's economical, sometimes it's something else, sometimes it's COVID, like a pandemic, sometimes it's AI that is blooming and exploding, but also there are several times that are things there that most of us as investors, also as founders, are not entirely up to date with it. So this is why we're here, and I have a very good panel with us today. We're going to talk about access, betterment, climate, investments, impact space, the importance of company founders and their drive, fintech, sustainability, emerging markets, and even more emerging ones. Our panelists today will bring up their experience, and I would like to start with giving them the opportunity to introduce themselves. Antonio.
Good afternoon. I'm Antonio Baccari. I'm one of the founders of Field Venture. Field Venture is an early stage VC fund based in the UK, and we have our mission is to invest in companies that have at least one Italian co-founder globally. My background is in finance. I worked many years in large multinationals and in consulting. I'm also an angel investor and a mentor in several accelerators across Europe. And it's very nice to be here today, so thank you very much for the invite.
Thank you very much, Antonio. Next to Antonio, Farah.
Hi, everybody. My name is Farah. I'm an investor at Pact Ventures. Pact is a seed stage fund based here in London. We invest across 3 pillars: access, betterment, and climate. So access is everything that gives people access where they wouldn't have it otherwise. So you could think financial inclusion, access to education, etc. Betterment is everything health and wellness, and climate is the obvious one. I'm also previously was a product expert at Airbnb on the social impact team. I also have my own product consulting company called Cusp Impact. And I have angel investments mostly in the health and wellness space. So excited to be here. Thank you.
Thank you, Farah. And Tao.
Hello, everyone. My name is Tao Tao, founder of Upper VC. Upper VC was founded by a bunch of small group of super angel who captured 3 unicorns, and including Revolut, Copper, and X-Transfer. And we invested very heavily in early stage fintech companies, plus the regulated AI. So prior to that, I have 10 years TMT deep tech across Asia Pacific, and 10 years fintech plus investment management work. Former head of Alipay UK Europe, and also head of global fintech practice for a asset manager called Ashmore Group, managing $90 billion.
Thank you, Tom. Very impressive and very diverse experience. Let me give the panelists about 2.5-3 minutes for an opening statement on their perspective on current investment trends. Antonio, would you like to start?
Sure. Well, at Field Venture, we created this fund back in 2020, and the logic behind it was to we were all investing in startups in the UK ecosystem, and we were noticing that a lot of Italian founders, as well as other countries, to be honest, but just the fact that I was Italian, stood out to me, that were coming to London with great ideas, but it was very difficult for them to get funded. And we analyzed the market, and we saw that basically Italy and in general Italian founders had a lot of capabilities that they could make them competitive at international level, but the ecosystem where they were growing up was not as developed as the one in the UK, in the Nordics, or in the US. And so we decided to bridge the gap and basically give them an opportunity to combine the best qualities of Italian creativity, a lot of innovative mindset, and a very good academic background with what is like the process-driven approach in the Anglo-Saxon countries to make them stand out and be competitive at the international level. And that's what we saw, that was not only Italy, was many other countries across Europe where basically big investors overlook completely most of these countries, and they leave it to the local institution to raise the best in class and try then to be competitive abroad. Whereas what we do, we go at the root, we take the companies at the very beginning, take them to a journey that is different from the ones that they have in their own country, and try to make them immediately competitive at international level. And that is a massive advantage, because the price, in a very simplistic way, the price is very cheap to buy a company from this kind of founders, but also the level of ideas, they are more related to the society and the impact that they can have in a broader country than just Italy, for example.
Thank you, Antonio. Farah.
Yeah, so I'm an ESG investor, as I mentioned, and in my opinion, there's such a huge trend right now towards moving towards ESG, more social good, doing good while doing well financially. When I joined Airbnb's social impact team, we were a team of 3 people, and nobody was doing this work, and it was seen as nonprofit work. There was no way that people could really imagine how you could do this and be financially sustainable and even make a return. And the world has really changed since then. By the time I left Airbnb 4 years later, the team had grown to 65 people. And now Pact has an entire fund investing in ESG. And we're not the only ones, So even just a few days ago, the Refugee Venture Fund announced that they're raising a £10 million fund here in the UK as well to invest in refugees. We have the Unrest Social Accelerator here in the UK as well. Impact investing is growing more and more, and we see that there's a lot of appetite for it, which was not the case a few years ago even. I think the pandemic was part of a spark that caused that interest, and I think we'll see it continue to grow, and an alignment of being able to do good while being able to do well financially, and those will align more and more over time.
Thank you. Farah. Tell.
From what we've seen, global landscape, actually all the VC investment actually reached a peak in 2021, and a year on year actually is falling. And in 23, I think it's the worst moment for the VC investment. But in 24, we saw the uptaking for the early stage investment. And US still placing the 40-50% in all the VC investment. And interestingly, UK was second, and just right after US, 10% of VC deployment in its region, and the UK is even heavier than a combination of the 5 biggest countries in European region. So that is, I think, why we're headquartered in London, but also with coverage of MENA and Singapore as kind of outreach. And for the fintech itself, and we see there were several interesting aspects. We are now in a high interest era, and the high interest are eating everybody's, I would say, the KPIs and also return and everything. So, but we see the opportunity on this side. I mean, from yesterday, basically ECB, dropped the rate, and followed by the Canada Central Bank. We will see by 20th of June, hopefully, Bank of England will actually do some interest movement. But this is interesting thing happens on the high interest side. And second, the regulatory push, particularly in the financial service side. And the UK is a leader of financial service innovation. Classic examples such as the UK FCA have the sandbox. Now the UK FCA sandbox have probably over 700 startups actually, sort of go through that program. And I've seen many kind of central banks and the regulators and across the globe are actually doing a similar thing. And open banking, which is initiated by the PSD2 and 2018, now we see open banking is almost very much, developed very well from UK, Europe, Australia, and also in US is very different, more like sort of industry driven. So I see this kind of a regulatory push, macro and innovation driven, and can actually make fintech more interesting. And we haven't even talked about AI. We believe we have a specific topic afterwards.
Thank you, Tal. Very interesting thoughts, all of you. But I want to keep deep diving in your expertise, in your field. And so gave me the overview. What are the key investment trends you're currently observing in your respective fields, and how are they shaping the investment landscape, but specifically in your field?
Yeah, and that's a great point. I came from one biggest in the tech giant originally in Asia is Alibaba's financial ecosystem, Alipay. So it's very, very interesting because 10 years ago, when we started to develop the fintech partnerships with the financial institutions in the UK, Europe, there are a couple of challenges we're facing with. So basically, you have a platform built in the cloud in day one, API economy, very nicely labeled data. So you can apply the AI, all kind of sexy stuff on that. But you have another side of a traditional institution, which you work with them, you love to work with them, and they love to work with you. The challenges are, a lot of institutions are still, and maintain and operate the last century's, the tech platform, a back-end system. So this is kind of the biggest challenge, I believe, because the analog times and technology and coming to the pure digital and technology, that's a mismatch or the clear gap. So over the 10 years, and particularly from what I've seen from my perspective, I think I've seen so many consolidation in terms of the whole finance. I mean, from retail banking to transaction banking, corporate banking. So you have seen the payment companies in innovation, which we love to talk about is embedded finance, which is quite a big, heavy thesis we cover. So embedded payments, you talk about a payment company, build a payment, B2B or B2C within this system could actually start to fly because you don't have to grow customer one by one. So the cost of a customer acquisition is a lot lower and the volume are guaranteed. So if you provide a tech enabled platform plus regulatory cover, that will help you to fly. So these are the kind of things we love. We like embedded payments, we like embedded finance, lending, which classic example is buy now, pay later. You've seen buy now, pay later during the COVID time is flying globally, particularly around the UK. So embedded lending, and we see it embedded insurance as well, and embedded in wealth management. So this kind of very heavy thesis we like to to talk about, we like to invest with.
Thank you, Tal. Indeed. Farah, what about your area, ESG, impact investments?
Yeah. So within impact investing, I think health and wellness generally we see has changed the landscape a lot, especially due to COVID. During the pandemic, as we all are aware, a lot of people's lifestyles changed dramatically, and there was a really strong push towards self-care, health, wellness, and we saw a huge proliferation of actual fertility companies around this time as well. And even now with the return to work, we see that there's a huge shift into healthcare, health and wellness and mental health. Companies are getting pretty outrageous valuations in this space, and the space is becoming pretty saturated. So it's a really good time to be in the health and wellness space.
Indeed, indeed, I agree very much with that. Antonio, niche investments. From the beginning, during, what is your thought?
Well, niche investment is growing. As the panelist said before, we are changing. The economic landscape has changed significantly in the past few years. And before, it was easier for big funds, especially US and UK funds, to do very high returns in just investing in their own country. Now they see that it's harder and harder for the higher valuation that companies get abroad, and for the saturation also of the capital, that some people don't want to invest as much as they used to do when the interests were lower. Whereas what I see in my own niche, or I would say in many European countries, are two main factors. The first one is that most of the private capital hasn't been touched yet. So the investments in venture capital, they come mainly through institutional investors and in the smaller part from private investors. And these private investors need to be engaged and need to be supported in understanding what a venture capital investment is. So the length of time, the quality of the products that you are investing, and also the second factor is that the approach in Europe cannot be the same as the one in the US. So investing in a series of companies, build up a portfolio, and hoping that one will make the return of the entire fund is a good strategy in the US. It's very hard to manage a fund with that kind of strategy in Europe, because Europe is smaller and they have less appetite for risk. So when you try to raise funds, your investors would like you to have not a balanced portfolio as in a stock market, but something that is generating real and tangible value. So trying to get as many companies as survive, as many companies that do well. So when it comes to niche investment, then there are a lot of variables that can be leveraged to build a very a big and valuable fund.
Thank you, Antonio. I like all the aspects. So we have niche investment, we have fintech, we have AI moving ahead, we have impact investment, CSG. We heard about those. How do these trends though align or conflict with each other? What does that mean for investors? It's an open question. Would you like someone may pick it up? Is there? Yeah.
I don't think these trends really conflict with each other necessarily. At least on the ESG side, I think a huge myth has always been that there's a trade-off, right? You either do good or you do well financially, and you can't have both of those at the same time. And I don't think that's the case anymore. And I think things don't even need to necessarily be labeled as impact or sustainable or these buzzwords that we use. I think it's more about just thinking about what impact does this have on the world, and will it destroy the world? I know a lot of people now just won't invest in weapons companies, for example, or they'll invest in a financial inclusion app that is very much a for-profit app that charges fees. However, it is giving people financial inclusion where they wouldn't have it otherwise. So in my opinion, there's not necessarily a conflict here.
Thank you, and I agree. The main point usually is synergies, and this is where the profit will come. So if you find synergies with all the trends, I think that you find the right place to put your money, or actually found a company and follow this trend. Usually you have an opportunity to follow your heart, what you started with, but with all the things that are happening during the lifetime of a company, it is hard to remain true. But there are always experts, and you have to ask the experts. This is what I always say. Let's talk about a bit more about sustainability and impact investing. Has become increasingly prominent, but how do you balance the potential for returns with the need for social and environmental impact? Is there a balance there? Farah?
Yeah, of course there is a balance. Profit needs to be priority, or it needs to happen. But more and more consumers are dictating that, like I said earlier, consumers are dictating that the profit-generating activities need to not be harmful. So you see now even big corporates like UBS or PGIM, they care about this now, and they're investing in ESG startups. They're creating ESG funds. We're seeing this more and more now, and I think there's a balance there, right? Because at the end of the day, they're not going to give money to nonprofits. And the startups that I evaluate on a day-to-day basis, they all have business models, they all have revenue models, and there's a way to balance those two. So I've talked to startups, and at the end of the pitch, I tell them this actually should be a nonprofit. And there's a balance there. If you can if you can attract users and create a product that users want to pay for, then you've found the balance. But otherwise, some things will always be nonprofit.
Yes. Can I echo? Sorry.
Go ahead.
Can I echo Farah's point? I think as investor, we're back to first principle. We need to deliver the best return to our investors. And we also have a mandate, right? So we're ethical. And the gaming, some of the things actually we can't do or don't do. So what I like to say that is, so the ESG is a very big agenda, going to be long term in terms of like, the how to make each fund and the underlying assets of the fund in the ESG scoring going to be as accurate as possible. Because you talk with three biggest rating company, they give you different scoring. But how could you actually provide the accurate or as accurate as possible the composition of your holding, and that will be true value for your underlying investor or end investor. That's the one thing I can see. Another thing I would say, the green energy transition is a very, very, very big topic. But in my understanding, bank is not prepared to provide this long term. You talk about it by century, right? You're going to achieve this. I mean, banks, executives, they have their agenda, lots of agenda, share price, reputation, and lots of things. But to achieve this kind of long-term green transition, we need a pension fund. Long term. So I think this is lots of things actually. I try to bring the dots together, but we want to deliver the super return, but from a long-term perspective, we do need extra help, regulation, and also maybe lobby the government. And although we are under election, many big countries in the UK, US, we'll find out soon.
If I may add, we have our approach is a little bit different. What we try to do is also, so our pool of LPs are mainly family office or SMEs, entrepreneurs. So we have 99% of capital from private sources. And what we tried to do from the very beginning was to engage our LPs in what we were investing in. So they didn't have to really bother about the financial return, that's our job. But what we also tried to do was to share with them the projects that we were looking at, or those that we invested. And there is one case where this basically a waste monitoring company that we managed to our LPs start using the solution. So when the objective, the convergence of the objective is on one hand for us as fund managers to get the financial return at the same time do well, but what we added to that was basically giving also to the toy to our LPs, let them play with it, and if they like it, then they are more engaged than a usual LP that is waiting for the return on the fund in a few years. And on this specific example, what we also helped them doing was to scale within 18 months. They started, they tested in few companies in Italy, and now in 18 months they are in 7 countries and they have 70 large clients, especially in the UK. So it's something that it's, can come, like the convergence can have the endorsement from other sources than just us doing the investment.
Thank you, Antonio. Very true. So more or less alignment, the trend, from what I understand and what I see, and the regulation should at some time meet, because usually regulation moves with slow steps. What about technological advancements? With the rapid rise of machine learning, artificial intelligence, all the buzzwords, other technologies, which sectors do you believe will be most transformed and why? Can I start with Farah?
Yeah, when I think about AI, I think there are a lot of companies out there that are starting up in the AI space, and the first question I ask is, can this be done without AI? If so, then we can just move on without the product, because I think AI is such a buzzword right now and everyone wants to use it, and that's great, but there are some things that just should be done without it or can be done without it. I think the sectors that will be really transformed are sectors like education, the health sector, sectors that are really not super technological right now. So for example, some startups that I've been talking to, one is a healthcare AI co-pilot that helps doctors need to do less admin work. So it takes notes for the doctors, it generates all of these reports for them, and it can even predict what's going to happen to the patient. So on average, a doctor needs to read 80 pages of paperwork before they see a patient for 30 minutes. So this really summarizes all of that, brings it down and says, this patient probably has X. And then the doctor can come in and just verify that. I think this is a space that will be very transformed by AI. I think education will also be transformed. Teachers, similarly, spend tons of time grading. It's a huge pain point for them. And they're reading essays, they're grading, and it takes hours and hours and hours. And some sort of AI co-pilot that can come in and change that and reduce the amount of time that teachers need to spend on manual labor will have a huge impact as well. So those are the two spaces that I'm watching most closely.
Thank you. Tal.
Yeah, let's start with the regulation. I think European, in terms of AI regulation, is absolutely ahead of anyone else. And in the EU, there was the EU AI Act coming into real since March. And they categorize different risk of AI company from super high to low. It's really helpful. And the UK is doing something similar or better, but subject to the election, so I can mention that again. And in the US, likewise. So that's one. And two, what our strategy on the AI side? I mean, AI is not a big thing. With Nvidia's price, share price went up to $1,200, and I think it's a little bit overheated, in my view. But what AI does really help in my fintech area, I mean, there were so many areas to cover that we are focused on few things. One, use AI to deal with historical data and come back with a good prediction. And this is going to be really useful, help you to make decisions for financial lending. That's kind of a classic example. It's how a few fintech companies actually do it well. And second, the financial crime is, it's just never ending, right? With the crypto price, start rallying this summer. I think the financial crime regulation tech, by using the AI and give you prediction and give a customer advance notice, this could be a challenge. So that is something we like as well. Third, and moving forward, we believe with AIs, and particularly with the AIs competition across all big tech giants, the barrier of accessing to this top level of AI technology are lower and lower. But this just gives you another challenge. We're talking with regulated industry, regulated data, and regulated privacy and everything. So how could you utilize the large language model capability, AI capability, but however, don't share this sensitive data outside of the walled garden? Is our third strategy. I hope this just gives you a bit of like a color of our focus and against these pain points.
Thank you, Tal. Antonio?
Well, I would like to take a step back. I think the big challenge that AI has, on one hand, is what Farah said, that people need to understand how to use it, and everybody's using it improperly. Most of the people improperly at the moment. But it's also a matter of trust, because if you look back when computer came out, the average person will tell you, yes, computer will do everything, without even knowing what they were going to do. And AI is pretty much in the same spot at this moment. So they are not going to do everything for you. They are going to do some of the things that you're currently doing way more efficiently. And that is basically when we see a lot of pitches of people coming over and say, yes, with this we can revolutionize that industry, or we can make a massive impact on that thing. And then when you go a little bit into deep, it's not as big because they can't really do that. So for me, when I look at the two of the pillars that we have, for example, energy and manufacturing in the second fund that we are building at the moment, when you see in the energy sector, AI can help you a lot, but at the same time poses a lot of risk in terms of operations or whatever. Like if you have an oil and gas platform or a refinery, and you can outsource or let everybody do things, you need to have the trust that is going to do it in the best possible way. And also on the manufacturing side, because we have a lot of LPs that are from that background, it's really a matter of don't scare them too much. The moment you try to say, oh, but this thing will help your company growing, you also have to assist them in understanding how and when. So we see a lot of value in obviously in this application, in AI in general. But it also needs to come with a lot of effort to support not the first adopters, but the other users that will basically make the biggest chunk of users of this technology.
Thank you, Antonio. Does it actually change when it comes to regional investment shifts? There is a shift and focus towards emerging markets. So what regions are currently the most attractive for investors from your perspective, and why? Carl?
It's a great question. So post-COVID, I think the whole major economies GDP growth has been changed. So from 2021, the GDP growth, actually, the leader is Southeast Asia, number one. And then the G7 economy. And I see the MENA going to be actually follow that as well. So emerging markets, we see the opportunities are 2 or 3 key areas. One is underserved, underbanked financial service. How could you use a e-wallet, a payment, maybe perhaps like a super app to cover those people who didn't access, traditional financial services because of lack of a credit line, lack of, banks and KYC details. So that's one area I see. The super app is going to be even greater and bigger and wider in emerging markets is one. And 2, the embedded lending, I mentioned the buy now pay later. It's another big thing because now we are going into a high interest world, but buy now pay later just open the credit line, I think, a facility to the people who didn't have the chance to actually enjoy that. So this is another thing we see. The embedded finance is growing because of the e-commerce marketplaces and the wallets and those kind, and the social commerce as well, going to drive this growth as well. And the third one, traditional regulation tech. In the developed markets, we have a really well, organized and well collected, the KYC data. But when you come to emerging markets, you don't have that, and you have to build from scratch, or either from a local, credit, agency, or from the banks, or even from the marketplaces. So the local marketplaces would have so many customers behind it. Local super giant super app have lots of customers behind it, and those transactional data plus aggregated bank account details statements going to help those people to provide underwriting capability. So that's the third thing.
Thank you. Farah?
Yeah, I completely agree with you, Tao. Oh, sorry.
Go ahead.
I completely agree with you, Tao. And at Pact, we invest in the UK, Europe, the US, and MENA. And MENA has become more and more of an exciting place for us. We see so many interesting startups coming out of MENA, or even being based outside of MENA, but having their primary user base in MENA. So, for example, one startup that I'm really excited about these days is called Nsave. And they created a wallet, a mobile wallet similar to Wise or Revolut, but it's specifically for people from financially stressed countries. So countries where inflation is devaluing their currency, such as Egypt, for example, they can sign up for this product and store their money in dollars, pounds, or euros. So this is having a huge impact, having a huge positive impact on people who otherwise are at risk of losing their life savings. And at the same time, it's great for investors. There's a ton of a great potential return there. So I think more and more we're seeing these kinds of things come online, and it's making MENA a very exciting place for us.
Thank you, Farah. Antonio.
Sorry to cut you off.
Yeah, Antonio. Go ahead.
Yeah, I completely agree with you guys. I think also, MENA is also doing, the entire region is also trying to attract a lot of talent from outside. And the beauty of technology is that you can basically come up with your next big thing pretty much anywhere in the world. I think the challenge for investors is to just try to do the scouting and find the correct deal flow in different places, and then eventually helping them to transition to, for example, the Middle East to develop the company rather than going in other geographies that probably are a little bit more complicated for early stage startups. My biased view, unfortunately, is that I think the south of Europe has a big potential at the moment because the projects that are there are coming from people with a very high level of academic background. They can they live in a region that is not as developed financially as the others, and so there is a massive opportunity there to support those countries or those founders in those countries and try to make them be successful abroad, and that will generate a great return, pretty much in the same range of the best performing funds in the US if they're well searched and funded.
Thank you, Antonio. We're closing down. We're almost there. So I will ask each panelist one final closing remark, summarizing your views and offering a final advice to everyone, myself as well, on the investment trends to watch. So let's start with Tao. What do you think?
I think for 2 lines. Number one, if we're going to stay with high interest for a while, right, how are you going to survive? And how to self-generating cash, and how to minimize your operating cost, and keep showing the profit in a projection, or the key attractions to your existing or prospective investor are the key.
Thank you. Amazing.
Yeah, I would say watch the ESG space. It's continuing to grow. At the same time, valuations are very high right now across sectors. So I would say watch for a market correction in the next few months, years, and things will get better with time.
Thank you for that. Antonio?
I would say be curious. Try not to have a lot of bias when you look at projects, and try to understand whether the projects that apparently don't seem to be fitting your investment strategy can actually be changed a little bit and improved and become the star that you want it to be.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. And I want to thank our panelists. I want to thank you, everyone. It has been great.
Thank you. Brilliant. Thank you all. So now we'll be continuing with our pitches. And starting now, we have Hyperglance.
All right. Thank you, everybody. I'm glad I'm going straight after the AI talk, so everyone's interested. We're a different platform, so we're a software company, unlike a lot of the ones you've seen. We do cloud management. My name's Stace Hipperson. I'm the founder and a director. So what I'd do, I thought I'd start off with our customer base. So we have a customer base. We've been in action in this form since about 2019. The product is a cloud management. It really suits itself to Fortune 500 and government US DoD. So you can see here, some of our customers include US Air Force and Verizon. So they're kind of the 2 big ones that I like to tout. So what do we do? What is cloud management? So public cloud, AWS, Azure, GCP, or Google Cloud, they run other people's workloads, so other people's data centers. So what we do is we aggregate all of that data, and then we show customers how to save money, be more secure and compliant. And also we provide an automatic documentation system. So the software runs automatically, and it actually runs inside their cloud. So it's very secure, and it lends itself to or the kind of customer base we have. So I'm going to show a video next. Hopefully it'll play next time I click this, and it'll be our CTO showing you, or telling you what we do, how we do it, and why it matters. Thank you.
Cloud professionals live under constant pressure and escalating demands. They live in a constantly shifting landscape. Cloud technology offers unprecedented power. It's elastic, it's scalable, it's easy to deploy. The downside, it's easy to lose track of what you have and what it costs. The cloud is an opaque environment where risks like to hide. Hyperglance changes all that. Hyperglance continuously scans your environment, creates an interactive visualization of every resource and every relationship in your cloud architecture. From AWS to Azure to Kubernetes, Hyperglance delivers insights and solutions in real time. Hyperglance is built from the ground up at the intersection of DevOps, FinOps, and InfoSec, giving cloud professionals critical insights at speed. Hyperglance is the only tool you need to instantly visualize and manage your cloud architecture, no matter how complex, with the most powerful, user-friendly dashboard anywhere. Hyperglance creates a complete cloud infrastructure diagram. You can see all your assets, all your connections, all their dependencies, all at once. Clients come to us because they have no idea where their costs are coming from or what to do about it. And when they're using more than one cloud, the complexity compounds. Hyperglance gives you multiple, actionable cost insights, misconfigured resources, VMs left running 24/7, unused snapshots, and unassigned public IP addresses all cost you money. Hyperglance Cost Explorer takes a deep dive into your consolidated billing account, focusing on your spending trends. Hyperglance uncovers underutilized and idle resources, making recommendations about which VMs or instances need right-sizing, or how reserved instances might be more cost-effective. It's not just about cutting costs. Our sophisticated rules engine shines light on your security and compliance risk, like IAM access controls and ill-defined security boundaries, unsecured S3 buckets, or VMs left public. That's critical because most successful attacks on cloud services come from unforced errors and internal blind spots. So we set out to solve that. Hyperglance automations immediately quarantine and lock down insecure configurations. No-code solutions automatically enforce your cost, security, and compliance policies, averting potential disaster. Continuous monitoring using hundreds of built-in checks based on key compliance and cybersecurity frameworks, like NIST 853, PCI DSS, FedRAMP, HIPAA, and many others. Hyperglance users include many of the world's marquee companies. Hyperglance isn't SaaS, it's 100% self-hosted, running inside your environment. Your data stays where it belongs, with you. We don't see or touch your data ever. What risks and opportunities are hiding in your cloud? Book a Hyperglance demo and see cloud insights visualized into action.
Okay, so that's obviously a very customer-focused pitch there, but I thought I'd give you a real sense of what our customers see and why they come to us. So just to give you an overview of what you saw. So Hyperglance helps. Well, can I scroll forward, please? There you go, thank you. So just to give you a conclusion. So Hyperglance helps customers save money, be secure, be compliant, and also gives them automatic documentation, search, and inventory all in one place. And one of our USPs is it runs inside their cloud. No data goes outside. So therefore, it's very, very applicable to the kind of customers we have, as in highly secure and large. So we're raising probably around October time. We're looking to expand. We have a booth in the section there. So please come and visit, and if you'd like to know more. Thank you.
Brilliant. Thank you for that. You can find Hyperglance at table 22. Next up, we have Themis.
So good evening, good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. I hope you're all feeling refreshed and energized after some nice lunch and a fascinating day of investor talk. I'm here to talk to you today about Themis. We are a multi-award winning digital financial crime platform. My name is Dickon Johnston. I'm the founder and CEO of Themis. I'm also a former bank CEO, so I've spent the last 20 years of my career implementing, using, buying competitor systems. So I know how hard it can be, how frustrating it can be for all of you to do due diligence on your clients, suppliers, third parties, and investors. So what is the solution? Well, I may be biased, but I would venture Themis. Themis is a single view of risk. It's a single platform where you can manage all of your end-to-end financial crime risk exposure in one system. So through Themis, you can search for any individual or any company anywhere in the world and find out if they've got a criminal record or any other form of financial crime-related red flags. Part of the beauty of the system is not only are you doing due diligence on one person or one company, but at the click of a button, you can also expand on their entire risk network. So all of their associated counterparties and connections as well, which is super, super important, very powerful, very quick, very easy to do. Now, why is this so important? Well, it may surprise many of you to learn that organized crime is one of the most profitable trades in the world today. And as a B Corp and a purpose-driven business, we care passionately and deeply about that. So our mission as a business is to really reduce the very real harm and damage being caused by criminals and organized crime to the most vulnerable members of our society, to people, to businesses, and to the natural world as well. Now, even if sustainable investing isn't really your thing, you should, as professional investors, 100% care about the very real financial and reputational risks if you don't do this properly. So what happens when one of your investments, for example, is pilloried in the press for a real or perceived financial crime or human rights related issue? Let's take an example, a very live example of Boohoo, a fast fashion retailer. I don't know if any of you know the current share price today. Well, it's £34.60. That sounds very impressive, but not when you realize that 4 years ago, Boohoo was trading at over £408 per share. So in just 4 years, this company has lost over £1 billion in their valuation. Why? Because 4 years ago, the Sunday Times published an article about alleged forced labour issues in their factories in Leicester. And they've never been able to recover since then. They're also now facing a £100 million lawsuit from very angry investors. So a real cautionary tale, I would suggest, to all of us. Now, many of you in this room today are professional investors. And in my humble opinion, you should all be using Themis to really kick the tires of any potential investments you make, not just on the founders, beneficial owners, and directors, but on the whole business and their downstream supply chain risk, really to make sure that there are no skeletons in the closet that are going to come out and burn you and damage your share price, your brand, your reputation in 5 years' time. Now, as Themis, we're here today with two hats on. We're helping many of you as investors do due diligence on your potential investments, but we are also raising ourselves, and we're raising through the Capital HQ portal. So far as a business, we've generated over 2.8 million in sales, and we're seeing really impressive year-on-year growth every year. In fact, last year, we saw a growth of 95% in terms of year-on-year sales. This year, the 9th of May was a very exciting date for me because the 9th of May was the day we crossed our full year revenues from last year. So what does that mean? That means every day from now on for the rest of the year is us generating year-on-year growth, which is hugely exciting. We've got a wonderful client base across both the public sector and the private sector. And you'll see some really well-known names there, particularly in financial services, investment managers, VCs, PEs, sovereign wealth funds. And the reason is because they're doing due diligence both on their inward capital flows, so their source of funds, but also on their outbound capital flows, so the investments that they're making as well. Now, we're doing a raise now to fund some very specific scale-up opportunities. So we won a couple of really important mandates at the end of last year. One gives us first-mover advantage over a whole sector, and the other, really importantly, gives us access to a whole country as part of an eGov national rollout. So with that, we expect an additional 42,000 clients to be mandated to use Themis to do their due diligence and report their suspicious activities into local law enforcement. Clearly, we need to scale up in order to be able to serve those accounts. So we are doing a £3 to £5 million raise here. We are already 2.79 million into that raise. So we're getting a lot of very exciting traction. But we would love to welcome some of you onto our brilliant cap table. And let me say you would be in very, very good company. The offer we have is a 2-year convertible loan note with a 9% PIK. So what does that mean? That means after 2 years, you can either withdraw your original capital plus the 18% interest that you've earned, or, and we hope many of you would, you can reinvest that or convert that into equity, and we would do that on a 20% discount to our price at the next round, to our Series A price. We've put a valuation cap on that at 29.6 million. And if we implement these national rollouts well, we should actually go far, far beyond that. So there's lots and lots of upside there. But what we're predicting is a 24.9 times ROI for investors who come in at this point over 3 years. As I said, we'd love to welcome as many of you onto our cap table as possible. If anyone has any questions or would like to speak to me, please do come out afterwards. Some of my brilliant team are also here giving live demos of the platform. So we're Themis right outside to the left there. Ladies and gentlemen, if there's one name that you remember from the whole of today, let that be Themis. Thank you very much, everyone.
Thank you for that, Dickon. You can find Themis at table 1, just out on the left. Next up, we have Viritech.
Hello, everyone. I'm going to start today with a quick show of hands. Who here has seen a hydrogen vehicle? Okay, more than expected. I'm not going to say my work here is done and walk off. I am going to say we're here to make sure that when we give this talk in a couple of years, you're all putting your hands up. So I'm Joe Ripblatt, Viritech's Director of Finance. We do hydrogen powertrain technologies optimized for energy efficiency. So what's the problem? The problem that exists is that battery electric powertrains are too heavy for heavy transport. If you're a 44-ton truck, you're a Ocado, let's say, and you're delivering heavy groceries, converting your fleet to battery electric needs 5 tons of batteries on each truck. So for an industry that runs on 2% net margins, you've just wiped out the entire margin and more of each truck. So it's just not a feasible solution for the heavier end of transport. Hydrogen's a much better fit. But at the moment, hydrogen powertrains today are defined by fuel cells at one end, which turn hydrogen into electricity, and at the other end, electric motors, which turn electricity into movement. Both quite well-established components, large players, competitive industries. But there's a real lack of enabling technologies to join the two in an optimized way. And the cost of that is heavy hydrogen powertrains, expensive hydrogen powertrains, and actually parts that are very difficult to integrate and implement effectively. As you may have guessed, that's exactly what we do. So Viritech is the smart enabling technology which joins a hydrogen fuel cell at one end and an electric motor at the other end. We've taken Formula One energy recovery systems and applied them to the mass market. And the net result is a fuel cell agnostic, electric motor agnostic series of hardware and software, which combined produce a zero-emission truck that has the same weight as a diesel truck today. So what that means for Eddie Stobart, for household names who are struggling to decarbonize their fleets, is that they can go zero emission without any impact on their payload in each truck. We're not a manufacturing business, we're a technology business, so intellectual property is at the forefront of what we do. We have 11 patents granted or pending, more trade secrets, and a huge amount of know-how. Most of our team is drawn from motorsports or automotive type backgrounds, and we have a licensing model. So our business model is to license out our IP to major manufacturers who can manufacture at costs and volumes that we could never compete with. But what that means for us is that we can scale in a very capital efficient way. So as volume grows, we can lean on the balance sheets and the capabilities of our manufacturing partners and just take a royalty on every Viratech product that they manufacture on our behalf. So our technology really covers battery tech, power electronics, pressure vessel technology, and vehicle control. If you want to deep dive on those afterwards, I'm very happy to. I'm not going to go into them in too much detail now, but the key point here is that we have a lot of proprietary IP which sits between third-party fuel cells and electric motors, which we don't do ourselves. So where are we in our journey? We were founded 3 years ago by Timothy Lyons, who's an ex-investment banker, turned his hand to entrepreneurship. He sold his first fintech business to the Bank of New York. He sold a second fintech business to Moody's, and in his own words, then decided to do something useful with his life and partnered with Matt Fawkes. So Matt is an ex-motorsport engineer. He spent a lot of time in Formula One, different rally championships, working on what's called mechatronics. So that means not only how do you mechanically optimize vehicles, but also how do you manage the relationship between the different power sources, whether that's recovering energy from the wheels, redeploying from the engine, and that's exactly what we do. We manage the different power vectors on a vehicle in the most optimized way. As I said, we have a deep bench of IP. That's the core of our business model. We're very protective about making sure that we keep our technology advantage in-house. And we've managed to win various projects with major partners. So we're currently working with Ford on the hydrogen version of the Ford Transit. The Ford Transit is the best-selling van in Europe. It's the best-selling van in the US. So that's a huge project for us as a business, but it's also an interesting leading indicator of the industry because Ford have had a battery electric transit van for the last 10 years. And this is really a recognition that that van will not serve all of the use cases that they have. We've raised 7 million so far from 2 VCs, 1 strategic investor. We've been quite successful with grant funding, so we've raised another 3 million in non-dilutive grants. And we've got manufacturing partners across India, Canada, and the UK. Investment opportunities. So we're raising at the moment. We're currently raising a smaller round, just a million at the moment for smaller investors. So if you're an individual or perhaps a family office, this may be a better fit for you. Later this year, we'll be raising a larger strategic round targeting 5 million raise, which you might call a kind of Series A shape of round, with the focus really being commercial scale up. So we'll do 300K in revenue this year, 2 million next year, and the funds will really be deployed in fitting out our sales function and bringing the rest of our products through to market. We've got a little stand in the room here. We'd love to speak to you if you're interested. Thanks very much.
Thank you very much for that, Joe. You can find Viratech at table 16. So next we have KHK Capital.
Hi, afternoon. My name's Steve Kent, co-founder and director of KHK Capital. We are a secured property lender. So like a bank, we're doing property loans secured on that property. But we're not doing mortgages for people to live in the houses. We're lending to property professionals for business purposes. So typically it'll be a property professional buying a house and turning it into 4 flats, or even just giving it a new kitchen and then remortgaging to a buy-to-let. So we provide the short-term financing to do that. Typically it's a 1-year loan and a quite conservative loan to values of around 65%. I set this up with my brother and a third partner in 2016, having spent 16 years in investment banking. Most recently, I was a Switzerland country head of FICC for UBS Investment Bank. So I left that work looking to invest my own capital, like no doubt some here. And like a bank where the core asset is safe, secure property, that's what I wanted. You've got to have your startups and for some fun, and you've got to have your blue chips for a core, but you want income, and you want a decent high level of income at low risk. So that's what I got into this product for. Did several loans with our own money, and then we brought in other high net worth investors. And then we brought in a formal bank revolving credit facility, and we're still growing slowly, steadily. We've done 200 and something million loans to date, and the loan book's currently around 80 million. Let's skip on a bit here. Well, we're southeast focused, where your properties are nice and liquid. We're typically doing, is this a laser pointer? Oh, cool. We're typically doing small loans of around 1 million at about 65% loan to value. So that's a very so that means the property is going to be like 1.5 million or something, the security. In the southeast of England, that's a very liquid underlying asset. And because these are loans to businesses for business purposes, it's unregulated, which favours the lender and means the security is very easily liquidatable. Our default rate's around 2%, and our recoveries on those defaults are 100%, and they're done very quickly. So the loan book is growing steadily, like I say, around 80 million. We've raised 55 million from the banks, coming in various stages, and we've raised 20 million private capital into our corporate bond, and the directors have got 5 million of equity as a first loss cushion ahead of investors. So we closed the last round at 20 odd million, and the new one is a slightly upgraded bond. It's listed and tradable on the stock exchange, Frankfurt, and it's cleared. Your details there, you can have a look later. I'm conscious of time. Just to say that the banks provide a huge level of oversight upon us. So they appoint third-party auditors who come in every quarter and produce detailed reports. They provide a load of these risk metrics. Like I mentioned, the average loan size has to be below 1,050,000. The average loan to value has to be below 67.5%. Various other risk covenants the banks impose upon us and impose auditors to ensure we comply with those covenants. That whole infrastructure, the investors get the benefit of that. That comes along with the investment. So that's my pitch. Thank you very much for listening. I guess we're not doing Q&A, are we? But we're on the stand just in the small room there. Delighted to speak to anyone who's interested. Thanks very much.
Thank you very much for that, Steve. You can find KHK Capital at table 11. Now, next we have Ape20.
Hi everyone. Nice to meet you. Right, okay. So my name is Anthony. I'm the founder and CEO of Ape20. We're the anti-plastic bottle water company. Our mission is to rid the world of single-use plastic water bottles. All over my t-shirt here. We launched in 2019, pre-COVID, and we're making reuse cool by attracting people away from plastic. Pretty scary picture. We all know the problem. There's plastic everywhere. It's in every part of the human body. It's even in parts of the body before human has been created. Rather worrying. Why should we want to drink that most precious resource that makes up 60% of our bodies from more plastic? It's all very well being from mountains and streams and volcanoes and ancient ice, but if it's stored in plastic for 6 months in a warehouse, the chances are it isn't as fresh and pure as you expect it to be. As for just the plastic bottles, damn, we get through a lot. 7 million a day end up in landfill in the UK, and we buy 8 billion a year in this country. That's the population of the planet. It's pretty scary. And water on the go is expensive. You're going to pay £1.50 for half a litre of on-the-go water, which is twice the price of petrol. Free fountains used to be the solution. But sadly, the reason they fell away in modern times is no one wants to maintain them, and they tend to look like this. In this modern era, post-COVID, public are even more concerned about hygiene, purity and taste, and clearly the number of bottles being bought show that this isn't working. That's where we come in. So 820 is all about getting bottled water drinkers to ditch the plastic by giving them all the perceived benefits of bottled water: purity, hygiene, taste, convenience, for a fraction of the price. Our dispense, filtration and UV light treatment tech is second to none and delivers great tasting, chilled, still and sparkling water straight into people's bottles for 25p contactless payment. We also have 100% plastic-free still bottle range called Silverbacks, which we designed and created ourselves, and they stay hot and cold all day long. Our Big 8 machines are robust, well-designed, impactful, placed in high footfall places, making ditching the plastic an easy option for passers-by with a refillable bottle. They're also standing billboards and spread our message out to billions one day, hopefully. We're a brand with our own route to market, which can't be overstated, and we have our own communication platform. It's working now. This was our launch in London Zoo back in the summer of 2019. We did 10,000 vends in the first quarter from that one machine. We've secured nothing but major blue chips since then: South Western Railway, Landsec, Great Western Railway, Mercato Metropolitano, Chiltern Railway. Put one of these standout machines in public areas like transport hubs, shopping centres, town squares, hospitals, theme parks, attractions, and people use them. They want to build better habits. And if it can be done for a fraction of the price of the polluting alternative, taste better, and be chilled and sparkling on a summer's day, what's not to like? The important thing with any business is its why. We're a certified B Corp, and we put our money where our mouth is. So whilst the core of what we do is to stop plastic being used once and thrown away, the really important point is that we give away 10% of all of our top-line sales to ocean conservation and cleanups to remove the problems of the past. We've raised 5 figures so far and aim to get to 7 over the next few years. 820 provides a place to refill, a means to refill, and a reason to return. So we have created the basis for very fast scale now at 820. Transport is one of the many sales channels we're developing. We've already secured 3 global, they call it global, full network railway contracts in the south of England, giving us access to 466 stations. That's a passenger reach of 340 million people, or almost 1 million people a day passing our machines, which is why we need to scale fast and take advantage of this opportunity. So I've told you we're a B Corp, and there are 2,000 of those now in the UK. What makes this thing very special is when you're awarded top 5% best for the world B Corp by B Corp themselves. And then you find out that your company is a top scoring B Corp in the UK last year for its designed to give impact business model. So, scary, silly phrase there, but clearly the good means morally good, and the guaranteed means that we're saving much more than just money for our customers by not buying plastic. We've saved almost 500,000 bottles from landfills so far, which equates to an awful lot of virgin crude oil and a huge amount of CO2 emissions. So, to the numbers. Don't worry, scary slide. Just hear me out. Our core revenue driver is machine numbers. We currently have 13. We're building towards 1,600. They're extremely profitable, 95% gross margin, requiring very little maintenance. We're raising £2 million for 20% of the business with EIS approval. We've got 17 investors already, including the sustainability-focused VC, 2 Magnolias, female-founded, who have followed their money. We're going to deploy this money by buying 50 more machines, building the marketing, tech, and logistics to support the growing network, and prepare us for a serious national rollout. This includes a subscription app that is all about WAS, not SaaS. You'll figure that out. We'll also be able to free up CapEx from machine purchasing with lease financing coming on board in late 2025. Business plan forecasts a 34 million turnover business and 14 mil net profit in 5 years. And that's all predicated on machine growth up there. An exit is a likely trade sale to a major water, vending, or infrastructure PE firm. So this says it all. We're truly taking on the behemoths of the plastic bottled water industry. And the great thing is, it's truly disrupting their industry. If they try to do the same thing, they're undermining their single-use plastic distribution model. And we just need the resources to do it properly. It's a 1.2 billion litre market, the water on-the-go market in the UK. The potential's huge. With just 1% of that market share, will be attractive for exit. So this last slide I'm going to show you, just to give you an insight of our pipeline sales. So obviously our major wins I've mentioned are the railways. Then there's the extensions with current customers like Landsec, the country's largest consumer landlord. They're a business landlord, I should say. There are sporting and parks partnerships in pipeline, which is great for the summer. And then this spring saw us land potentially our biggest win, which is Birmingham Council, which is our first public sector win, and opens up all of London and UK councils for approach. It's also Europe's largest council. Perhaps not in the press for the greatest reasons recently, but all the more reason for partnering with Ape2O, because we guarantee a revenue stream to the landowner and no upfront costs or running costs. And that neatly brings me back to the phrase on the first slide today, why you can't say no to Ape2O. You can find us in a stand out there at the back. Just follow the turtle. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Anthony. You can find Ape2O on stand 32 in the back room. Next up, we have Drift Energy.
Good afternoon. Show of hands. Deep tech, clean tech, ocean. Anyone care about those? All good. Okay, I'm speaking to you. Okay, so click. Our planet desperately needs more energy. It needs it to be greener, but it also needs it fast. It especially needs that energy in hard-to-reach, hard-to-abate sectors such as marine transport and island nations. So the logical question is, where can we find an abundant source of renewable energy? Turns out it's over the ocean. The 70% of our planet that we call the ocean is a vast, untapped gold mine of renewable energy. The question is, how do you access it? Introducing Drift Energy Yachts. Inspired by the age-old technology of the sailboat, we launch a groundbreaking new concept, which is the net positive ship. Harnessing wind power through sails, they generate energy as they sail along, dragging a turbine through the water. We use that electrical energy to produce green hydrogen, which we store on board the vessel and then deliver purposefully to ports around the world. This is a net positive ship. The analogy is it's like a fishing boat for energy. As a COP28 recognized innovator, our vision is for a global flotilla of energy harvesting ships such as these. A flotilla on every sea globally would create oceans of energy and help us on our way to abating a gigaton of CO2 by 2050. But the magic of Drift is not just in the design of the vessel, it's also in what you can't see, the routing algorithm. This is a world's first technology that hunts out what we call Goldilocks conditions. It stays out of the worst weather and out of the least weather, enabling it to hit load factors approaching 70 to 80%, which put other renewables in the shade. What does this mean? Well, last week I was at the UN SIDS conference, which is for the small island developing states, and I heard from many islands they struggle with getting enough energy, they struggle with the energy transition, they struggle with being energy dependent, and they lack the scale, the size, and the space for traditional approaches. They like Drift. And so much so, we actually signed an MOU with the Antiguan government to explore deploying our first fleet in the area. I'm Ben Medland, the founder and CEO of Drift, and together with an award-winning team of engineers, data scientists, and hydrogen experts, we have already demonstrated our technology. We're the first company to make green hydrogen in the port of Plymouth here in the UK. We have customer demand from the UK, the Caribbean, the Pacific, and beyond. We're backed by Octopus Ventures, Founders Factory, Blue Action Lab, and a sizable Innovate UK grant. And we're graduates of the Catapult UK, Creative Destruction Labs, Set Squared, and a number of other accelerator programs. We're ocean kind, and that's really important to us. But we're also an opportunity to scale a planet-scale renewable energy class for this next decade. And you meet us today at a very pivotal point in our company's journey as we close our seed round. To give you the stats on that, it's a £5 million seed round. We have 4.5 million committed, as I say, from our previous investors. So we're looking for that last 10%, the last 500K, EIS advanced assured, pre-money valuation at 12.9 million, data room ready to go, this is oven ready for investment if you're keen, those deep tech, ocean tech, climate tech investors. So I'll wrap up there by saying, please come and approach myself and Nigel if you put your hand in the air. We're just outside at table 29. Come and join us to make oceans of energy, and hopefully this will be the most photographic ocean shot you'll see today. We hope it's the first thing you tell everyone about when you get home. Thank you.
Brilliant. Thank you for that. As mentioned, you can find Drift Energy at table 29. Next up, we have iSalvage.
Hello there, my name's David Punter. I'm the CEO and founder of iSalvage. Somebody's laughing at our tagline there. We didn't happen by accident. My background is in crash repair, so I'm from Derbyshire. There will be no translations for this. It's as good as it gets. And if it's not a good event, you have no voice. So I'll do my best. I'm also the president for the Institute of Automotive Engineer Assessors and quite widely connected with the crash repair industry. The We Didn't Happen by Accident come about because we were asked by our supplier to set up a business to dispose of salvage. So what do? We are a salvage platform for disposal in the UK for motor vehicles after loss, but we also are looking and progressing green parts supply. So we're using both facets. We are supply and demand in one package. The problem we've got in the marketplace today is that there's one current supplier that sits in there that's been there for about 10 years. They have an auction model. So when an insurance company has a total loss vehicle, they give it to, well, they don't, they get charged for disposal by the entity to get the best price for the vehicle. There's no competition in the marketplace because it's the old IBM adage. It's like, let's use them because they know what they're doing. We were asked by clients to disrupt this marketplace. And there's a reduced value because the amount of saturation by this one supplier means that people are bidding less and less for salvage each year. So it started with 2023. My main holding company, we're investigating how to build solutions for the marketplace to dispose of salvage. And in February 2024, we launched iSalvage Limited. We have software platforms in place. We have our customer base. We generate a profit from day one. We're a very small team. We're a technological software as a system supply chain with our network of agents. Split up to two parts that we said. The first half is more about the supply of the solution into the marketplace, and the second part is looking at green parts, putting those back into the insurance company so they can use those green parts to reduce carbon footprint, reduce claims cost, and reduce time to serve because parts are in short supply in the UK. And insurance is going up for everybody for that result. So what's the target market? This is our sort of take on the market today in a conservative approach. So for the salvage disposal, it's about a £200 million worth of revenue a year that's really controlled by one operator. The difference in how we do business is we don't use an auction model. We give a set price, a guaranteed return with the vehicle value in place. So the insurance company know when they're giving a vehicle to us to dispose of, they're getting a value rather than what it may achieve on the day at auction. The portal, which is the part supply green parts product, is a slightly different operation. So because we have our networks of agents who can give parts back to the network and to the insurance companies, it means that we have a much better proposition. If you're a repairer trying to buy a part, you have to ring 5 or 6 places to get a part. If you're an engineer, you have a 10-minute time slot to do things and you run out of time, so you give up. Our digital platform allows you to go past that and connect directly. We think the market is about 165 million, I think it is, under 35 million, and 1% kind of coverage of that gets us into like 1.365 million a year of revenue, which is easily achievable. The raise is a seed raise. We're operating with profitable straight away. We own our software. We've won some awards on it already. And the 250 allows us to get into phase one. We will be doing a phase raise later because the market size is exponentially rather large to tackle, which is about £335 million a year across the 2 platforms. So we're scalable, equitable, and we are ethical in the way we approach. And that's me with a minute to spare. Thank you.
Brilliant. Thank you very much for that, David. You can find iSalvage at table 23. And next up, and for our last pitch, is Microgen.
Hi there, my name's Steve Ray. I'm Chief Scientist at Microgen. Microgen is a regenerative medicine company, mainly focusing on technology which we developed over the years in terms of stem cells and how we use stem cells to produce regenerative products in medicine. And one of our key areas of interest is actually in my own area of speciality, which is the degenerative diseases, particularly neurodegenerative, but all degenerative conditions. And this is a very complex problem, purely and simply because it really hasn't worked for the pharmaceutical industry. Where if you consider a degenerative disease, the pharmaceutical model is to produce a molecule which will mask a symptom of a disease. But if we think about degenerative diseases, it isn't one thing. It isn't one entity. Just take an example of Alzheimer's disease. You can't develop a single drug and help a patient with Alzheimer's disease because the blood vessels change in the brain. You build up this gunk in the brain. That needs removing. The mitochondria, the little power stations, fail. So you need a more global approach. And that's really the power of stem cells. So the solution to this, and we started this company in 2015, was really to develop a different approach to stem cells. Because I'm sure you've all heard about stem cells. A stem cell has enormous promise in terms of regenerating organs of the body. It also has huge perils. So let's say you put a stem cell into a patient and you want it to become a brain cell. And that stem cell can become anything because a stem cell is a cell in the body that never went to a careers lesson. It didn't know what it wanted to be when it grows up. And so it goes into a brain and it decides, do you know, being a brain is hard work. I'll be a bone instead. They don't do jack all. And it became a bone inside the brain. And that's the big peril of it. So way back when I first got interested in stem cells back in 1993, I began to think, are there alternatives to this? Because I found that it isn't the cell itself which is repairing tissue. It was actually the secretions that the cells were making. They were rebooting the computer in tissue damage. So this allowed us to develop this approach, which is actually cell-free. So we don't use the cell as a transplant. We use the cell as a factory in a controlled environment. And then we throw the cells away. And we just take these signaling molecules, which we've developed as the therapeutic. Now, originally, my work was actually on using the patient's own stem cells to actually generate these secretions. It's hugely expensive to do. It's very technically complicated, and it isn't scalable. So Microgen was invented to produce an off-the-shelf version of this. So we managed to find, with our collaborators, a particular type of stem cell which could be a universal donor, in that you wouldn't have to use your own cells. And this came from a sample of all things amniotic fluid. So it's very young, and has lots of benefits in terms of these secretions. But the secret actually to this was really, how do you get enough of these cells? So what we did was actually produce a unique, immortalized cell line, which are universally applicable to anyone, any age. And this was actually used to develop both a master cell bank and also from that master cell bank, working cell banks. So we can address multiple clinical targets using this technology. So it's a cell-free version of stem cell therapy. The team that's done this, fairly diverse, a mix really of academics as well as people with a lot of pharmaceutical industry experience. We've also been very fortunate in terms of external grants, etc. And initial investment so far has been around 9 million. The market, as I'm sure you can imagine, is absolutely vast. We're facing a population which is only getting older, and with it, concomitant healthcare risks. An investment opportunity that we're talking about today, we're aiming to raise around 4 million, which will take us through to our first in-human trial stage. We're still preclinical, so we're looking to VCs. We're also looking at various vehicles to do this, from loan notes to smaller investors, and we are on Crowdcube, as well as larger investors, so a mixed vehicle of investment platforms. Thank you.
Anyway, you can find Microgen out there, I think, to the right in the larger room. Next up, we have another panel, so please do stick around. Let me find that as well. So next up is the Valley of Death Profit versus Innovation panel. If I could ask for all the panelists to come through and we can get sat down.
All right. Welcome, everyone, to the panel of the Valley of Death. Navigating these challenges, the Valley of Death in life sciences is basically the most critical challenge, or one of the most critical challenges that you find in life science and biomedical innovation, which is the gap between the early stage research and the commercialization of the later stage funding, commercialization of new therapies, diagnostics, and medical technologies. So despite remarkable advancements in the basic research in that life science space, many promising innovations actually falter at this juncture. They're unable to progress due to insufficient funding, regulatory hurdles, and the inherent risks of validating these new products and developing them for commercialization. And our panelists today will discuss this problem as well as strategies that companies can use to bridge this gap. So I'm very happy to be here today with 3 esteemed panelists that know a lot in this space. We have Estia Ryan here. She's an investment principal at ECA Ventures, a £70 million early stage impact fund investing across the health spectrum. Then we have Iman Askari, a senior client partner at Morgan Pestwich, a boutique executive firm in the life science and healthcare. He leads global engagement with investment companies focusing on VC, PE, family offices, and Middle Eastern clients. And with over 12 years in the financial services, Iman has worked in sales and distribution for various asset managers covering EMEA and more. And then last but not least, we have Dr. Ethan Papadopoulos. I hope I didn't butcher your name too much. He's a medical doctor with 20 plus years executive experience in research and development and marketing authorizations in big pharma like Novartis and Sanofi and biotechs. He was involved in NMAs, but also acting as board director in ventures and fund advisor. He's currently also a managing director at Microgreen, the company we've just seen here before, and a stem cell-derived regenerative therapy company. All right, so I would like to ask you each, as an opening statement, what your perspective is on this innovation-profit balance in life science to kick off with. So Estia, can you start saying a little bit about this in your personal story?
Yeah, absolutely. So just a little to pick out on that intro, but we really focus on the entire spectrum of health. So starting with the social determinants, investing in access to education, then also looking at health behaviors, and finally health treatment. So a real focus on digital health and diagnostics. So that's kind of the perspective I bring here. But I just wanted to start with a couple numbers from the venture landscape of what this looks like in practice. So if you think about the cost of developing a drug, about 3% of that is in the target validation, or at the very front of the curve. And what actually VC funds is over 60% of their capital goes to that first step. So the first piece I want to say is that there's a little bit of a misalignment between what VC funds and actually what the cost of drug development is. The second piece is what's the most costly part of developing a drug. It's phase 1 to 3. That's about 60% of the cost of a drug development. Now, how much VC dollars go into that piece? It's about 15 to 20% of the total allocation. So what I want to bring with that is, again, this dislodge between VC investment and life science, life science kind of cost of sale or cost of business. Having said that, there are pockets of opportunity that I'm really excited about, and we'll kind of delve onto this later on in the panel, so I don't want to say too much, but areas like clinical trial research and facilitating that, areas like AI and drug discovery. So there are pockets of innovation where I think there might be better alignments between end health outcomes for patients, but also financial returns for venture. So that would be my opening statement.
Fantastic, thank you. Iman, how about you?
Thank you, Elena. So for us, being an exec search and headhunting firm focusing exclusively on the life sciences and broader healthcare, the sector itself has really been in a state of flux over the last 12 to 18 months, with 2023 really having been almost an annus horribilis, to use a Latin term, especially around the prospect of securing capital, especially in the private markets, for early stage companies. And this has therefore driven a sort of reduction or retrenchment, as it were, in terms of available roles for us to work on. And depending on your perspective of how we operate in the recruitment space, we are either lead or lagging indicators. And if there's lots of work on, well, it means the market is healthy, when of course, sadly, that wasn't necessarily the case last year, I hasten to add. But with that being said, if you trust and believe sort of the sentiments of the bankers, let's say at Jefferies and JPM, we are very much in a recovery phase. And as we all know in this room, markets are cyclical, so these take time. The recovery takes time to price into markets. And for those of you who are investors in the room, all I can say is that the only way is up, and to keep faith in the sector. And we should see a definitive reversion come the second, I believe, latter second half of this year. So it's worth keeping an eye on.
Great. And last but not least, Dr. Ethan, what's your perspective on the innovation-profit balance in life sciences?
Thank you for the question. It is, first of all, I would like to start with commending the organizers and the panel for the title, The Valley of Death. Now, jokes aside, this is indeed that you find ourselves several times, either as founders of companies or as investors, just before the edge, and it always comes down to, are we continuing to be innovative in some aspects, or do we continue with some trends, or the profit, or change course? Yes. What I would say is trust your instincts, keep true to yourself, and ask your advisors. There are many aspects, and we will hear and we will talk certainly more about it, but first of all, ask questions to the experts and trust your experts. Trust your experts. Thank you.
Thank you. Very good perspectives to start off with. The next question is, what are the main challenges in funding early stage companies through the valley of death from all of your perspectives? Who wants to start?
I'm happy to start. I guess, so if you put yourself in our shoes, as a company, I think we see about 6,000 companies a year to understand what we're going to invest in. And out of those 6,000 companies, we'll end up actually investing in 5. So it's pretty hard to get venture funding. And that's at the front of the curve. So we invest right before the valley of death. So to contextualize this, there has to be something that really stands out to venture funds in order for you to, make us want to take a call. And so I'll give you a couple examples of what those are. So number one, having early senses of validation. Have you worked with many biobanks? Do you have early traction that you can talk about? That's one example. The second example is we love to do our due diligence on yourself as a founder. So what academic papers have you worked on? Where have you studied? What is the kind of innovation behind that? And the third, and I actually think the most important piece when we were talking about it before the panel, is the ability to learn. Like, how, as a founder, have you shown that you're able to kind of iterate and learn and show that you can build, not only incredible academic excellence, but also a marketing function, a product dev function, all of these pieces that don't always come with an academic background. So those are the kind of three things that we start to look for when we're investing at those early stages.
So you really have to excel as a founder and as a team in order to get through the valley of death from your perspective. Be good at the science, be good at the things that are coming, and be good personalities or good characters to invest in personally. That's very interesting. Other challenges that you two see, maybe more from you could speak from the company side or from your perspective, Iman, that when it comes to funding these really early stage companies that are before the valley of death, basically.
You want to start? Sure. Well, coming back to the point of sort of innovation and profitability, the two are intrinsically linked. And I think traditionally, if you look at larger pharma, they're not exactly known for their innovative platforms. And really where we see innovation being driven is at that early stage of the development cycle, which is really the client segment that we tend to focus on as an exec search firm. So if you take, for example, CRISPR technologies and how that has driven drug development, it's really sort of been a game changer, which was driven really by that early stage, which has then been adopted by large pharma. So that's what I would say on that.
From your side, startup side?
I would say the startup side usually has to do, in biotech, starts from academia. Let's be honest. Academia is the wealth of knowledge and the wealth of experience that comes together and brings something new. If there is something there, it will come from the different universities around the world. If you pick it up very early, or if they have their own drive very early, they will get there. Now, if someone believes in them, that's the point. First thing is you need someone to believe in you.
How do you make them believe?
Strategic collaborations, KOL relationships, key opinion leaders all over the world, and a good plan, a good business plan and a good development plan. So again, it comes down to, you don't need only the people that will actually found the company. You don't need the founders. You need all the people that will come along, bring experience, and get to you in front of people like us today, and also know the regulatory environment, know the actual clinical development environment, and everything else that comes after that, the marketing, everything. If you're used to marketing, you're good to go.
Very good. Estia, from your experience, are there other strategies that will help bridge the gap?
Yeah, I think actually just before I answer that, I want to pick up on something that you said, because there's some new data last week around actually risk-taking in Europe and the UK being very different to the US. So to me, it doesn't make that much sense that there's the same amount of UK universities in the top 10 global university rankings as the US. But if you look at the startups spun out of those universities, there's about a 5x lower rate in the UK compared to the US. And so I think we need to start, like you say in academia, about how do we start to help scientists and like the smartest people in our society understand the commercialization pathway. And that's a bit of soul searching that I think we need to do here in the UK, and a little bit of soul searching that we also need to do as investors and everyone in this room of, what is our risk tolerance and how do we increase that a little bit.
And then, good point. I want to maybe quickly add to this, and how much would incubators or more university funding to actually also fund some of the routes towards commercialization early on, when maybe most VCs are yet too risk averse to invest in a very early stage discovery?
Definitely, and I'd plug two organizations here. So one is the UCL Technology Fund that works with Albion VC. That's a really impressive, I can see some nods, but it's a really impressive organization that works with the university to commercialize. And the other organization that I met a couple weeks ago is something called Cambridge Future Tech, that's trying to go on the ground and scout professors and understand, like open up their old IP books and get a postdoc to come and try to commercialize that organization. So there are like green shoots of this happening, I would say.
Great. Iman, we work a lot with human capital, right?
That's
How
right.
much can that be a factor of helping bridge the gap?
Well, I mean, it absolutely can be. I think going back to Estia's point, having looked at some data before sitting down today, the golden triangle of Oxford, Cambridge, and of course London, if you take a proportion of innovation that takes place within Europe, it's sort of 30% plus in this country, which is truly a remarkable figure because the second in the table or in the list is Switzerland on about 9 or 10%. So if you can, and this is where we come in as service providers, if you can source the right talent backed by the right science, then that is what drives innovation, which ultimately leads to profitability. And one theme we are finding is that, people, it's all about the science and the asset, and especially if it's a multi-asset platform as opposed to just a solitary one, that tends to encourage people and build enthusiasm when we position some of our clients who are in that early stage space.
That's a great point. I think that's another good strategy that you just said, multi-assets or platforms, human capital, maybe accelerators or bridging. What other strategies would you two add to the list? What companies or even VCs can do or recommend to bridge the gap?
Collaborations.
Collaborations, yeah.
Collaborations, definitely. And it could be collaborations between VC, a company, a founder, or other academia organizations like HR or health, human capital actually, not HR, but human capital. And this is where it all comes down in building the right team for the right purpose. You have to see the IP first, the intellectual property. You have to secure all the necessary background that you will need to move forward, at least on your first couple of years. Then you will end up in front of the regulators first, but not least, the regulatory environment. And of course, in all these stages, you need capital in order to move forward. Grants, yeah, okay. A lot of companies use and live and breathe only with grants. But we have to see the actual very, very breathing point of every company, which is the technology and the data, and that should be translated with enough cash to the next level. Anyway, yeah.
And what hasn't been considered yet, do you both see that future market size helps with balancing the risk? Are you willing to take more risk when you are investing if the potential is greater? Is that something you take into consideration at all?
So from an investment perspective, I think it's almost the flip. So we kind of take it as an assumption that the market is going to be huge and we'll only invest if that's the case. Now, if the market is $1 billion versus 10 billion versus 100 billion, that's a rounding error because ultimately it's a really big market. But we do get scared when the market is only 100 or in that category. So I think we do our due diligence to size up the market, but it's not the most important thing for us. For us, the most important thing is, do you have really strong IP? Are you a really strong founder? And again, are you able to learn as a founder to grow into that ultimate CEO over time?
Makes sense. Imam, coming to the current life science market environment, how do you see companies balance the innovation versus profitability in the current scene?
Well, I think a lot of it, thank you. I think a lot of it is linked to funding because, in order to get through the clinic and proceed through the R&D cycle, the cost of which is enormous, you then, you have toxicology, you have proof of concept. And so there is this inherent sort of risk-off trade that's been prevalent for some time that we've touched upon already on the panel. And so, for founder CEOs to go to market with investment companies, be it PE, VC, or family offices, and of course Estia in this case, this is where, they've got to be able to be aligned with their investors, work in a collaborative fashion, secure said funding in order to proceed through the clinic, and therefore innovate, which then leads to profitability. And that is where we are seeing that's where we've seen this retrenchment and this slight reduction. And another theme is that for those preclinical businesses, they are securing less financing. It's all about data, preferably phase 3. And that is something we are seeing in the market, not just amongst the clients that we are seeking to help scale up, but also the investment companies coming back to us with who they are looking to allocate capital to as well.
Are you seeing licensing agreement being done earlier to bridge the gap, or IPOs happening earlier to bridge the funding gap as well, or not so much?
It's a good question. So coming back to the licensing piece, that's linked to sort of the multi-asset or multifaceted platform technology that these companies possess. I think in terms of the IPO market, if you're following news flow, there's always these sort of enormous, like, headline-grabbing deals that are taking place, normally driven by large pharma. But what we are finding, and of course this is very specific to us, is that that is not reflective of what is happening on the ground with some of the organizations that we are seeking to partner with at early stage. So there is a sort of, I suppose, fundamental disconnect there between the top end of the IPO market and being able to access capital slightly lower down as well.
Thank you. So to all of you again, what are the recent developments that you see in life sciences that investors in the room should be aware of?
If I may start. AI, it's always the big one. And all the buzzwords surrounding it, big data, which has been there for a while, and also the factor of new diseases that come up every now and then. So we had the coronavirus, we may have a disease X next, we may have the next big thing after that. Usually it comes in waves, and like everything working in waves, you have to catch the wave and be on it. But from the other side, this is exactly what we are discussing today. Is it the innovation? Is it the new? Is it something that you want to catch up with? So all your process, all your work can be diverted and taken away from your original theme, or should it be on what is something that you have been doing and you know to do very well? To your question, the AI working now, the way that all data can be processed and moved forward, regulators have caught up with that. But the regulatory environment in healthcare is what it should be. It's adamant, it's very structured, because health is the ultimate gift to us. So they have to be very, very strict. They're not moving. They're moving very, very slowly, and they will continue moving slowly. But there are chances with combinations and moving forward with artificial intelligence, all the data that has been all around the world from the clinical trials, and a combination between that, organoids that I'm using now, microorgans that are not actually, for example, coming from someone, but from cell cultures. Using all that, so again, innovation plus AI plus all the necessary regulatory.
Esther, what developments do you see in the life science sector?
Yeah, so there's three I'd call out. So one, we're thinking a lot about antimicrobial resistance as a theme. And I won't spend too much time on them, but the second piece is everything around speeding up clinical trials. Like, how do we get from phase 1 to phase 3 as quickly as possible? Is that tech-enabled? What are the limits to tech enability? And then the third one is, given that we've heard about all of this AI drug discovery at the front of the curve, like, how do we get that into patients' hands? And so there's this cycle of like AI and wet lab that needs to happen much more quickly that we're starting to see a couple startups doing. So startups will start to own the generation of IP, but then actually start to manufacture that themselves. And that's kind of unseen in the early stage side when companies are raising 1 to 5 million. How can that get you far enough to do the wet lab initial tests? But the thing I'd want to add is actually on the profit innovation dilemma is big pharma has come out of 3 years of hyper growth, and if their cash balances, although coming down a little bit now, have never been higher. And so we have a real discussion around who owns innovation. Is it the big pharma companies, or is it the early stage startups? And do early stage startups have to run 5 times as fast as they used to because of this unfair advantage that big pharma has? Now, we're fundamentally optimists about this. We wouldn't be in the business if we weren't, but it's just a slightly different perspective that I think investors have now compared to like COVID times or pre-COVID times.
Iman, anything to add to the list?
Yeah, just very briefly, I think keeping in theme with what the panel has been discussing around AI and actually bringing it to the end consumer, where we are seeing sort of significant growth, which I suppose could be part of the wider digital health theme linked to AI, which of course, as we know, has been prevalent for some time, is really in the wearable space. So I want to cite one example of a client that I'm working with, part based in the UK and part in Portugal with operations in both countries. They are, according to them, pioneering the first AI-driven or led wearable to monitor senior living or elder citizen wellness and healthcare, right? And I think that's such an innovative way of bringing something such as AI or ML to the end consumer within the context of digital health, and they are actively seeking to fundraise off the back of that and garnering quite a lot of interest.
Brilliant. How are these developments that we just heard are actually changing the landscape for all of these emerging biotech startups that are attending the event or outside of the event, from your perspectives? What do they now have to do differently or watch out for in particular?
Yeah, so maybe I'll answer that in a slightly convoluted way, but if you actually look at the public markets, some of the worst performing stocks have been drug discovery companies that listed in the 90s or the 2000s. Like, I won't name any, but you can think of the ones that I'm thinking of. And so because of that, how do you, again, it comes back to that point of like running 5 times as fast as you used to. I think we try to de-risk that. So 1, it is harder, 2, it is riskier, and 3, it probably will take longer. And so the way that you de-risk that, we think, at the early stages is on that founder piece. So at ICA, we have a huge focus on founder development and founder assessment. We have a framework, and we use quite a few questionnaires to understand, like think of it as a Myers-Briggs test of understanding your personality and your motivation. And so that, we think, can help build our conviction in you as a founder, but ultimately, there's no going around it. Like, it is a really tough business that is getting harder. Maybe you have better thoughts on that.
No, it is, and I absolutely agree with you. It always comes down from the start. A lot of things can change during moving forward, evolving, changing, but it has to come from the start. The point where the change is happening, thank you. The point where the change is happening is when the capital drops in. So until then, it's all about the founders. The capital drops in, a lot of things can change, a lot of things can evolve faster, a lot of things can get easier. Imagine being the big pharma, and imagine being the small startup or even a small biotech who has a better chance to do things faster. Nevertheless, the whole idea of innovation comes from the little ones, from the startups. Everything that a big pharma is getting to their IP is coming from the little startups. They are exploring, they are scouting all the time. I have done that. I've been there and I've done that. This is how it works. So think small, not think big, think small, but innovative, and get the right directions. Speak again with your experts and see who is there, what are they doing, and if they're doing it well, then you have a chance.
Sounds like speed is even more important than it ever was, and knowing the right people.
There you go.
Imam, anything else?
Yeah, just very quickly from our perspective. So on the point of founders, we would encourage them really to stay the course. And coming back to the point around big pharma potentially stifling innovation, especially through being acquisitive of these smaller early stage businesses, if founders can stay in there and not sell out at the wrong point and drive innovation in that fashion, we would actively, in terms of how we approach our market, encourage them to do so, due in part because we don't do anything in that big or large pharma space, which is partly a quirk of history, and for some of us it's slightly more philosophical. But founder-led businesses driving innovation are really paramount for the industry and for the sector as a whole.
Great. So I want to finish by one last question round, which is in the regulatory and market consideration space, and then we may have a few minutes for questions if there are any. What regulatory and market challenges do life science companies face when they are bringing innovative products to market eventually? And how can investors assess and mitigate these risks when they are considering investments in life sciences at this earlier stage of company life?
Yeah, so I would say, to contextualize my answer, so we probably spend most of our time on digital health and a little bit of time on our life science work. So this is going to come from a more generalist angle. But the de-risking point, there's a couple things. So one that we always ask is access to proprietary data. Like, how have you trained, if it's a machine learning algorithm or an AI algorithm, how have you trained your model in a way that isn't replicable from another company? If it's a life science company, again, how have you validated that? So understanding the biobanks that you might have had access to, and the patient populations, do they reflect a diverse population group as well? Like, that's super important to us at ICA. And maybe the third piece that is more relevant in the middle stages of funding, but early commercial conversations, we think it's never too early to start speaking to, it's not acquirers, but it's people that will license the technology and start to really bring that to market. It doesn't even have to be big pharma. It can be distributors or SMEs, but just so we understand that you're thinking about how this is going to make money at the end of it, which is kind of the profit piece of this panel.
If I may continue to the same,
Please.
Yeah, it is indeed how they are thinking, how the company is thinking, and if they have the right contingency in place, the right clinical development plan, the right business plan, if we thought about it correctly. And for regulatory authorities, you have to check all the boxes. Now, if you are an investor and you want to see if something is going to be faster, you have to see fast-track designations, orphan designations. Do they have something that in their portfolio? Are they a company that has a platform? Are they something that can be, given a priority voucher, which costs maybe 80 million if you get a priority voucher for a priority designation in the US? All that stuff, plus the fact that have they thought about the regulatory pathway correctly? That's the whole de-risking thing. If they have a lot of aspects, if they can move very fast, if they have started speaking with VCs, like you said, or other subject matter experts, and if they have the right people, here this is where you come in, Iman, everything then connects and they have a prospect.
Thank you, Athan, for teeing me up. I think adherence to the regulatory framework is very much driven by personnel and bringing the right people in, from a reg affairs perspective, and that is certainly an area that we have been active in for some time. What we would also advocate is regular engagement with the regulators, be it the EMA or the MHRA. It's a pity that the EMA has now made that exit, but obviously the UK regulator is very robust in nature in terms of how it seeks to conduct itself. So from an internal perspective, once again linked to the people side, it's about building and developing a sort of a compliance-led culture. And this is very much applicable within the context of life sciences as it is, financial services, which is the world that I came from, which in a post-07-08 world, you saw a massive sort of influx and increase in compliance-driven professionals joining industry, and that has very much been the case we've seen over the years with the clients that we are working with in the life sciences as well.
Fantastic. Now, before we wrap up and you give us a 1-minute summary of your key tips for investors when it comes to this valley of death or related life science topics, I want to ask the audience, are there any questions? Yes. Please.
So, Dr. Groff, Charleston, Dr. Phyllis. The United States has had the Theranos scandal with Elizabeth Holmes. The UK, Switzerland have not had such a scandal. At least I don't know of that. Your guidance to not just the founders, but the investors, that we must not have that kind of speculative, quote-unquote, investments where we push these founders to make the decisions that Elizabeth Holmes has made.
So from my perspective, I would say it's important to get third-party data. So for us, the university was running the trial, for example. So if you have third parties doing the data manipulation is way less likely, right? So Theranos they were doing the trials, right? And they were basically selling whatever. I think that's a big thing about it. If the company is in-house doing some kind of a trial, that should raise some red flags amongst the investors, I think. Having credible partners in getting the data, whether that is clinical trials or whatever field that is, from my perspective, I think is the most important around the credibility. Getting the raw data and having third party basically validate that this data is credible and not made up in that sense would probably help. What's your take?
I think that it is in the same aspect. Again, check with your experts. Check with people that you trust. And it all comes down to, yes, in the US, there are many companies that they do their own trials. There are many companies that they have very good collaborations and they buy out the companies that they do the trials. But at the same time, don't forget that the company, it's all about the data, and it's not the trend, it's not the something big. Everyone went with Theranos because everyone else was going for Theranos. Yeah. This is what happened. So start thinking, and this is where I said start small. Asking the right questions at the right time, looking at the data, as you mentioned, looking exactly what they're doing, and if they have the potential. Yes, the trend, the riding the wave, I agree. But at the same time, the regulatory authorities will come in only when asked. They will not come in before. So it's all up to you. Yeah, it's all up to you. Before the time that they will have to tick the boxes.
And I think if somebody tells you it's too confidential to show the data, even after having signed an NDA, there's something wrong. That should be a big red flag. You are entitled to see the data and the raw data after signing an NDA, period. If you're a competitor, maybe a bit different, but if you're an investor, that's your right. So I would never even start looking into something more properly if you don't have access to the data. Yes, please.
Thank you. I would like to ask the panel, what's your view on the startup raising money in the early stages, especially, in the current economical landscape? Because most of the time, they don't have enough data to raise a bigger ticket size, but they're not taken seriously if they're raising a smaller ticket size.
Yeah, this is a really good point and something that we think about as well quite a lot. So I think whereas in 2019 to 2021, it was all right, that logic held true, so you wouldn't be taken seriously if you weren't raising a really large round. I think that narrative is flipped a little bit. So when we have a business model come to our desk, what we really do is understand how much you're raising and what that's going to be used for, and we build our own internal models of your cash burn. And so what we're trying to understand is triangulating, have you really thought about how much capital you need, or are you raising a big round because you want to raise a big round? So I think there's been a shift of, again, I can speak to seed stage. So seed stage typically used to be £5 million rounds. Now we're seeing like £2 to £5 million rounds, and the variance is there. On the mega round size, so that's where the growth stage of venture capital, which is one stage after us, that's seen the biggest contraction. So I think the numbers around 100 million used to be around that stage, and now it's about 20 million. So I think at the early stages it's actually still okay to raise that amount, but it's the next leg of growth. This is the panel, this is the next leg of growth where it gets a little bit trickier. But I would encourage you to really think about what that capital is being used for and communicating that clearly to investors.
Great. I think we have time for about one more question. Yes, please.
Thank you very much again for the panel. It was really insightful. I have a question. I was wondering, sort of, what are the top technologies or applications of AI specifically that you see across the life science sector? You know, the ones that may have the most potential within the next sort of 5 to 10 years.
Well, traditionally, sorry, I don't mean to jump in. Historically, it's been drug discovery platforms. And as I mentioned earlier, sort of in the piece, we are seeing novel and new applications within the context of wearables, platform, but like tech platform type businesses, as well as SaaS businesses. So I think people or companies are employing AI and ML-led engines to streamline the clinical process, for example, for hospitals and healthcare providers. Also access to medical records and decentralizing that, whether that's blockchain-based or not. But that's really sort of in the broader realm of what you could call health tech and digital health. And that's where we've seen a real sort of influx and increase of that type of tech driving innovation.
I would also add gene therapies, where you can actually look at specific modules and how something fits in something else, something changes into something else. That is something an AI can do very, very quickly. And the fact that, for me, if there is a combination that will... yeah.
Sorry.
If there is a combination that would be very beneficial, and how I would do that startup is if you find a way to combine the preclinical with the regulatory, where everything comes down to the combination and moving it faster. If you have the data and you have something that you know it can work, if you combine data, biomarkers or anything that is already there from other clinical trials, that it's kept anonymized everywhere, if you get that data, you could throw in your new things, new compounds or anything, and you scout if this works or if it does harm or not, then you have something that would be the next big thing.
Well, thank you so much. Unfortunately, we're over time, but thank you for participating. Thank you for listening. And above all, thank you so much to our panelists who gave their insights. I'm sure they're around a bit longer, so you can catch them outside maybe to ask more questions if you have them. Thanks for being here.
Thank you very much for having us.
Thank you. All right, I know it's late, but 5 more minutes of your attention, please. Hello, everyone. I'm Elena, as you've just seen in the panel. I'm a neuroscientist by training, a PhD in clinical research, and the founder and CEO of Keto Swiss. And I'm basically here today to tell you why this is no longer me. These are my attempts to illustrate what it's like to have chronic migraine, which I had about a decade ago. What started as a personal story turned into a global mission: fuel brains to reclaim lives. It's our vision to become the world's first and biggest brain health metabolism platform company that focuses on preventative solutions to improve brain metabolism. Now, the world we live in today puts a constant strain on our brain health, and this can manifest in various different ways, many of which we want to address further down the line. One of these ways is migraine. Migraine is actually the second biggest cause of disability worldwide, according to the WHO, and the first among women under 50. There's 1 billion migraine sufferers in the world, and despite that fact, there's actually 0 preventative solutions. Everything we have is addressing a symptom, the pain, instead of a root cause. It's extremely expensive for society. 150 million people are in the same debilitating situation as I was, with over 50% of the time in pain, and over 90% of patients are dissatisfied with current treatment options. What if I told you that migraine or at least a large subgroup of migraine, is actually in fact as much a metabolic disease as it is a neurological one. Despite food having never been as abundant as it is today, what we eat has changed drastically in the last 10,000 years. And very simply put, on these modern Western diets, these very energy-hungry migraine brains are starving. And this energy deficit could be at the very root cause of migraine. But why is that good news? Well, we cannot do much about our neurological hardwiring to date, but we can fix metabolism. And this is what we aim to do with MigraKit, our dietary migraine management product. The concept behind MigraKit has been awarded several prizes, was recently published in Nature Neurology, is patent-backed with the first of 4 patents having all claims approved worldwide already, and it also seems efficacious in this newly defined metabolic migraine subgroup. Now, a recent clinical trial in Switzerland at the University Hospital in Basel on a very first, not very potent version of the product, on 40 patients already showed a 30% responder rate. In responders, over 60% reduction in migraine days over placebo. We found simple blood biomarkers that could predict who's a responder and who is not, and there were absolutely no safety concerns. Now, due to the safety of our compound, we have a very special regulatory situation, which allows us to go to market with a medical food product, which is something between a supplement and a drug. It's kind of the best of both worlds because it allows us to enter the market in the US already, and we can also make soft disease claims. Now, due to the lack of solutions and the huge number of patients, the migraine market represents a massive opportunity. If we were to reach only 5% of high frequency and 1.25% of medium frequency metabolic migraineurs in the US and high-income Western Europe only, no other markets, no line extension, this would lead to a peak market revenue of about $2 billion US. Now, apart from making the world a better place, MigraKit also offers a huge market opportunity. It comes at a box of 30 sachets, which you dissolve in water, $98 US a box, 73 gross margin, a predicted net margin of over 35%. And because you have to take it twice a day for years, that also leads to a high customer lifetime value, subscription model, an omni-channel approach with a focus of D2C, and it's easily scalable with low additional overhead. Now, MigraKit has just launched in the US, but we're not stopping at migraine. We're already doing depression trials that are fully funded in the US and have already started. The ultimate goal is to become that world-leading brain health platform with a focus on preventative solutions, not symptom treatments, that improve brain metabolism, which is uniting all of these conditions, including longevity and health span eventually. And we have a novel molecule, a ketogenic molecule, in development as well. In the last couple of years, we've raised roughly $6 million US, and we're looking for another $6 million US now, which is why we're here in our Series A round. And with that, we want to supercharge the US launch, do further R&D, and prepare the EU market as well. Our team has over 100 years of work experience in this space, great education. Our marketing team continues to grow. We're lucky to be guided by several world experts in the world from Nestle, DSM, Silicon Valley, finance, and law. And thanks to MigraKit, this is how I feel today. So if you would like to help us fuel other brains, please fuel Keto Swiss. Thank you so much for your attention.
Next up, we have Lirio. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Amy Bucher, and I'm the Chief Behavioral Officer at Lirio, so my background's in behavioral science. We're based in the United States with offices in Knoxville and Nashville, Tennessee. Those are burgeoning health tech capitals in the US and a really attractive market for the type of work we do. I'm based in Boston, Massachusetts, which is another city with a similar reputation. So at Lirio, we combine artificial intelligence and specifically what we call behavioral reinforcement learning and behavioral science to personalize the way that we talk to people about their health care so that we can help them to actually achieve the health outcomes that are meaningful for both population health and, of course, personal health. We all know that behavior change is hard because we are human beings and we experience this ourselves and we see it in our loved ones. It's not that people don't want to do the quote-unquote right thing or that they don't understand that they should be doing things like seeing their primary care provider on an annual basis for wellness checks, but life gets in the way. So as you can see, there are many, many different barriers that people experience, and these compound when you think about all of the healthcare behaviors that we have to take care of. So preventive care, wellness, screenings, chronic condition management. What we need is some way that we can address people's personal barriers and help them really understand which behaviors are the most beneficial for them so that we can talk to them in the right way that gets them to that endpoint of taking action. We believe personalization is the way to do this, and when we look at personalization in sort of the broader marketplace, we see that the consumer tech companies that do really well with this, companies like Amazon, Netflix, Starbucks, they really know how to speak to you at that N of 1 level. If you are a Starbucks consumer, they have a very good idea of how to nudge you in for that next coffee drink. That doesn't work in healthcare. I can't say to you, hey, you had a really great experience with that hip replacement last week. How about another one today? We bring in expertise in behavioral science and healthcare specifically because we know this personalization problem has to look different in healthcare. So we are a scientifically backed organization. About a quarter of our company has their doctoral degree in their respective fields of either artificial intelligence, machine learning, or behavioral science. And we're bringing those skills to bear on figuring out how do we do what these companies have done for personalization in a way that's appropriate and meaningful for healthcare. There's a huge addressable market about this. This is just from the United States. We're actually having conversations now in the Middle East, Asia, Canada, other parts of the world, because this is not unique to the US market, but because we are US based and that's where we started, that's really where we've started to put some of the quantification around what we can address with this problem. And as you can see, it's a $4.7 trillion issue, getting people to engage in the health behaviors that are really important for those outcomes. Lirio is about a 5-year startup, and we have had some incredible growth in the last few years. So I just wanted to share some highlights from the last year that will give you a glimpse of what we're actually working on. So in 2023, these are some of our customer wins, and I'll quickly highlight the top 3, some things that we're doing so you can get a sense of the breadth of problems that we're able to address with our technology, which is called precision nudging. So first, Cone Health is a health system in North Carolina, so southeastern United States. They have a very diverse and lower socioeconomic status population, and chronic condition management is a top concern for them, as well as health equity. So we are working with them on addressing chronic condition and especially the polychronic patients, so think diabetes, hypertension, and other cardiometabolic conditions. And we're able to use precision nudging not just to get those patients to come into the doctor's office when they should, but also nudging them to take part in the at-home health behaviors like monitoring their blood pressure, taking their medication. We're using an advanced behavioral science technique there called JITI, just-in-time adaptive interventions. With Cigna, we're triaging patients to the appropriate mode of care, so they're a large payer. And we're really focused on getting people to adequately use virtual care as opposed to in-person care when that makes sense, and to be aware of the specialty lines of business that you can access through virtual care. And then Kroger is a grocery store chain across the United States that has a pharmacy, and we own their vaccine outreach. So last year, with the newly approved RSV vaccine for people over age 65, we ran that campaign, and we were able to see some really significant results compared to the best benchmarks we had, which were for flu vaccination. So we were exceeding the best benchmarks that we had by about 30% through our personalized approach to nudging. Behavior change is hard, but we believe that personalized solutions can make it possible, and we believe that we have the right technology and team to make that happen. We have a space in the other room where I have a white paper about what we call our large behavioral model, and it really describes how we're able to use this behavioral reinforcement learning approach from AI to create representations of people that then help us to predict how do we quickly and accurately speak to them about their health behaviors across their entire health journey so that we can ultimately help them be healthier, happier, live longer, and really empower them as well. So thank you very much. I look forward to having more conversation.
Okay, next up we have Hilo Health.
So, first of all, nice to be here. Sean McVeigh is my name, and the company is Hilo Health. Some fascinating talks earlier on and very inspiring. So I'm going to take you away from the regulated health sector into the wellness space. So I'm here to talk to you about Nutramatic, and I was amused about the Theranos question earlier. Some people have said, so are you the European version of Theranos? And I would love to say yes in terms of investment and no in terms of data, but sadly, we're not at that stage of investment just yet. As we are at the moment wholly owned by a US company, here's a disclaimer about the US SEC side of things. Anyway, I'm here now to talk to you about modern wellness. Does it work for you? It's 2024, in case you didn't know. A lot of people wear smartwatches. A lot of people take supplements. If you look at your smartwatch, it can determine, are you sleeping well? Are you depressed? What's your energy level? Are you taking, what sort of activity? A whole lot of data there. And it's fantastic. And then the next question is, so what? What am I going to do with this? The earlier speaker mentioned, behavioral intervention. So just because you know you're doing, or you're not sleeping well, or you're not doing this, or you're not doing that, the question is, so what? You need a way to move forward. The supplement industry is an amazing industry. Huge, huge numbers. And thankfully the panel are gone now, but it's unregulated. How can an industry where you take something on a daily basis, day in, day out for months and years, be unregulated? The amount of money that's spent is $383 billion, and it's set to double by the end of the decade. 260 million Americans take supplements regularly. A third of this 383 billion is spent in the Asia-Pac region. It's a global scenario. And then you say to people who take supplements, I don't ask people in the US anymore, do you take supplements? I say, why do you take supplements? Because 7 out of 10 Americans take supplements regularly, and the rest take them occasionally. So why do you take supplements? And they give me great answers like, I feel better. Really? How does that work for you? I feel better. My wife takes them, so I take the same as her. Oh, really? So now you're the same as your wife, and you feel better. Good for you. Fantastic. We're a little bit of a nerdy company. We're all about the data. So just to get into a little bit more about the supplement side of things, we say the supplement industry is stuck in the 1980s. Still pills. Did you know 4 out of 10 people...
Dotted outline.
Fantastic. I thought I silenced that. Anyway, amazing. 4 out of 10 people don't like to swallow pills. And yet the supplement industry, mostly about pills. Wouldn't you think? So their solution is everybody should take gummy bears. Really? It's confusing. It's inconvenient. People spend $50, $100 a month already on supplements. If I ask you, have you got a Netflix subscription? Yes. Can you justify the $10 spend a month? Yes. Have you a mobile phone bill subscription? Yes. Can you justify that? Sure. You're spending more than that on supplements. Can you justify it? Well, not really. So the good news is, and it's nice when somebody like McKinsey comes along, and in January of this year they said, here are the top 3 trends in the health and wellness industry. And they said this industry is a $1.8 trillion global industry. And these are the top trends. Health at home. People want to be able to do diagnostics at home. The trouble is feedback, understanding, how does it work? How does it make sense? It's got to be easy. The second one, as we heard earlier on the panel, biomonitoring and wearables. Huge amount of data there, untapped. And the third one is personalization. Everything is going to be personalized, and it's driven by generative AI. So I would love to be standing up here with a business with all of these attributes. And guess what? We have it. We've wearables, we've urine analysis. We have an AI platform, Hilo AI, where we analyze all of this data. And then we have a device which is patent pending, our Nutramatic, which delivers real-time supplements, optimized based on your data up to the minute. But supplements are not good enough. You need to have lifestyle coaching. And there we use large language models in your language, culturally appropriate, to get that behavioral change. So we're here now. Very briefly, I was in Taiwan, 2,000 people in the audience, 1,300 of them signed up for a trial. Not a clinical trial, but they agreed to provide us with urinary analysis once a week for 24 weeks, and they paid for the privilege. This is Nutramatic. I won't go into the details. And finally, just to give you an idea of the numbers, we believe that we can end up with 500,000 customers by 2028. They are already spending $100 a month. You do the math. A lot of revenue here. It's a higher margin business. We're looking for $3 million as soon as possible, please. If you want to do a rounding error, like the earlier panel mentioned, you know, it can be 30 million is okay as well. Thank you very much. Appreciate it.
Okay, next up we have Isotron.
Sure. Talk about the graveyard shift. Okay, guys, my name is Ansu Sufo, and let's get into the discussion around what we do. Basically, we help organizations, generally very, very large organizations, save significant money in terms of running their operations. The biggest challenge, and we all know, the entire economy is struggling and businesses are struggling. And one of the most important things is that they've got to reduce their cost of operations, but they also have to drive flexibility and agility within their environment. And this is a major, major challenge that is being faced by every single organization. So what we do is we enable up to 50% of OPEX savings by essentially using artificial intelligence, AI operations, IoT devices, bringing in data from different sources, and enabling the employees to get data inputs from an AI system that enables them to optimize their operations. Now, we built a platform to do this, and what we did is that we looked at the whole digitalization landscape, and we looked at what sits in the ecosystem. What you have today is a very, very fragmented environment. And in order for any company to play in the AI operations space, it requires them to spend a lot of money trying to bring in these different systems and these different platforms. And what that does is you actually have to bring in consultants, you have to bring in system integrators. There isn't a single consolidated platform that you can utilize. This challenge and this problem did exist in the 1990s for the IT industry. And the IT industry, when they basically had all of these different systems, you had an HR system, you had an invoicing system, you had a logistics system. What ERP systems did was they combined them all into a single system, and it allowed these organizations that deployed them to become a lot more efficient, and it drove the IT industry forward. We have done that in the digital economy. So this is our platform. I'm not going to go too much into it. It's called the TOPS platform, which stands for Task Optimization Platform. But effectively, these are different components of the system. It allows us to take data inputs from a whole host of different data sources, and it brings it into a central AI system, and it allows us to then bring in and extract deep data insights in terms of optimization of the operations. So I'm not just talking about something that's a concept. We have many customers around us. We have rapid growth, especially in the Middle East and Africa. We have customers that have actually got benefit of this already. We also, by the way, are going to be rolling out the first smart city using this platform in Africa. We've got a municipality that's already signed up with us. We're working with the South African wine industry, which represents 3,500 wines, and we're deploying our technology to drive their innovation environment using our technology. Armscore is an arms procurement company in South Africa. We are also deploying our technology in the arms industry as well. This just shows you how a single platform is a multi-industry type platform. In the last week, we were basically in Oman, Dubai, and now in the UK. And there we are talking to people in the oil and gas industry around deployment of our tech. These are some of our customers, so we're growing very, very fast. We've got a very experienced leadership team. I'm just going to go through this very, very quickly. So in terms of where we're at, we're focusing currently on the EMEA market. Next year, we'll look at the US market, and in 2027, we'll look at the Asia Pacific market. In terms of the growth, yeah, we're showing huge projected growth, but you would see that actually we did this at the beginning of the year, and because of the amount of customers that are signing up with us, this number is now already outdated. Let's go back to this one. Basically, we're already looking at a projected incomes of over $13 million this year. So what we're looking at is, I personally have invested 2.6 million into the business of my own money. We're just looking for 900K. We need the money specifically just to beef up our team. We're going to double our team, basically. And the reason why we need to double up our team is we've got a pipeline of $13.3 million that we have to achieve. So at this point in time, we are looking for money to bring in and develop our customers, to beef up our team so that we can actually meet our customer demand. That's it. Thank you so much.
I'm James Graham of Recce Pharmaceuticals Limited, listed on the Australian Stock Exchange under RCE. Usual disclaimers we have. What is Recce? So Recce is the world's most advanced new class of antibiotic, according to Pew Charitable Trusts. We're the most clinically advanced sepsis drug candidate in the world at this time, which according to World Health Organization according to the FDA, has the only qualified infectious disease designation for bacteremia, which is broad spectrum sepsis. That provides us an additional 10 years of market exclusivity above and beyond our patent position, plus fast-track regulatory review. World Health Organization has named us in their list of antibacterial products in clinical development against priority pathogens. And in our portfolio of compounds, we have multiple phase 1 and phase 2 candidates addressing unmet medical needs of large patient populations. We take a portfolio approach, not only as it is a global challenge, but it is according to the method of administration where you tackle the underlying bacterial problem. For intravenous, we focus upon urosepsis. Urosepsis or sepsis is the #1 most expensive condition treated in health, double the second most expensive. And of those patients who have sepsis, which is bacterial blood poisoning, because there's no such thing as good bacteria in your blood, there's no such thing as good bacteria in your bladder. Our compound is IV administered, it passes through the kidneys into the urinary tract, and it gives the potential to treat the patient at first patient presentation, as we work faster than any other antibiotic known to date to get on top of that infection, and to remove that time-consuming guesswork of one antibiotic against one bacteria. We work against all bacteria. So to infuse at first patient presentation and to treat either the bacterial blood poisoning in the advanced stage or the underlying 30% of those poisoning cases are urinary tract infections for a whole patient treatment response. A topical application is utilizing the compound either as a gel, so rubbed onto the wound itself, or as a spray solution. It's a slightly viscous solution. In fact, it looks a little like an olive oil. I have one here. Basically, it's for diabetic foot ulcers, for topical burn wounds, for skin structure infections, for post-operative wounds in their respective, it's broadly in phase 2 actually, because there's some phase 1, but really most of those programs are phase 2. We have a suite of advanced preclinical candidates. So for inhalation purposes, pneumonia or Mycobacterium abscessus, It's the same method of administration, it just depends on the underlying bacteria. Sinusitis is a sinus spray, and beyond. As a company, we are currently valued at around 120 million market cap. We have the largest advanced overseas finding awarded by the Australian government. That means that you see that $11.2 million is a draw against a position of about up to $54 million over 3 years. It's actually the largest Australian government commitment to extend our R&D rebate of 43.5 cents in the dollar from Australia to anywhere around the world, including, of course, in the UK. We also have that guaranteed for a period of 3 years. Governments can change, legislation can change. They cannot take away what is the largest underwritten commitment to support our R&D upon submission. We are advancing, of course, multiple candidates in their phase 1 and phase 2 clinical studies, and we would expect near-term catalysts from those to flow. It's a wholly owned technology, manufacturing granted patents around the world in what has really been a land grab opportunity in synthetic polymeric antibiotics. So depending on the family, you've got your curative claims across multiple bacterial infections and some viral infections if they're coated with a proteinaceous cell. Curative claims, preventative claims, methods of administration, IV, topical, oral, inhaler, and so forth. So these market opportunities position our capability out to 2041, of which our company is currently in the respective phase 1, phase 2 clinical studies advancing against these major unmet medical needs of large Western populations. This is Recce Pharmaceuticals Limited, ASX RCE, Frankfurt Stock Exchange R9Q. It's a pleasure to be with you.
Good morning, everyone. Thank you for joining us today. Agriculture is an exciting space. With the world population predicted to reach 9.7 billion by 2050, global food production needs to increase by 70%. Significant advances have been made in agriculture, from robotics and lab-grown proteins to precision agriculture, vertical farming, and drone technology, to name but a few. Yet even with these innovations, we will struggle to meet demand. And 101 economics tells us that when demand exceeds supply, prices only go one way, and that's up. That's why I'm excited to present to you Agravita Invicta, a large-scale New Zealand premium apple and pear business with remarkable growth opportunities. Agravita Invicta is situated in the fertile lands of South Canterbury, New Zealand, an ideal location for apple and pear production. We project significant returns from the start, leveraging our strategic location and premium production capabilities. Our diverse range of apple and pear varieties, coupled with trials and other high-value crops, positions us well for export markets. With strong financial projections, including a 15.1% IRR and a 14.9% dividend yield, we are confident in delivering excellent returns on your investment. The global apple market is set to grow significantly, with rising demand for high-quality and sustainably grown apples. New Zealand is renowned for its premium apples and has strong export markets in Asia, Europe, and North America. South Canterbury, located in the heart of New Zealand's South Island, is perfectly positioned for high-value horticultural growth. The region benefits from a temperate climate with hot summers and cool winters, ideal for apples and pears. Its fertile soils and reliable water help ensure consistent, high-quality yields. Our orchards span 75 hectares and are planted with high-demand varieties like Peekaboo, Gala, Koru, and Honeycrisp. We employ sustainable practices to ensure long-term productivity and have a purpose-built post-harvest facility that processes 100% of our production. Each apple and pear variety has distinct attributes that suit different markets. This diversity allows us to effectively spread our market risk. Additionally, each variety flowers and is harvested at slightly different times, which helps spread our labour inputs and mitigates climatic risks. New Zealand apples are renowned for their quality, and as I alluded to at the start of my presentation, investment in agriculture is entering an exciting phase. Investing in farmland preserves capital, is an inflation hedge, and has a low correlation to other asset classes. We believe farmland should be on everyone's radar, not as an alternative asset class, but as a mainstream investment. This combination of quality assets and strong investment fundamentals makes Agravita Invicta a compelling opportunity. South Canterbury offers ideal climate and soil conditions for apple production. With reliable irrigation and reduced pressure from pests, coupled with multiple port options and seasonal labour access, our location provides significant benefits. Agravita Invicta's advantages include a diverse range of varieties that cater to different markets, on-site post-harvest facilities, an experienced management team, and multiple production sites that mitigate risks associated with weather events. Our post-harvest facility is a significant advantage, being one of only 47 export-accredited packhouses in New Zealand and the only one in the region. It allows us to maintain total control over the processing and quality of our fruit. Our market position is further strengthened by the fact that post-harvest facilities also act as a barrier to entry for other growers. We've also structured the investment to negate the need for New Zealand OIO approval, allowing non-New Zealand investors to participate without the costs and uncertainty associated with OIO. This makes the investment more accessible and straightforward for international investors. Our experienced management team is led by Derek Hopkins and myself. Derek brings over 4 decades of expertise in rural sector investment, with a proven track record in dairy, horticulture, and forestry projects. Together, we are committed to leveraging our combined experience to drive the success of Agravita Invicta. Our vision and mission chart our course, while our values and beliefs define and guide our people. Our vision is to be the gold standard in responsible orchard management. Our mission is to harness knowledge and expertise to deliver solid returns. We value responsible farming, focus on people, maintain robust and ethical management, and practice transparency. We believe skilled and motivated people are essential to our success. We recognise and address various risks, including market fluctuations and climate-related challenges. Our mitigation strategies include diversifying crop varieties, employing advanced weather monitoring and protection systems, and hiring experienced personnel. We remain vigilant to economic and regulatory changes, ensuring we mitigate risks effectively. Our planned capital development includes expanding our planted area, increasing our packhouse capacity, improving packhouse efficiency, and enhancing orchard automation and labour efficiency. We also see potential in processing other growers' fruit and developing a regional brand. Further diversification into high-value crops such as apricots, cherries, kiwi fruit, hops, and berries is on the horizon. This development plan not only aims to enhance our current operations, but also positions us to capitalise on new market opportunities, ensuring sustainable growth and increased profitability. Our financial projections show a clear path to growth and profitability. By year 5, we expect to generate 9.1 million in revenue with an investor IRR of 15.1% and an attractive average dividend yield of 14.9%. These metrics highlight the strong return potential and profitability of our business, making Agravita Invicta an appealing opportunity for investors seeking solid financial gains. We are seeking a total investment of 19 million NZD, which will be used for land and business acquisition, orchard development, and post-harvest capability. Our primary goal is to raise 14.1 million by July 1, 2024, progressively increasing to 19 million by July 1, 2025. We have the flexibility to reduce the equity capital requirement down to 15 million by incorporating up to 4 million in debt capital if required. We offer up to 100% equity stake, with expected dividends averaging 14.9% from FY26. Additionally, we are listed on the Catalyst Exchange, making it easier for investors to trade their shares and providing greater liquidity. Agravita Invicta presents an investment opportunity in quality assets in a prime location with strong market demand and competitive advantages. Our sustainable practices and attractive financial returns make this an excellent investment. Further information can be found in our deal room on Capital HQ, and investment can be made via the Catalyst Exchange. Contact us today for more details and to schedule a meeting. Thank you for your time. We look forward to partnering with you.
Okay, next up, we're going to do a keynote speaker, Gareth Hawkins.
When he says next up, he means last up. And this is where we get to see who has the staying power or who's here for the drinks. Hands up. No. Well, hello, everyone. I am absolutely delighted to have the privilege of closing out what has been a super informative and insight-packed day here at Emergence London 2024. And what better topic to end on than the outcome that most funders and founders are so often focused in pursuing: exits. So I'm Gareth. I spent about 20 years in industry, building a group of engineering equipment and consumables manufacturing, distribution, and training companies, largely through M&A. It's a mature sector. We sold that in 2019 to a NASDAQ-listed Scandinavian-based private equity firm. Stayed with that for a while, and then I went portfolio as a NED, a chairman, a consultant, an investor, working with leaders at all stages of the business life cycle: startup, scale up, and sell up. And I've since worked with investor groups, funds, programs in the VC and PE spaces over the last 4 or 5 years. But as a pedantic IRR-focused investor, I've observed some interesting trends, some exciting emerging opportunities, and some rather alarming economic challenges, a few of which I'm here to talk to you about this afternoon. So buckle up. And we've got half an hour. This is probably going to take me about 15, 20 minutes, and then think of some questions to keep me interested, busy. Let's go. Let's get into it. So, conference season is definitely in full swing. And this week, GPs have been gathering for some mutual hand-wringing and mea culpas in Berlin at Super Return and Super Venture. Now, nobody wants to catch a falling knife. And so during the macroeconomic inversion that we've been faced with for the past 18 months or so, no manager has actually wanted to risk investing at a premium during a period of multiple contraction where the underlyings are attracting less in terms of enterprise value. So if it hasn't been a sure thing and there hasn't been a clear upside, it hasn't been getting funded, period. Now, largely that paralysis is partly due to multiple expansion having been the norm during the bull market area. And it might surprise you to hear that actually about 50% of private equity value creation over the past decade has actually been due to multiple expansion, riding the wave. So managers of all kinds have probably been quite rightly questioning whether their model still functions when the music stops. And that's meant that despite having record amounts of capital committed but not deployed, capital allocators in funds have been somewhat waiting for the wind to change. So, you know, I guess I'd imagine those stationary cupboards have been pretty well organized over the last 12 months. But currently, $3.2 trillion of unsold assets are hindering capital returns due to, ultimately, the cap being on, the lid being on, fewer IPOs, and consequently reduced M&A volumes down the value chain. And as a result, there's $2.6 trillion almost dollars of dry powder as at the end of Q1 this year sat unallocated. So according to Preqin, the average total value to paid in capital, for example in venture, was measured in recent years at about 3.5x. And magically, that number correlates very much on track with the number of the private placement memorandum that was circulated to LPs in the decade previous. However, The bad news is that the all-important distributions to paid-in capital are at comparative historic lows, having achieved, again, according to Preqin, about 1.7x over the decade from the GFC to the pandemic. So what does that do for distributions? Well, we know that delivering liquidity is ultimately the critical challenge of private market alternative asset classes. And this needs to be carefully balanced with not prejudicing or reducing, in fact, maximizing future returns. Yet, with regard to the wider private equity space, the severe constriction of capital that we've been seeing has painted a very bleak picture, and you can see the decline here in recent years in terms of distributions to LPs. So how can managers across the PE/VC space convert their TVPI to DPI and move us out of what is effectively Schrodinger's ROI as we currently sit here? Is it or isn't it going to be a unicorn? Into tangible distributions for LPs, assuming, of course, that the managers want to do that. One hopes they do. Hey, George. So, well, some are actually actively engineering exits, which is reassuring to hear as an investor, in whole or in part, by better preparing their portcos, by bringing buyers to the table, by trading out in secondaries, by leveraging, good old leverage, or, dare I say it, actually driving the talent in their holdings to deliver revenue growth and margin expansion, albeit there's comparatively little of the latter tangibly impacting performance. So as I mentioned, the IPO window has been closed and is only now starting to creak open. And you can see the effect that that's had just on the FTSE in recent weeks. But meanwhile, for some, M&A has remained a go-to strategy and often targeting US trade acquirers in order to achieve a premium. Secondary market transactions are somewhat booming, but often at a discount. Management buyouts with either debt or mezzanine fund backing are also on the rise, and equity release through partial exits are sometimes also entertained by managers. One can only hope that by taking this more proactive approach to portfolio management, that funds will reverse the direction of this chart instead of relying on the correlation with the macroeconomic confidence to deliver a result. So, given this rather woeful general performance, and mindful that alongside state funding, key institutions such as our pension funds and insurance firms comprise a significant proportion of limited partners whose capital is at significant risk of an underwhelming IRR, one perhaps has to ask the question of whether past UK government's obsessions with concentrating capital to make Britain a unicorn factory in order to perhaps buoy the FTSE over a period of time might have been a tad reckless. Time will tell. Time will tell if many of those companies actually choose to list on the FTSE instead of pursuing more capital overseas. One hopes that we can repatriate some of that at some point. But what if I was to tell you that there's another way outside of just focusing on those two poles of the market, the innovation economy and the listed companies, to engineer some sustainable growth in our economy and to fuel public market outcomes? Because in just focusing on those two poles, innovation and blue chip, a whole swathe of value-creating, stable, established, boring companies employing a significant proportion of the UK workforce are basically being casually ignored. Perhaps because individually many of those independent companies just aren't of a material size to matter. But in aggregate, their contribution and frankly their potential is quite staggering. Hands up if you've heard of the phrase Mittelstand. But you've lived in Germany.
I went to Germany once on holiday. Is that okay?
It does. The Mittelstand. Let me give you a little graphical representation of what goes on in my brain and also in DALI when you talk about the Mittelstand. Day in and day out, real goods and services are being produced, distributed, supported, maintained by small and medium businesses. It might interest you to learn that only 26% of active companies, so there's 5.7 million companies, I think, around that on Companies House, only 26% of active companies on UK Companies House actually employ anyone. So according to the Office of National Statistics, 23 million jobs depend on about 1.3 million employers, many of which are small businesses. In fact, most of which are small businesses. And the balance sheet of these companies, and more widely across the developed world economies, these balance sheets of these SMBs contain trillions of dollars of asset value. Now, why can't we access that? All too often, that's locked up because there are no immediate obvious routes to liquidating it or routes to gaining economies of scale. And releasing it appears at first glance from a model to require a disproportionate amount of effort, which I'd like to say isn't really a fair assessment. But as we chase larger and larger material fund values, we get further and further away from these sort of real companies doing most of the economic stability work. Now, the much-loved multiple expansion game that we play in these private equity and large company and VC spaces can actually also be achieved through SMBs with just a little bit of creative thinking and some good old-fashioned hard work. And this is perhaps one of the biggest and most often overlooked opportunities for upside available to us in the current economic climate, right this moment. Because today we stand on the brink of the largest generational wealth transfer in history. A generation of baby boomers to whom much value has accrued are basically retiring as we speak. And in the States, that's about 11,000 people a day. Now, over a third of UK SMB directors are working at or near retirement age, and 15% of them are actually working past retirement. And it's estimated that 50,000 British businesses are potentially for sale every year. But there was a recent survey conducted which identified that 28% of UK SMB owners are either actively considering selling or are open to doing so. And that equates to 330,000 companies. Wow. Now, the problem is that only about 2,500 companies in the UK change hands every year. That's a long way from 330,000. In fact, 10 times more companies go into liquidation every year than are actually acquired. And that, my friends, is a travesty. Now, if our incoming new government fails to address the economic continuity risk posed by this SMB succession challenge, it will leave the UK vulnerable to an unprecedented undermining of its largest employment segment. And the consequences of that could be pretty catastrophic. Here's how. Because, as per previous slide, small to medium business owners employ about 60% of the workforce. Here's the cost. There's about 17 billion in NIC PAYE, about 49 billion in VAT, and about 25 billion in CT. That's just the cost in fiscal terms every year from those lost companies. And if those 1.8 million people employed by 330,000 companies were to not get another job because the companies have gone into liquidation and maybe there's a sudden spike in unemployment, there's 68 billion of welfare costs to the state. So we have a potential 160 billion pounds per annum risk on our hands. If the owners retire, or worse, die, without finding any successors to take their companies forward and consequently wind them up through a CVL, this is the eye-watering impact that we could see. So just taking into account that that's just the bottom line impact, if you look at the 2.3 trillion of estimated combined revenues of those companies, the lost earnings would equate to about a 4% impairment to UK GDP. Now, That, for context, is equivalent to wiping out all the growth we've achieved in the UK post-pandemic from one overlooked part of the economy. But it's not all doom and gloom, and I'm conscious that it's Friday afternoon, and I don't want to leave you on a downer. I'm not responsible for your mental health. So as Newton said, for each action, there is an equal and opposite reaction. And so enter ETA. Anybody familiar with that phrase? Quick hand in the air. Oh, fantastic. So give me a moment, please, to just explain to you what ETA, and it isn't estimated time of arrival, although there's a gentle irony to that. Come back with me, those who were alive, to 1983. Irving Grusbeck, a professor at Harvard Business School, developed the model of something called a search fund. Anybody heard of a search fund? All right. So search fund at that time existed to assist graduates from business schools in acquiring and operating small businesses. So rather than go out and start a company, it was go and buy a company. Because the principle was really straightforward and repeatable. Many owners of fundamentally sound companies in the US were approaching retirement age and seeking to liquidate the value that they had created over their career. But they hadn't put in place any succession plans. And so young, capable entrepreneurs with the requisite capital and the right advisors had potentially the opportunity to find, acquire, innovate, transform, and grow these businesses. Arguably an endeavor that's slightly less risky than being a startup founder. I can see all of you that look like you're prematurely aged on the path to trying to find funding and customers and all the fun that goes with it. Perhaps buying an existing business due to the company's assets and their continuing trade could be seen as easier. So they put this to the test, and the first search fund was Nova Capital, which came out of Harvard Business School in 1984. Nova Capital. Now, over a period of a decade, their acquisitions of established businesses netted their investors a 24x return. 24x return, we can only dream of such things. It's almost like angel returns, but without the 90% death rate. Amazing. So at that point, galvanized by that outcome, and Nova Capital being celebrated as alchemists, entrepreneurship through acquisition, ETA, was officially born. And it has been steadily growing in popularity in the 3 decades since. It gradually made its way across the pond, and so it's now taught in eminent European institutions like IESA in Spain and our very own London Business School. Also at INSEAD, for those of you with a half-decent MBA. And whilst still very much in its infancy in the UK, it already has spawned a movement, a rapidly growing set of communities of what are called searchers. And so there's groups like the Harbour Club and Dealmakers Academy and Kong Club and a bunch of other folks that are, in a peer-to-peer sense, helping each other to acquire established companies. Now, in a nod to the original search fund, Europe now has its own Nova Stone Capital Advisors out of Benelux, and they've actually got their own incubator for ETA. So it trains and sponsors ambitious entrepreneurs, typically either former operators or graduates, business school graduates. It helps them in their acquisitions by providing skills and capital and mentoring and support. So ETA is starting to come of age. Now, as with all exciting emerging investment trends, new models and new permutations of how to engineer value creation in this space are being drawn up and experimented with on a regular basis. So it feels nascent, frankly. But one of those models, one of those playbooks for being able to create value, particularly if you're raising money from LPs, is valuation arbitrage. This has a clear path to multiple expansion. Now, typically colloquially termed the roll-up, which makes it sound like it's some form of sushi or a tobacco product. It's probably not exciting, not as exciting as either of those things. But it's an aggregation and consolidation play, which solves for the inherent fragmentation in this particular space. And it delivers a spread through the building of a group or a holdco And the more I read into this, the more I realised I'd been unwittingly doing this in all the M&A that I was doing back in my industrial career, how I built a company, and then wondered why they paid me 6x to exit it. There is basically this here value chain, this pyramid, that's formed of some strata. And there's a broad base of SMBs at the bottom. And then there's degrees of private equity fund sizes, culminating at the top in public companies, which typically achieve around 15 times EBITDA in their enterprise values. And imagine then that there's a waterfall downwards, because at various different stages of materiality in aggregate earnings, increasing valuation multiples are paid in M&A. The further up the pyramid, the bigger the materiality, the lower the risk of the entity that you've built through consolidation, the more people are going to pay you. So you can earn a significant return through playing that valuation arbitrage game if you've got the stones for it, because you can buy at 2x, you can aggregate, and then you can sell to mid-market private equity at 8 to 10x. Nice spread, but not for the faint-hearted, but a very worthwhile return on effort, something that VC could be proud of, or only aspire to in some cases, except for the outliers. So often with only minor refinements and improvements required to the underlying holding subsidiary companies, you can deliver some upside without having to do much major surgery, because again, the valuation arbitrage, the multiple expansion, comes through scale. So smart searchers are actually building these holdcos, often with a heavy dose of leverage, because why not, to achieve this outcome. Now, in the US, this is actively facilitated by the gift that keeps on giving, the US Small Business Administration. Many fortunate Americans in the room? Sir, I applaud your government on one particular issue, the SBA. Government-backed M&A loans, 90% loan to value, 10-year terms. What's not to like? Now, the Americans are ultimately acutely more aware than the Brits of the economic continuity or discontinuity risk of SMB succession. And these loans provided by approved lenders are ultimately government underwritten. So throw in an SBA loan and a healthy amount of seller financing, which what we Brits would call deferred consideration, and you've got a trend that has driven some pretty exponential growth in ETA as a movement stateside. Here in Blighty, the conditions aren't yet quite as favourable, despite our good friends, the British Business Bank, having stated mission of supporting sustainable growth and prosperity in the UK by making finance available to small businesses. Sounds pretty clear-cut as an objective. Actually, no comparable facility currently exists from them. They're patient capital into a number of funds. In fact, they spawned a whole vintage of VC funds in the UK. They have a reasonably well-intended but poorly executed regional angels fund. They provide startup loans, very great source of capital for founders there. And they presided over C-bills, so the less said about that, the better. So we live in a hope, we in the ETA community live in the hope that Mr. Starmer and Ms. Reeves, should they be fortunate to gain the support of the electorate, might be able to squeeze SMB succession funding into the BBB mandate. So, all very interesting, but why, you may ask, is Gareth bending my ear about all this, and why does he even care? Well, I care because, despite going portfolio, I've had this unscratchable itch to get back to acquiring companies. And so when I started looking for off-market candidate companies to approach, it quickly became apparent that finding them and finding how best to contact their owners was needlessly difficult. And at that exact moment, BizCrunch arrived in the Block Dojo. It's a venture builder that I serve as investment director for, so I'm equally guilty. And I was fortunate to be invited to join their team alongside two other amazing co-founders with sector expertise and deep sector knowledge. Now, BizCrunch basically offers tools, data, services, community for searchers and sellers of SMBs, with the aim to ultimately reduce the cost, time, and complexity of buying and selling small businesses, in order to hopefully achieve a significant increase in UK M&A to start before it expands into other geographies where the same challenge is evident. And with the intention to bring down the number of at-risk unsold businesses and try and solve some of this economic challenge. Now, we're not entirely altruists. There's a lot of money to be made in this space, as many of you will know. And we owe it to our fantastic angel investors who participated in our $250,000 pre-seed last year to deliver them a return. But if we can play our part in helping the UK economy to mitigate the continuity risk of a generation of retiring business owners, we'll leave a legacy that we can be proud of. And by pursuing your own entrepreneurship through acquisition journey, so could you. So why not explore this emerging opportunity either directly through acquiring a business or 2 or 4, or by investing in a search fund as they start to become more prolific and deliver clear returns to LPs. And that way you can experience the alpha that this sector is set to generate for yourself. So if you'd like to dive deeper into this topic or see how BizCrunch or ETA in general is going to make it easier to get started finding companies to buy, then here's my LinkedIn on this lovely QR code. My DMs are open, and I love meeting new searchers to share thoughts on this exciting space. I will bend your ear for longer if permitted. So I guess in summary, if you've had, I hope you've had a rewarding day here at Emergence London. Thanks for sticking around to hear from me. Appreciate your attention. We've a little time left, and I always love a left field question. So if I've piqued your interest, please throw some at me. Sir at the back.
Gareth, the difference between the United States and the United Kingdom is the fact that the United States is a union of 51 states. UK is a conglomeration of 4 countries.
Almost. Sometimes, on a good day.
There was a comment made earlier about productivity comparisons between the United States and the UK. And one of the factors that hinders international investors from putting money at scale in this jurisdiction is that they feel that the business acquisitions will not be as productive as they are in the United States. How can that perception be changed, if it can be changed?
Well, fundamentally, the population of the UK is somewhat less, I think 5 times smaller than the US population. And that's market limiting to some extent. But in context, the valuations of the companies reflect that to some extent. As does, I imagine, the veracity of the investment appetite of American investors versus the more hesitant European-esque approach to investment that we take here in the UK. I think proportionately, the gains are true both sides of the pond, because we do have a properly functioning strata of private equity acquirers that are looking for more opportunities to spin companies up the value chain and make their own spreads. We have a relatively liberal, open, free market economy-driven approach. Some might say slightly less regulated than some of the US states in terms of being able to operate, for example, blue-collar businesses without having to have a state-issued license. Ultimately, what you need is good public indemnity insurance and some qualifications and some skilled staff, and let the free market determine whether you are a competent company that is going to serve your customers well and survive. So is the market size an inhibiting factor? I think that's priced in. It's probably the answer. Does that answer your question? Supplemental.
Yes. So I'm talking about trade buyers from countries like Qatar, India, that come in. You see a lot of the Middle East money in flagship projects that can spin around, but you don't see another JLR, which the Tata Group acquired at scale. So how can we ensure that the next tier of acquisitions is taking place so that a Dr. Reddy Labs from India is acquiring assets here?
Absolutely brilliant question, and I guess brings me to the point, which is we only have a finite size of material a finite number or pool of material-sized companies. But yet we have all this disaggregated sea of smaller companies that could, with a little bit of effort, become the next listed entity. You're speaking to a problem that we're facing, which is ever larger fund sizes in order to attract the better economies and the larger institutional sovereign wealth funds, for example. And fund sizes get bigger with every cycle, right? There hasn't been one specifically focused at this stage, but with 2.5 trillion of combined revenues, there probably should be if there's that sea of opportunity to choose from in aggregating SMBs. Sir in the cap. Hey, Sean. Yeah, take your point. Very different proposition. I think IP and the value of the value that accrues to IP over a period as a company scales is very much a venture prerequisite, shall we say? Does that exist in the same way in SMBs? No. Arguably, their brand value and NPS is probably about as much intellectual property as they have bothered to pursue thus far. But again, it can come with scale. I think part of the problem of this disaggregation and fragmentation is that there hasn't been enough capital pooled to try and create the opportunities to innovate in some of those spaces. Because, if you look at electrical contracting, for example, there just isn't a UK nationwide market leader. It's very much a fragmented, localized, regional play. But you've got all these individual companies doing ultimately the same thing, but inefficiently because they haven't necessarily been brought together to share some back office costs and some research and some process optimization, etc. Yeah, and why do they talk about that? They talk about that because that's where innovation is coming from. That's where the unicorns are born, in that golden triangle between Oxford, Cambridge, London. And it's true, but you've got the Northern Powerhouse, which has been spoken about, and that ultimately has a lot of locked up hidden value in its private sector companies that's not had the same fair access to capital, arguably, as the unicorn factory of the Golden Triangle. So yeah, you make a very good point that more could be done. Great, thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Gareth. Just so you guys all know, obviously you see we've recorded the entire day, so we're actually going to be uploading this onto Capital HQ. It'll be done in such a way where you see the agenda, there'll be a play button in there, and you can literally just go to the topic that you actually want to go and cover. So if you missed any sessions throughout today or missed any of the company presentations, you can go and watch it sort of after this event. As an FYI, if you enjoyed Gareth's talk just then, we've also, we've focused on this a lot. We actually hosted a conference 3 weeks ago. Funny enough, we actually did it at the Australian Stock Exchange. We hosted a conference at the Australian Stock Exchange, and our topic was called Private Capital 2024. And it was on their it was their suggestion to do that. And our first two topics were all around the private equity area. We had PEP, which is one of the largest private equity firms in Australia. And also we had Chris Rolls, I highly recommend everyone, if you enjoy the talk from Gareth, go and watch that talk from Chris Rolls. He talks about the forever acquisition model and gives some examples about software companies like Constellation Software in Canada, for example, that is taking advantage of that arbitrage that he talked about, where they're acquiring companies for a low PE and then obviously taking advantage of listed company multiples in that process. And it is legitimately one of the best keynotes that we have ever had at one of our events. So it's our Private Capital 2024 event. You can find it inside Capital HQ, and it's Chris Rolls as the keynote speaker. So, ladies and gentlemen, that is all for Emergence 2024. Thank you very much, everyone, for coming for today. I appreciate everyone hanging around to the last presentation. Now, obviously, this has been the formal part of the day. The fun part begins now. So we invite everyone to come and join us at Mindspace. Richard, what's the exact address?
9 Uphold Street, floor 8.
9 Uphold Street, floor 8, Mindspace, where we're going to be having networking and drinks. You should all have calendar invites for it. If not, if you don't have the exact details, Richard will be able to help with the directions, and it's on the agenda as well. So please come and join us for the networking and drinks. We got, more. This becomes the fun part of the day. Thank you again, everyone, for joining, and I hope you enjoyed Emergence 2024.